Business school student Alice Carter is ready to graduate from school, from the secretary pool, and from never gonna happen fantasies involving Armand LeBlanc, her hunky billionaire boss. But when Armand's girlfriend of the week pushes her too far, Alice finds herself quitting on the spot with only a mountain of student loan debt to keep her company. In steps Armand's worst enemy, his father, with a job offer she can't refuse. Armand was born into privilege, but refused to live life with a silver spoon in his mouth. After a decade of hard work, he's on the verge of taking his business public and proving to his tyrannical family that he can make it without their help. When he finds out that Alice is working for his father, he knows she's been turned into a pawn in his father's twisted games. Despite Armand's warnings, Alice is determined to prove she doesn't need him to make in New York City. But when she finds documents that could lead to Armand losing everything he's worked for, Alice realizes that she and Armand have to work together to save the empire they've both worked to build. Don't miss out on a weekly dose of captivating stories. Subscribe now for new audiobooks that will sweep you off your feet. I post a new one every week.
Get ready for a wild, passionate ride with this irresistible boss hole in this standalone, steamy story. Want to win a free book bundle with 3 fantastic reads in one? Drop the word bossy in the comments below to get a shot at winning this jackpot. No limit on entries, so fire away with bossy as many times as you like. From this very video, I'll be picking 3 winners to snag this trio of books. Don't miss out on this chance to stack up your reading list. Type bossy and cross your fingers.
Chapter 1. I hate models. Alice tossed her fork down and tried not to think about the calories and the maple-glazed salmon that sat untouched on her plate. Should I not be offended right now?" asked Jessica, the striking woman who sat across from Alice. "You're not like them. You're well-rounded in a thin and glamorous way. I swear every woman he's ever dated is a spiteful, skinny, little model." Besides, Alice had known Jessica long before her career had taken off. No matter how different their lives were now, she would always remember Jessica as the scrawny track star from Elkton Middle School back in the Jersey suburbs. But that seemed like a lifetime ago now. "There you go again with the model thing." "Sorry," mumbled Alice. "It's just that Armand is flying back from Europe in 4 hours and sent me a text saying he wants to take Oksana to La Plaque." Jessica snorted. "Good luck with that. I heard that not even Trump can get in without making a reservation 2 weeks in advance." "Well, I have something up my sleeve that Trump doesn't. I know the manager." "Not surprised. You know everyone." Jessica brought a forkful of salad to her mouth in one polished move. Alice nodded. She'd probably met half the population of New York City by this point. Armand seemed to have appointments, parties, meetings, or golf outings with a new person every day. This is different. This isn't a Armand connection. This is a me connection. Christian moved over to La Plaque when it opened 6 months ago. "Christian? You're kidding. Why would he help you with anything? Come on. We didn't break things off on bad terms. It's not like I broke up with him." "Yeah. He's the one who left you, so that must mean you're best friends." Alice shook her head. "I'd fight with you, but Christian happens to be walking out of the Starbucks behind you right now." Jessica twisted around to look over her shoulder. "You little sneak. You planned our lunch around his schedule?" Alice pushed her chair back. "Just a strategic restaurant choice." Strategic in that Christian had always been strangely addicted to a certain latte served by the massive chain. "I'll be right back." She rushed past the streams of people between her and Christian. The late afternoon lunch crowd always flocked to the coffee shops and no-fuss delis for a quick bite around this time. As soon as she caught up to him, she tapped his shoulder. And he ignored her. In this crowded section of the city, it took a lot more than a tap to get someone's attention. Rather than pound him on the back, Alice settled on getting his focus another way. "Hey, Christian." He jerked around. "Alice? Oh my God. What are you doing on this side of town?" A smile covered his face, and Alice took a moment to soak in his handsomeness. That perfectly spiked hair, naturally tanned skin, and completely endearing set of dimples could stop a girl's heart. Alice tried to remember back to the times she'd been so infatuated with him. It seemed so long ago now. Jessica and I were having lunch in the area, and I remembered, this is where you make your midday caffeine run. Yeah. Just trying to keep powered up for dinner service. How are you? It's been almost a year since we... I'm good, Alice interjected. She didn't want to hear how he would have finished the sentence. For a brief moment, she wished she'd spend a few more minutes on her appearance. Her bright yellow dress toned down with a black cardigan was flattering enough, but paired with her black boots, it kind of made her feel like a bumblebee. If she'd known ahead of time that she'd be stalking Christian today, she probably would have grabbed her new bright blue skirt that made her hips appear as if they actually existed. Christian looked as if he'd spent plenty of time getting ready. His tailored black suit and skinny tie helped him to fit in with the elite clientele he was surrounded by. It was one of the reasons they'd worked as a couple. They both understood what it was like to bend over backwards for the rich and famous in the city that never sleeps. And that was about the only thing they had in common. Between his love of partying and her love of curling up with a good book, the similar jobs and mutual attraction were the only things they had going for them. How about you? I heard you switched restaurants. His eyes narrowed as his smile disappeared. You're here because you need a reservation. Alice's mouth dropped. And no, Jessica and I just happened to be having lunch at 3:30 in the afternoon at a place that's a half-hour cab ride from the office. What is LeBlanc having you do now? Nothing. Like I said, I was having lunch and wanted to say hi. And you know, Armand happens to be flying back to the States tonight, and since you brought it up, I'm sure he'd love to unwind someplace with such a sterling reputation for great food and atmosphere. She tried to put her most charming smile on, but Christian continued to glare down at her. Flattery. This conversation definitely needed more flattery. I heard that a Texas congressman stopped by and actually said the steak was the best he'd ever had. And that the model who scored the Armani campaign was actually considering suing because she ate so much. It was obvious he tried to keep his stern expression, but his mouth ticked up at the mention of the model. No one's called any lawyers. The smirk reached both corners. She just threatened to very loudly. Alice laughed at the images of a tiny 16-year-old raising hell in a gourmet kitchen that flashed through her mind. So, help a girl out? Please? He sighed and took a sip of his coffee that probably had 3 shots worth of espresso buried under layers of sugar and cream. So you're still LeBlanc's lapdog? I'm his assistant. Lapdog is in the job description. Being good at your job is one thing. But being obsessed with a man who is only thinking about the next party or girl he's going to bang isn't healthy. Alice tightened her lips. Christian never saw Armand as anything more than a playboy, and it had been one of their constant points of contention. He didn't see the hours of hard work and dedication Armand put into his company, so the more she defended him to Christian, the more upset he would get. I'm not obsessed with anyone. He can bang whoever he wants, and it's none of my business. It is my business to make sure he has a damn good dinner before the banging commences. In truth, there might have been a time she was infatuated with Armand, but that was long behind her. Sure, she laughed at all his jokes no matter how corny, and every touch still sent a tingle through her, but that was the price of working with an attractive man. Alice, you can't come to me whenever you need a last-minute reservation. Especially not for that douche. She hung her head, defeat set in. What restaurant could she possibly get last-minute reservations for that would impress Armand's new girlfriend? Inspiration struck her like lightning. You can leak it. He took another drink. LeBlanc eats locally all the time. There's no story there. He has a new French girlfriend. She's a 21-year-old model, so she's already aging out of the industry. I'm sure she'd love the attention. Probably love the attention. Alice knew nothing about Oksana, aside from how amazing she looked in a bikini thanks to a quick internet search. Good press for her, good press for Laplace. It's a win-win. If he finds out that you had a part in the press crashing his dinner, you might get into a lot of trouble. Alice snorted. Please. It would take a lot more than that to get me fired. So, reservations for 8:30? Christian looked her up and down. Well played, Alice. You let me know if his plane gets delayed. I'll make sure they get a premium table by lots of windows. She was sure her grin went from ear to ear. She'd scored Armand a reservation to one of the hottest restaurants in town. This was going to be a good week. Alice took one more glance around Armand's office. He should be there any moment, and she wanted everything set up perfectly. The cleaning crew made sure the second monitor on the handcrafted mahogany desk was wiped down. 3 different colored pens and highlighters sat on the left side of where his laptop would go, and one lone pencil on the right. A cup of steaming coffee sat on the table in front of the couch that was pressed up against the far wall. Behind the main desk, a wall of windows stretched from floor to ceiling. There was a bathroom and closet space on one side of the massive office, and a treadmill with a laptop setup on the other side. The entire layout was designed to make sure everyone who entered into the room would become instantly aware of the power of Armand Leblanc. Alice had been with him when Leblanc Corp was only a 2,000 square foot leased office space in New Jersey. With the capital Armand had from his trust fund and his sixth sense for what companies to invest time and energy into, they'd been able to take over the 52nd floor of the premier office space that overlooked Central Park. Alice took a moment to appreciate the view. Sure, this wasn't a dream job, but every time she looked out those windows at the beautiful, daunting city, she remembered what Armand had accomplished. What they had accomplished together. The door creaked behind her, and Alice twisted around. Her hands reached down to smooth her black pencil skirt and bright blue top. Armand strode into his domain at a brisk pace, and barely glanced at Alice as he crossed over to his desk. Good morning to you too, she muttered as she moved aside for him. He jerked his gaze to her and blinked a few times. Shit. Sorry, Alice. I'm still on Paris time, and probably got 3 hours of sleep. How have you been? And suddenly the full force of Armand's ice-blue gaze was on her, and she couldn't stop the smile from forming. Who cares about that? You were in Paris. Tell me everything. Where did you stay? Did you remember any of your French from high school? Did you see the Eiffel Tower? Is it really as pretty as everyone says it is? It always looked a bit too industrial for me, but everyone says how romantic it is. Armand let out a laugh and ran a hand over his face. Whoa. That's a lot of questions first thing. The hotel was like any US hotel, so that was okay. I remembered how to say hello and where's the bathroom, and I had no time to do any sightseeing. But I do agree with you about the Eiffel Tower. I do have to see it someday. Maybe when I see it all lit up at night with the right guy, I'll change my mind about it. Maybe I should have found some time to take Oksana. She's probably seen it before, though. Alice sighed, trying to imagine what a romantic vacation to Europe would be like. She blinked a few times to clear her thoughts. Any possible trips out of the country were still years away. The monthly payments on her student loans prevented any type of savings account, even with the generous raise she'd gotten after the office had moved into the city. How did she like Laplace? She said real French food is better, but I enjoyed it. A nice treat to come back to. Were the reservations hard to get? Alice bit her bottom lip. I called in a favor or two, but nothing drastic. Might have given the manager permission to tell the paparazzi where you were eating. Armand bent down to power up his laptop, and Alice held her breath and waited to see whether he was angry. That was you, huh? Should have known. Well, it made Oksana feel important, and as much as I hate the flashing while I'm eating, there's no such thing as bad press. She sighed in relief. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the food at least. You have a packed schedule today, so your only time to sneak in a nap would be at lunch. Armand groaned. Oksana is meeting me here for lunch, so that's a no-go. I'll have to power through. Think you can handle me being a grouch all day? I've been doing it for 6 years. I don't see how one more day is going to make a difference. He smiled down at her, and for a moment the entire office seemed to slip away. It was her Armand looking right into her eyes, his grin big enough for his dimples to show. Feeling herself slip into her old routine, Alice twisted away and headed to the table by the couch. Damn it. She hadn't thought about Armand that way in months. Her first 2 years working with him had been a blur of wistful sighs and daydreams, but she'd long grown up from the wide-eyed 18-year-old hired to take phone messages. There had been one too many girlfriends and drunken nights over the years for her infatuation to continue. He'd never shown a hint of interest in her, and she wasn't about to spend the rest of her life pining over a man who was so obviously not into her. Still, sometimes old habits died hard, and she supposed the 2 weeks away was enough for her body to forget that her mind was over him. In an effort to get back to her normal, more professional self, she picked up Armand's coffee and her yellow legal pad and made her way back to his desk. He was sitting now, and she was able to keep the desk between them as she read through her notes. Marie from sales had her baby last week. I had flowers and a gift basket sent to her. Armand nodded. Nothing makes me happier than taking credit for your thoughtfulness. I try. She grinned. Are the bees on that list of yours? He asked. Berkey and Booth do want to see you. I penciled them in for 3-page figured that would give you enough time to organize everything and talk to the auditors. He pulled his phone out of his leather bag and scrolled through a few screens. It looks like 3 is good. How is the audit going? Slowly but surely. Gavin is about to pull out all his hair, but he says the accounting department is under control. He's hoping you make all this worth it. Armand rolled his eyes. Please. With the stock comp he's going to get after all these audits are over, he's going to be laughing all the way to the bank. The last valuation report I got said share price would triple in the first day after going public if we can pull this off. Public. It was what Armand had been working toward ever since he'd started purchasing and consolidating the various plants that made up LeBlanc Corp. I can't believe we're so close, she murmured. In some ways, the past 6 years had gone by in a blur, but in others they were the longest years of her life. When she'd first started working for Armand, she hadn't known a thing about public or private companies. She'd taken 2 art classes at the community college and came to terms with the fact that she didn't have an artistic bone in her body. She could appreciate it well enough, but in terms of having an eye for painting or photography, she was lost. After she'd seen her first gallery opening and finally realized the art world wasn't for her, she'd ended up sharing a cab back to Jersey with the handsome and charismatic Armand. All it took was one conversation with him to make her trade one crazy career for another. Planning out your vacation already? Armand leaned back in his chair and cradled the warm mug of coffee. Alice snorted. Vacation? Right. I have to work on paying off some of these school bills first. Even with her generous salary, she could barely afford her small studio apartment. And even though she'd only taken 3 classes a semester, once she'd transferred to NYU, the student loans had piled up. Come on. You have to have something planned to celebrate. She thought about the depressingly low balance in her savings account. Talking money with a billionaire was never good for her self-esteem. What are you planning? I have a few ideas I'm tossing around. Oksana mentioned this private island off the coast of the Bahamas that she did a photo shoot on once. It might be nice to get stranded on a deserted island for a week or 2. Alice sighed. Maybe asking him about his plans was a bad idea. Now all she wanted to do was go back to her desk and daydream about being on the beach. She fumbled with her yellow notepad, trying to remember where she'd left off on her list. I know you said not to mention this, but your father called 7 times while you were gone. She held her breath as she waited for his reaction. He'd made it crystal clear that he wanted nothing to do with Donald LeBlanc, but after the third message she'd taken, Alice decided it was worth mentioning. Armand stiffened. Did he say what he wanted? I asked, but he said he'd only speak to you. Do you want the number he gave me to reach him at? Alice was officially one of the few elite members of New York City who had Donald LeBlanc's phone number. Or maybe the phone number of his assistant. Really, she didn't know how calling a billionaire worked. If he didn't leave a message, then it can't be that important. What's next on the list? She tightened her lips, but decided not to push the matter. Armand and his father obviously had issues, but it was none of her business. The Jude Foundation called. They wanted to personally invite you to their annual gala, and I said you'd make it. Jude, what's that again? Alice rolled her eyes. He could remember where the Dow was 2 months ago, but this he forgot? They're a social care foundation, helping out kids in the foster system to find permanent homes. You did that baseball event with them last year. His face lit at her words. Oh yeah. I played catch with Jimmy. We sent him Christmas presents, right? She let out a laugh. Yeah. The laptop, MP3 player, and loaded gift card. Santa was very kind to him. Armand beamed up at her. Think Jimmy will be at the gala? I think this is more of an adults-only black tie thing. I told them 2 tickets in case Oksana wanted to go. What day is it? It's in 6 weeks. Alice dug out her phone and opened up her calendar. Looks like June 5th. Oh. I don't think I can make it. That's the launch of God, I don't remember. But it's a big launch party for a campaign that Oksana is the face of. She's really excited about it, and I promised I'd go with her. Alice chewed on her bottom lip and looked back down at her list, even though there was nothing left to go over. Come on, said Armand. Don't give me the disappointed look. I promised Oksana. I'm not looking at you. She flipped the top sheet over, so she stared at a blank piece of paper. I know I just met her, but she's special. I really think this might go somewhere. I never said anything about Oksana. You did silently. She let out a breath and finally brought her eyes back to his. Maybe you feel bad about not going to a fundraiser for a charity you actually care about and going to a clothing launch instead. Handbags. It's handbags. Damn it, why can't I remember the name? Alice shook her head. I'll be at my desk. She turned to leave. Wait, he called. I'll go. Her lips curved up. Every time she thought Armand had turned to the dark side, he'd surprise her. The 1 ticket then? Hell no. You got me into this, and you're coming with me. Chapter 2. Armand started on his 3rd cup of coffee, which notably wasn't working, when his office doors swung open. He glanced up, expecting to see Alice's smiling face. Instead, he was confronted with Oksana's confident swagger. Although she'd made a small fortune thanks to her face, she wasn't classically beautiful. Her cheekbones were a little too sharp, her lips a little too thin. But her unique look combined with her piercing green eyes made her stand out, and advertisers loved her. Hey hun. Is it lunch time already? She shrugged as her eyes roamed over his office. I'm early, but I had a hard time sleeping. New York time has never agreed with me. Let's do a long lunch. You can show me the Statue of Liberty. He inwardly groaned, but made sure to keep the smile on his face. He'd been under the impression she'd be working as much as him, which was the only reason he'd invited her to stay at his place. Considering he'd spent most of his time in Paris at her apartment, and she was scheduled to come to New York the Armande time he was headed back, it only made sense. Now his kindness was coming back to bite him in the ass. I'm still up for lunch, but I don't know if I can do any sightseeing. She shrugged again. It's okay. I have some friends I can go with. If another woman had been talking, he'd think they were being passive-aggressive, but not Oksana. One of his favorite things about her was that she spoke her mind and never seemed to overreact. Let me make sure Alice can move our reservations up. She cocked her head slightly. She's the one whose desk is outside your office? Something about the way she asked told him he was in trouble. Yes. She's different than you described. Oksana crossed her arms over her chest. Yep. Now she was pissed. Was this about him not taking her out? He raked his mind, trying to remember what he'd said about Alice, but came up blank. What are you talking about? You said she was a frumpy art student. He frowned. I never said frumpy. I don't even talk like that. Maybe not explicitly. She leaned to sit on the edge of Armin's desk. I thought she was going to be a dowdy little thing. Not that. I suppose she used to be. His brow furrowed as he thought back to Alice 6 years ago. Sure, when he'd first met Alice, she'd been 20 pounds larger and wore clothes for a woman 50 pounds heavier with a horrible blonde dye job. The sight of her standing in the rain, looking downright miserable, was cemented in his mind. Out of pity, he'd offered to share a cab with her, but the second she was in the back seat with him, she'd opened up about her dislike of art, her family, and how much she dreaded picking a new major. Despite the heavy subject matter, she'd smiled and even managed to make him laugh harder in that cab than he'd laughed the entire night. By the time the cab stopped in a neighborhood he didn't feel comfortable driving through, let alone living in, he'd handed her a card and offered her a job. But that was 6 years ago. She didn't look like the broke Jersey girl anymore. She was a sleek and manicured New Yorker. When the hell had that happened? We moved to the city and her style changed. I guess I didn't notice. It's not a big deal. Oksana pursed her lips, but didn't mention Alice again. I have a fitting for the Lafarge shoot tomorrow morning, so I hope you don't mind having a light lunch. Lafarge. That was the handbag line. You have to be fitted for a purse? Finally, he got a smile from her. For the clothes I'll be wearing. It's less a fitting and more dress rehearsal for the shoot. Normally there isn't all this pomp and circumstance, but you know how some of these designers can be. Truthfully, he tried his hardest not to deal with fickle designers, but he refrained from telling Oksana. It was one of the benefits of being in the appliance business. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm not sure if he's more excited about the launch or the party. He was telling me some of the celebrities who were going to be there. It's going to be crazy. When I told him I was bringing one of the LeBlanc boys, he could hardly contain himself. Shit. He bent down to grab his bag and collect his wallet and keys. About the launch party, I checked my calendar today, and it looks like I have a previous engagement. No. He jerked his head back up. No? This is too important for you to blow off. You told me you were coming, and I told Lafarge you were coming. I know this is important to you, but there's a fundraiser I already said I would go to. Her expression didn't soften at the mention of charity. It's for kids in the foster care system, he continued. I met this one kid, Jimmy, a few months ago, and we completely connected. He told me about his dad being carted off to jail, and how his mother has been fighting the courts to get him back, and... Armand stopped when he saw Oksana wasn't melting in the slightest. I'm sorry to bail on you, but when Alice reminded me about it this morning... Alice reminded you? Shit. She helps to keep track of my appointments, so yes, she's the one who reminded me. Oksana paced back and forth. So your secretary is more attractive than you ever told me, and she is forcing you to cancel events we'd already had planned. Armand pinched the bridge of his nose. That's not what happened. She abruptly stopped her pacing and set her hands on her hips. I don't mind attractive women. I really don't. But I can't believe you've been with her for only 3 hours, and you are already following her every order. You know how important this launch is to my career. Armand sighed and looked out the window at the city below him. What do you want me to do about it? I'm not going to cancel, and I'm not going to make Alice wear clothes 2 sizes too big. Then get rid of her. Armand whipped around. Are you out of your mind? He shouted. Realizing how loud he was, he lowered his voice. I'm not firing anybody because you feel threatened. Oksana raised a perfectly tweezed brow. I'm not threatened. I'm telling you the way it is. She's supposed to be your subordinate. Even if we were just friends, I should still have more of a say than your secretary. She's not a secretary, he bit out. She's an administrative assistant. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You let your administrative assistant get you this upset? That's not good business, Armandul. You need to focus on succeeding, and sometimes that means getting rid of distractions. You don't consider yourself a distraction? He half expected and at this point wanted Oksana to get pissed, but she didn't appear bothered. You and I are having fun. Both of our careers are at turning points. Yours is winding up and mine is winding down. We both need the publicity, and if we happen to enjoy making love, then that's a bonus. You coming with me to an A-list event will get you much more attention than whatever Alice put on your calendar. Now tell me I'm wrong. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He took a deep breath before he attempted to speak again. I'm not going to your launch party. She pressed her lips tightly together and nodded. I see how it is. Will you at least get rid of her? No, he said flatly. And I suggest you don't mention firing her again. He mentally calculated how long she'd be in the States for. He'd imagined he'd be spending what little free time they had in bed, not listening to her tell him what was best for his own damn business. But on the other hand, she had a point. The more publicity he got in the next few months, good press to be precise, the better his initial public offer would go. He needed to make the IPO work, and Oksana could help him. Simple as that. He just thought he'd enjoy the ride more. I'm not saying you have to kick her out on the streets. Give her a severance package, or put her in some corner of the office, you never have to see her again. Either way, she's a problem, and it's not like you to leave problems so close to you. Armand let her words sink in. He would get more exposure at her launch party, and his notoriety in the tabloids was one thing he had going for him. Giving a big check to kids in need might be page 5 news, but him kissing a supermodel would be front page. It was a sad fact, but true. And he hadn't even considered that when Alice was talking to him. Maybe Oksana had a point. Normally, he'd look at every side of an argument, but Alice had him wrapped around her finger within seconds. A well-manicured finger attached to a curvy body, skirt and blouse designed to make her look like a walking wet dream. How had he not seen any of this? Transferring her would be better for her career, he croaked out. How could he possibly replace his perfectly efficient and easygoing Alice? Oksana's words swirled in his mind. Soon enough, he wouldn't have a choice in the matter. Alice would be graduating soon. If he didn't move her up in the company, she'd be gone in a heartbeat. If he was proactive about it, there was a chance he could keep her with LeBlanc Corp. She'd need a new job once she graduated anyway. He blinked a few times to clear his jumbled thoughts. What the hell would he do without Alice at his side every day? It's for the best, assured Oksana. Now, are you ready for lunch? There was the Oksana he knew. Brush off the emotional and get right back to living life the way she wanted, on her terms. He was just used to her terms agreeing with his. He might have snapped if she'd even looked the slightest bit smug. He didn't want some pissing contest between her and Alice. In truth, there was no question. Alice had been his rock over the past 6 years. But Oksana didn't act like she'd won some imaginary victory. She looked exactly like a pretty woman who was ready to go to lunch. As though nothing had happened. He slipped his phone and wallet into his pocket. Let's go, he said, not looking at Alice as they walked past her desk and to the elevator bay. Alice gently shut her laptop and glanced to Armand's closed office door. It wasn't like him to shut himself in all day. Something must have happened with Oksana. He'd outright ignored her as he and Oksana had gone out to lunch and muttered a quick hello on his way back in. Then the door was shut, and except for the few grunts she'd gotten while she announced his calls and messages, he hadn't said a word. Whatever. If he wanted to be left alone, she could give him his space. She collected her purse and took 3 steps for the elevator before she found herself inexplicably turning toward Armin's door. Damn it. He was a grown man. It wasn't her job to psychoanalyze his mood swings. Even as those thoughts raced through her mind, she crossed to his office and gently rapped on the door. "Come on in," called Armand. Well, he sounded okay. She eased open the heavy wood and peeked her head in. Armand stared intently at his computer screen, not even bothering to look up. "Hey. I'm heading out for the night. I'm going to visit Annabelle." "Tell her I said hi," he muttered, his fingers deftly working over the keyboard. He was never this distracted. Well, there had been times, but those were usually code red moments when they'd both been working late into the night. Something bad had to be going on that he didn't want her to know about. Did anything happen at lunch today? His head jerked up. What are you talking about? Crap. Now she was imagining things and scaring him. Just wondering. You've seemed agitated all afternoon. It's not a big deal, but I wanted to make sure everything is okay. Armand leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest and studied her. Suddenly self-conscious, Alice fought the urge to fidget. She chewed on her bottom lip, and her eyes focused on the ground below her. Every sweep of his gaze felt strangely intimate, almost like a caress. Great. Now she was reading too much into his mood and his looks. This crush stuff needed to stop. Even so, she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Armand? Are you happy here? Her brows drew together, the abrupt question enough to break through her intense inspection of the carpeting. What? Why would you even ask that? He took a deep breath. Then another. You know what? It's nothing. I wanted to make sure I wasn't taking advantage of you. Have a great night. She nodded, but didn't move for a moment, torn between asking more about his strange mood and getting out of the office quickly. What the hell kind of question was that? She replayed the day in her mind, but couldn't think of anything she could have done to make him think she wasn't happy. But he was an adult. If he wanted to confide in her, he would. Good night, Armand. She finally turned to leave. He didn't say anything as she shut the door. As the cab drove farther from Manhattan, the scenery got worse and worse. Alice would always complain about her apartment, but at least she didn't have to worry about drive-by shootings. Normally she'd take the L train to her tiny loft in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, but she was a bit too wary of the barred houses and constant blaring of sirens by Annabelle's house to risk walking between bus or train stops. The cab turned onto Annabelle's street, driving by the boarded-up windows. But none of these apartments were abandoned. Space in the city was too limited to let any building go to waste. These were owned by families struggling to get by. The cab came to a stop, and Alice handed the driver his fare and a tip. She'd made this trip enough times to know exactly how much it would be. Alice grabbed her purse and book bag and climbed out of the back seat. She carefully made her way over the cracked and broken sidewalk to the entryway and hit the intercom button for apartment 115. She glanced around her as seconds turned to minutes. A woman walked by with her child. The young girl pedaled away on a tricycle. The warm sight helped to calm Alice's nerves. After a few more minutes passed, Alice fished out her phone to call Annabelle. As she got into her contacts file, the jarring buzz of the door unlocking sounded. Alice slipped into the building and finished the short walk to Annabelle's unit. She was about to knock on the door, but stopped when she heard fumbling on the other side. A few seconds later, the door swung open as Annabelle flopped back into her wheelchair. Sorry about the wait. I was laying down for a few. Alice stepped in and pushed the door firmly shut behind her. No worries. I was stuck in traffic anyway. Annabelle backed up and gave Alice enough room to squeeze past. Did I miss anything in finance class? No. Just some interest rate equation with 50,000 variables. But Professor Lewis said we don't have to memorize it. Just understand how everything flows together. Alice set her book bag on the table in the small kitchen area and took out the finance textbook, her notepad, and the extra copy of notes she'd made back at LeBlanc Corp. I took a look through the homework, said Annabelle. It didn't seem too bad. She made her way to the side of the table without a chair and slid right in. Have you started counting the days till graduation? Alice snorted. No. Well, maybe. There's too much other stuff going on. She was tempted to ask how the physical therapy session that led to Annabelle missing class went, but held her tongue. If Annabelle wanted to talk about her progress, she would. Although her friend had never seemed to mind discussing the car accident that changed her life forever, Alice never felt comfortable asking. Is Armand working you to the bone again? Asked Annabelle. No. Today wasn't too bad. Not nearly as busy as I thought it'd be. But then again, Armand barely, never mind. Annabelle leaned forward, her dark eyes wide. Don't never mind me. I want to know. Armand barely what? I don't know. He went out to lunch with his new supermodel girlfriend and was strange when he got back. Stranger than normal? Alice cracked a smile. Good point. But yes. He was stranger than normal. I know he was swamped with work today, but he hardly asked me to do anything. I didn't review any spreadsheets, scan email, help out other departments. All I did was answer the phone. I felt like such a secretary? Her brow furrowed as she replayed the afternoon in her head again. Yeah. I know I started out that way, but the past few years we've been operating more like a partnership. I don't know what happened in Paris to change that. Maybe he realized exactly how much he appreciates you. Alice's gaze shot to Annabelle. Don't say that. He sees me as an asset to the company. Trust me, I spent years wanting him to see me any other way. We have the perfect, professional relationship. If you say so. The memory of Armand's eyes roaming over her came back in a sudden rush. She took a deep gulp and pushed the thought away before she blushed. He probably just got into a fight with his new girlfriend. Just forget it. Let's talk interest rates. Please, snorted Annabelle. If the choice is between smokin' billionaires and finance, the answer is always the hot guy. Alice rubbed the bridge of her nose. The last thing she needed was her old feelings to roar to the surface. What if the choice is between boy talk and actually passing one of our last college classes? Annabelle threw her head back in mock despair. I hate it when you talk reasonably. Just wait until I start talking interest rates, muttered Alice as she cracked open the textbook. You won't be able to contain your excitement.
Loving this book? Dive into this uncensored book and tons more at author AliceFox.com. Use code YouTube10 for 10% off your first order. Also, comment Spicy Romance for a chance to get a whole Mafia romance bundle for free. Comment as many times as you want. The more comments, the more chances to win. I will pick 10 winners. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel for new books weekly.
Chapter 3. By Friday, things were mostly back to normal. As the accountants worked to finish the 3 years' worth of audits in order to file with the SEC, it was a mad rush for Alice to get them all the documents they wanted. Whatever had bothered Armand earlier in the week, neither of them had enough time to let it get in the way of the audits. Since she'd been with the company longer than half the LeBlanc Corp accounting staff, Alice was in charge of pulling a lot of the invoices being requested. She was happier to help when the requests didn't come in at 5 o'clock on a Friday. After spending an hour looking for the latest invoice, she gave up. If it wasn't in the archived files in the storage room or saved electronically, she had a bad feeling they didn't have any copies at all. And she became much less motivated to dig through dusty file cabinets at 7 p.m. on a Friday. As she trudged back to her desk, she brushed some lingering dust off her black and white patterned skirt. She sighed in relief when she glanced up to see light shining from under Armand's door. She dumped this on him. If he couldn't figure it out within 15 minutes, it would be a Monday problem. "Armand," she called through the door. "You have a minute?" "Yeah." His deep timbre had no problem penetrating the wood. She twisted the knob and leaned in. "Are you sure? I know you and Oksana had something tonight." She halfway wanted him to say he was busy, so they could both leave. Shit. He pulled his phone off the charger hooked up to his computer and glanced at the screen. "She would have texted me if she was downstairs, so we have a few minutes." "What's up?" Alice mentally cursed. "You were supposed to say you were busy so we could both get out of here." She crossed the room. He smiled at her, his blue eyes darker than normal with the nightscape behind him. "Come on. You know you're as much of a workaholic as me." She grunted. "I refuse to believe that. Says the woman who's here instead of enjoying her weekend. I don't have a choice. Gavin will kill me if I don't get these pulled." She held up the list of invoices as proof. "If he gives you more crap, tell him I said to go to hell. You're doing his job right now, and he'd damn well better realize it." Alice bit her lip to avoid grinning like an idiot. It was always nice to know he had her back. "Ah. I love it when you get sentimental." He cocked his head in acknowledgement. "Any time? Now what are we looking at?" He motioned to the paper in her hand. "Right. Invoices." She moved around his desk and leaned a hip against the dark wood to give her aching feet a break. She'd mastered the art of wearing heels for the 9-to-5 day, but they were a bit hard to handle during the late nights. She wistfully thought of her tennis shoes in her oversized purse at her desk. Heels at work were one thing, but wearing them on the train was too much for her feet to bear. He held out a hand, and she gave him the printout of the invoice request. "I was able to find everything on this list they sent over, except for this one." She bent over his shoulder and pointed to the one item not crossed out. "It's the consulting that Edward Durbing did for us. Was there a contract or anything floating around that I don't know about?" Armand set the paper down and rubbed his eyes. "I remember talking about the fee. I remember paying the fee. But I don't remember if we ever got it in writing. This was years ago. Doesn't our payment and the fact he hasn't sued yet prove that it was booked for the right amount?" "Maybe. I'll have to call Eddie on Monday and see if he has anything on file." Armand fell back into his chair and looked up to Alice. "Was that the only one?" "Everything else is good," she whispered. From this angle he was so close, she could feel his heat against her legs and smell the faint hint of his cologne. Or was that shaving cream? Either way, it was utterly masculine, and so Armand. As she was about to jerk away, she caught his gaze. Oh my God. Those beautiful, intense eyes were wholly focused on her. Almost as though he was thinking the Armande thing she was. As though he was only seconds away from leaning up and pressing his lips against hers. A breath caught in her throat, and she bit her bottom lip, trying desperately to convince herself to look away. To do anything but the one thing she wanted to. The elevator dinged, and the spell was broken. Alice blinked a few times and glanced away, choosing instead to stare intently at the windows in front of her. Her body suddenly remembered to breathe again, and she took some long, calming breaths. I'm sorry, she muttered. I should. It's Oksana, Armand said. Alice frowned, but then she heard the click-clack of stilettos headed toward Armand's office. I'll just... Armand jumped up, his chair wheeled across the floor and clanged into the window. It's late. You should probably get going. Armand, what? He set a hand on her back and guided her toward his door. Really? It's the weekend. You should be off enjoying yourself. The closer they got to her desk, the faster he moved, and Oksana's footsteps grew louder and louder. Is this about Oksana? Is something wrong? Instead of answering her or explaining himself, he practically shoved her toward her desk as Oksana turned the corner, her svelte frame wrapped in a beautiful green dress that showed off her long legs and tiny waist to perfection. "Hey babe." Armand turned every ounce of his attention away from Alice. For a few moments, Alice stood in a stunned silence as Oksana leaned into Armand and placed a soft kiss on his lips. His eyes widened at the kiss, and for a quick second his gaze met Alice's across the hallway, and a flash of guilt marred his features. He pulled away from Oksana. "Let's go in here." He took Oksana's hand in his and pulled her into his office. What the hell was wrong with him? They hadn't done anything questionable. Certainly nothing worthy of rushing her aside to avoid his girlfriend of a whole 3 weeks. Alice shook her head and bent down to pick up her oversized purse when the sound of Armand's deep voice reached her ears. "Hey. I thought we were meeting downstairs," he said. Alice cocked her head as she stared at Armand's office. In his jumbled rush to get Oksana as far from her as possible, he'd left the door open a tiny crack. How unlike him. Armand wasn't prone to flights of crazy. Maybe there was a logical explanation, and she just needed to give him a minute. Not that Alice could think of any possible reason he'd hide her from his girlfriend, but she owed him a chance. "I wanted to surprise you," Oksana purred. "You're all alone up in your big palace. I figured you'd want company." Okay, it was time to get the hell out of Dodge. She stared intently at the flashing screens of her computer as it shut down. "I'm not alone," said Armand. "There are plenty of people still here. Alice is right outside." Oksana laughed. "She's a smart girl. I'm sure she knows what we're doing." Alice rolled her eyes. "Seriously? Did you talk with her about boundaries yet?" Alice's ears perked up at that. Why would Armand need to talk to her about boundaries? He was the one making out with his girlfriend in front of her. She should leave. At this point, listening in on a private conversation between her boss and his girlfriend wouldn't bring anything but trouble. "I've been too busy to deal with the Alice problem," he muttered, irritation evident in his voice. Okay, now she couldn't leave. Alice problem? She tiptoed over to the crack of light coming from the door, trying to keep her footsteps as quiet as possible. "I know you agree." Oksana leaned into his chest and stared up at him, wearing the exact Armande pout Alice had seen in all those swimsuit photos. "It would be best for everyone involved if Alice were out of your life." Armand stumbled back and ran into his own desk. "I've made up my mind. We're not going to talk about this anymore. Now, I think Alice made reservations for 8. Oksana's sensual pout turned sour. "Armand, you have to trust me. I know people, and Alice will thank you eventually. It might hurt her at first, but she'll get over it." Every muscle in her body stiffened at the words. Why were they talking about firing her? Why wasn't Armand defending her? "We really need to go." Armand shut his laptop. His gaze shot to the crack in the door. Right to where Alice peeped in on their conversation. About her. She jerked away from the crack of light and held her breath. "Come on, Armand," she tried to say telepathically. "Say something. Tell her she's wrong. Tell her you need me." Oksana must have noticed the long silence. "Is everything okay, Armand?" This was his chance. He could tell off Oksana and let her know exactly how important Alice was to him. He could break up with her right then and there, never look back at the selfish, indulgent creature he'd brought back with him from Paris. "I'll talk to her next week. Now, I think I left my jacket at lunch. Let's head out, and I'll call the restaurant on the way to see if they still have it." Alice felt all the blood drain from her face. That was it? He'd known her for 6 years and had dated Oksana for 3 weeks. Was that how little she meant to him? Her brows scrunched together and she struggled to catch her breath, but she wouldn't let herself cry. Not over someone who obviously felt so little for her. She twisted around and fell back against the cool wall as she tried to regain her composure. If she left now, she'd probably end up sharing the elevator with them. God, how embarrassing. Maybe she could hide out in the bathroom for a few minutes, and once they were gone, she could leave gracefully. Gracefully. Screw that. Not letting herself overthink it, Alice pounded her hands against the wall as she pushed herself forward. Damn it, Alice, wait, called Armand from behind her. Was she listening? Asked a shocked Oksana. What Alice wouldn't give to never hear her voice again. Alice ignored them both and stomped over to her desk. She grabbed her purse from the floor next to her chair and reached for her computer. No. The computer was company property. Once again, her emotions threatened to bubble up, and she tried to breathe her way through it. No. She wasn't going to give Armand or Oksana or anyone else in the damn building the satisfaction of seeing her cry. Alice, shouted Armand from behind her. Go to hell, she bit out. She needed to get as far away from him and his supermodel and this place as possible. At least let me explain. Explain what? She twisted around to look at the man she'd considered a friend up until 5 minutes ago. Why, she's talking about you getting rid of me? Why the hell would you even be talking about me with her? I am none of her business and… Alice broke off as she took another breath that did nothing to calm her nerves. I'm leaving. She turned away. He followed her retreat to the elevator. You can't leave. She repeatedly jammed her finger into the down arrow and willed the damn doors to open. I can do whatever I want. You don't want me anymore, remember? God. After everything we've been through. Everything I've done for you. Armand slid between her and the elevator bay. Alice turned her gaze away, not wanting to meet his eyes. She knew she'd burst into tears at the sight of his beautiful face. One more reminder of the knife stuck in her back. Oksana was nowhere in sight, which was probably for the best, considering Alice's mood. I'm not trying to get rid of you. If you just listen. 3 weeks. You've known her 3 weeks. Why is she telling you anything about me? I have supported you, no matter what trouble you were in or what hole I had to dig you out of, I have been there. 3 weeks. Armand was silent as the elevator dinged behind him. He looked down at her, expression tense with everything he held back. But Alice didn't want to hear what he had to say. She just wanted to go home and forget this ever happened. Yep. There were the tears. As they rolled down her cheeks, she pushed Armand aside. His hard muscles beneath her hand were proof of how much stronger he was, but he obediently moved aside. Of course, her last memory of Armand would be how fit he was. She was so pathetic. Stomping out like a 3-year-old and crying her eyes out. 6 years of dignity flushed away with one temper tantrum. She threw herself against the side of the elevator as she fished through her purse for her tennis shoes. With the state she was in, she wouldn't make it 10 feet in heels. As the doors shut, Armand's arms shot in and caused them to slide back open. He crossed into the elevator and once again stood in front of her, crowding her against the wall. Alice let out a defeated sigh. Just go back to your girlfriend, she breathed. I don't want to fight with you. I just want to go home. Alice, he said softly. She looked up at him and held her arms up in surrender. What? What do you want from me? You want me gone and I'm leaving. The doors slid shut behind him, and she was confronted with the fact she was stuck alone with Armand for a 50-floor descent. Her arms fell limply to the side and she lowered her gaze. There was nowhere else to look, so she focused on the 3rd button down on his white dress shirt. 1 floor down. 2. Just 48 more to go. The button moved closer. I don't want you to go. Why did he still want to talk about this? Well, you should have thought about that before. He hooked a finger under her chin and tilted her face up. She gasped in shock, but then his mouth covered hers, and everything else seemed to fade away. All of her disappointment and hurt and rage bubbled into the kiss, and instead of pushing him away, she pulled him closer. He angled his head for better access as her fingers curled in his collar. She wasn't gentle or soft. She pressed her lips into his, not forgiving him even as she allowed his hands to roam over her back, her rear. His fingers gripped her thighs. He leaned forward, crushed her against the wall, and leaned his full weight against her. His muscled body against her softer curves. She groaned at the contrast and ran her tongue over his lips. It was his turn to groan as his fingers found the hem of her skirt and moved up, skimmed along her bare thigh. Ding! The elevator doors opened to reveal the deserted lobby of the office building, but neither of them moved. They remained intertwined, both gasping for air. The doors closed, and Alice finally managed to remove her hands from his collar. They slid over his shoulders to his chest. For a brief moment, she allowed herself to savor the feel of his heart pumping through his shirt. Savored the notion that his world was as off-kilter from the kiss as hers was. And then she pushed him away. "Alice," he whispered again. She picked up the purse she'd dropped and hit the button to open the doors. "You've upset me so many times in the past 6 years, Armand." The doors slid apart, and she looked over her shoulder at him, not even caring about the streaks of tears that streamed down her cheeks. "But I've never hated you like I do right now. Don't call me. Don't email me. I just want you out of my life." He opened his mouth to say something, but Alice was gone before any sound emerged. Chapter 4. Alice stumbled out of bed and blinked at the bright light that streamed through the windows. What time was it? Didn't matter. She was unemployed now. Well, it was Saturday, so it didn't matter anyway, but her mind was still stuck on the idea of being unemployed. She hadn't been on the job LeBlanc in ages. Interviewing trends had probably changed a lot in the last decade. Of course, by now she'd replayed the previous night in her mind thousands of times. In hindsight, she could have reacted better. If she'd given him a chance to fire her, she might have actually gotten severance pay. He hadn't actually fired her. But he told Oksana he would. Well, he didn't say he wasn't going to fire her. How on earth had Oksana built up so much hatred toward Alice in 5 days? The sudden buzzing of her intercom pulled her from her thoughts. Was that Armand? Her heart leapt at the thought of him begging for forgiveness, offering her a raise and extra perks if she would come back. As much as she liked the idea of Armand groveling at her feet, she sobered as she remembered the still fresh wound of his betrayal. Even if he offered her a way to stay in the city she loved and work at a company she'd put so much time into, how could she forgive him that quickly? It might not even be Armand at the door. Knowing her luck at the moment, it was some delivery or salesperson who hit every button just to get inside. Alice smacked her hand over her intercom speaker button. "What?" she asked, her tone as unenthusiastic as she felt. "Miss Carter?" Alice's heart sunk. The voice was deep and male, but definitely not Armand. "This is her. I was hoping we could have a word. If you prefer, we can go out to lunch." Alice cast a dubious glance at the window. Could it really be lunchtime already? No matter what time it was, her eyes were red from crying and her face was smeared with yesterday's makeup. It would take her at least a half hour to get presentable. "Who is this?" "My name is Donald LeBlanc." A few long seconds of silence ticked by as Alice stared in horror at the cream-colored intercom. "The Donald LeBlanc?" "Ms. Carter, I don't want to sound rude, but I'd prefer to finish this conversation face-to-face. Would you mind inviting me up?" Donald LeBlanc was asking to come up to her apartment. Cleanliness-wise, the studio was okay, but she couldn't possibly let one of the richest men in New York into her 500-square-foot home. His bathroom was probably bigger than her entire place. I'm not really up for company." Did she really just turn Donald LeBlanc away? "I assure you I won't pass any judgment. I do have some pressing matters I'd like to discuss." If he insisted, who was she to say no? Armand would be furious when he found out about this, but that would be his problem. Actually, he would probably be interested in what his father was doing at her apartment, and then get furious. And there she went again, basing her decisions off of what Armand would want. That was old Alice. This was new, reckless Alice. Come on up. She hit the button to unlock the front door. She was on the 6th floor and at the end of the hall, so if she was lucky, she'd have 2 to 3 minutes before he was at her unit. Running past the kitchen area, Alice opened the one door in the apartment to get into her bathroom. She took a good 10 seconds to take in her frazzled appearance and make a game plan. She flipped on the hot water dial and grabbed a brush. Her dark hair was a frizzy mess, but it was quick enough to run a brush through her naturally straight chestnut locks and pull it back into a tight ponytail. By now the water had gone from frigid to lukewarm, and she ran her washcloth under the stream before she wiped down her face. Once the dark smudges under her eyes were gone, she managed to appear semi-human. There was actually a minute amount of eyeliner still around her eyes, which made the dark brown of her eyes seem even darker. She wished she had time to put some concealer over the brown circles under her eyes that managed to look even worse than normal thanks to the crying, but she needed to pick her battles. She'd probably already used up her 2 minutes, but she hadn't heard a knock yet. She jogged out of the bathroom, slipping off her sleeping shorts as she moved. By the time she reached her dresser, the shorts were off and she slipped on a pair of jeans. She shoved the discarded shorts into the jean drawer and slipped her shirt off. A rapping sound came from the front of the apartment, but she sure as hell wasn't opening the door topless. After throwing on a bra and black t-shirt, she slammed her drawers closed and ran to the door. Not being a complete idiot, she leaned in and peered through the peephole. Her breath caught in her throat. Sure enough, there was Donald LeBlanc in her hallway. Real estate mogul, businessman extraordinaire. The only thing he wasn't perfect at was being a dad. At least according to Armand. And now he stood outside her door and waited to talk to her. She twisted the knob and looked right into Armand's blue eyes. The shock of the similarity between father and son was striking. Though Donald's neatly trimmed white beard, the Armande snow white as the hair on his head, covered his wrinkled face, she could tell he had the Armande strong cheekbones and jaw that she was so used to seeing on Armand. "Hi, Mr. LeBlanc. It's a pleasure to meet you." She held a hand out, which he met with a firm shake. "No need for the pleasantries, Miss Carter. I'm fully aware that I'm intruding on your Saturday. Feel free to call me Donald. And you can call me Alice. Come on in." She backed away to give him room. He moved past her as his eyes roamed over her living space. "It isn't much, but it has everything I need," she murmured, unable to stop her self-consciousness from taking over. "Nonsense, Alice. This is a tough city, and you're already doing much better than so many others." He turned back to her, and Alice stood straighter. "I know about you," he said. "Know about me? What does that mean? It's a crazy world we live in these days. Knowledge is power. For instance, I know that you know who your father is but never visit him. You were born in Kentucky, but your mother moved to New Jersey when she had financial troubles. There you lived together with your aunt as your mother's drug addiction got worse, until your aunt kicked her out. When you were 16, your aunt gained full custody of you, and even though you had good grades, you didn't have the money for anything more than community college." Alice held up a hand. "Please stop. I'm suitably creeped out." "I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention," he said. "You're majoring in business management? Now you're just asking questions you already know the answer to." She was about to find out whether he liked sass as much as his son. And just like Armand, he simply tilted his head a fraction. A tiny acknowledgement of her point. Good grief, the similarities between the two were unbelievable. It's such a vague degree. So many directions you can take with it. Do you really think you can handle the business world? She crossed her arms over her chest. Now that she realized how similar he was to his son, she knew she couldn't show any sign of weakness. "I've done okay so far. As secretary to a playboy running a company no one has ever heard of. What kind of job do you think that will get you?" Alice clenched her jaw. She wanted to give a witty retort, but she'd been asking herself that Armande question all night. "I'm sure you'll find something," Your grades are good, and you have a decent story behind you. But this is an expensive city. How much do you think an entry-level management position pays? Probably not enough to afford this tiny apartment. And how much smaller do you really think you can go? I'm assuming you didn't come here with the sole purpose of making me feel like crap. Please either get to the point or get out. My point is that your resume isn't that impressive. LeBlanc Corp isn't public yet, and not enough people know what it is. No one will realize the particular demands of working with my son, and I'm sure none of them can appreciate how much time and energy you devoted to Armandul. I believe that kind of devotion needs to be rewarded. You're offering me a job? Good grief. If Armand ever found out about this, he would lose his shit. No. She had to stop thinking about Armand's reaction. Donald offered her the job. I'm here to present you a career. He leaned in closer. Not as a secretary, admin assistant, or whatever the hell they're calling it these days. You'll start out small, mostly busy work. Probably the Armande thing you were doing at LeBlanc Corp. But as you get a better feel for how I operate, you can go whichever direction you want to. Accounting, sales, finance. This is exactly what you deserve and what no one else can offer you but me. I'll pay you double what you'd get anywhere else. Alice's eyes narrowed. I'm not getting involved in your corporate espionage. The fact you're here guarantees that you have eyes and ears in LeBlanc Corp. I'm no spy. He let out a laugh. No spying necessary. Legitimate work. It might not always be easy, but it will be rewarding and will be a great foundation to build a career on. It almost sounds too good to be true. She would be able to stay in the city, finish school, and be on a better career path than before. There had to be a catch. Does it? If Armand was impressed by you, that's saying something. If he is foolish enough to let you go, I'm going to swipe you up before he realizes his mistake. Alice took a step away from Donald. I don't want to be a part of your feud. I don't know why you haven't talked to each other in years, and he never mentioned it. I'm not some tug-of-war toy. Don't overthink this, he said in a soft voice. I'm being completely upfront right now. Everything is on the table. You're unemployed. You have a good head for people and business. I want that kind of mind making my company better. Yes or no? I have to answer right now? Her eyes widened at the thought of having to choose right that second. I'll give you until 5 tonight. Donald removed his wallet from his back pocket and fished out a business card. My mobile number is here. He handed her the simple white card. I'm sure you understand that number is private. Alice fingered the tiny piece of paper. She held Donald LeBlanc's cell phone number in her hand. Good grief. I can be discreet. He nodded and moved toward the door. Suddenly remembering her manners, Alice followed him and raced to open the door for him. It was an honor to meet you, sir. Donald crossed into the hallway. It was a pleasure, Alice Carter. I'm eager to hear from you. The corner of her mouth ticked up. You sound as self-assured as Armand. He considered her a moment. A slow grin formed on his face. That makes me happy to hear. I would love to have you on my team. From the second Alice glimpsed the raw appreciation he had for her every mention of his son, her mind was made up. Her time with LeBlanc Jr. was over. It was time to move up in the world. Chapter 5. Armand dug through the pile of pink message slips on his desk. Where the hell did all these come from? There was one from 10:30 in the morning. He ripped the phone off the hook and hit one of the speed dial buttons. Eric, why is there a message here from 5 hours ago that I didn't know about? Well sir, you were busy all morning and I only just had a chance to drop it off. Armand rolled his eyes. Alice could strut into his office in the midst of even the most intense discussions, and he wouldn't notice until he went to take another sip of coffee, to find his glass had magically been refilled. Eric couldn't even sneak in to hand him a damn phone message? Try to be quicker next time. This could be important. Yes, sir. No problem, sir. He dropped the phone into place while he shook his head. After a 3-week search, Eric had really seemed as if he'd be perfect. Finance major like Alice, so he could do more than pour coffee. He came from a good business family, so he should have been used to the high pressures of being at the beck and call of a CEO. Armin's own father had sure as hell put him through the ringer. As a teen, he spent more time at the office or going to meetings with his dad than sneaking out to party with friends. Eric had been with LeBlanc Corp for a full week, and he hadn't managed to fit in any better with Armand or the other staff. If anything, his stutter got worse. Armand picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts list until he found the number for Alice's cell. It had been 2 weeks since he'd tried to call her last. She'd dropped off the face of the planet after that night. None of his calls were ever answered or returned. She didn't respond to any of his emails. At one point, he'd borrowed a cab driver's cell to verify it wasn't just LeBlanc Corp numbers she was avoiding. He told his driver to take the hour-long detour to her apartment a few times since their blowout, but had never been able to actually walk to the door. It somehow seemed a bit too stalkerish. Too unprofessional. Hell, the kiss had already overstepped all lines of propriety. He rubbed a hand over his eyes and replayed the scene in the elevator. Her hands pulling him closer. His fingers riding along the delicate skin of her thighs. He tried like hell to regret it, but all he could think about was getting the chance to do it again. She obviously had other ideas. But it wasn't as if she pushed him away. He'd been so desperate to get her to listen to him, to believe him when he said he didn't want to get rid of her. To understand that he cared too much about her for her to work so closely with him. The kiss was purely instinctive. A way to get her to pay attention to him and stop yelling. He never expected it to explode like it did. Her to pull him closer and him to follow her lead, as if he were back to being a 15-year-old virgin. His sweet, utterly professional admin had burned beneath his hands, had put more passion into that kiss than he could have anticipated possible. How had he been so close to her for 6 years and never imagined it could be like that between them? Sure, she was an attractive woman, but he never thought that them being together could blow his mind. He'd been with women who made millions off their appearances, but had never felt the driving need to be with someone like he had for those few short minutes with Alice. The door to his office creaked open as the bees walked in. He put a smile on his face, not letting his confusion show. As far as he knew, he wasn't meeting with the bees until Thursday. Afternoon, Jackson. Matthew. Jackson Booth and Matthew Berkey were essential to getting LeBlanc Corp up and running, but Armand was counting down the days until he was rid of their oversight. While Armand's trust fund from his grandparents was sizable, it wasn't enough to get a corporation in the size and scope he'd always envisioned up and running. So he'd recruited the bees. Both rich, both would rather spend their time on a golf course instead of behind a desk. He'd sold them each a 30% stake in the company in return for a fortune in capital. He'd been slowly saving up enough to pay them back plus interest, and was finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. "Hello, LeBlanc," said Jackson. "Hope you weren't too busy." Armand shook his head and gestured for them to sit. Matthew waved his arms in declining motion. "Oh no. We're just dropping by. We were going to call, but decided to just take a cab over. We were uptown anyway. We heard the auditors were finally gone." "Ah. Good news at least." "Yeah. They packed up last Thursday. We should have the financials and reports for the SEC by next week." Both men nodded in unison. Their tendency to do everything as a pair, one of the things that attracted him to them as investors in the first place, was why he always called them the bees. Alice had laughed for 5 minutes straight when he told her his internal nickname for them. It had been their little inside joke since then. When he told Eric, the assistant merely nodded and mumbled a, "Good idea, sir." "We also wanted to start talking about the sale," said Jackson. There it was. The real reason for the visit. Ask away. We were just hoping you could send over a draft of the paperwork to our lawyer. We all know how long these things can take, so we figured it would be best to get a head start, said Matthew. Music to his ears. He was more than happy to get them whatever they needed to have the sale commence as quickly as possible. I think that's a great idea. Are you still with Stuart? Both nodded at once, but Jackson spoke. Yep. Glad we're on the Armande page. We'll let you? The door creaked open once again. All three men turned to see the sudden intruder. And there was Eric, sticking a flustered head in. Sir, I know you said to interrupt you for important messages. Armand's jaw dropped as he stared down his utterly inept administrative assistant. There was nothing more important than the bees. As long as they owned 60% together, he was their lapdog. Give me the message. As nervous as he seemed, Eric didn't seem to hear the agitated tone. He quickly crossed over to Armand's desk, set down a piece of paper, and then shuffled back out. Armand let out a sigh and returned his gaze to the bees. I'll get that paperwork sent over as soon as possible. Jackson grunted. Whatever happened to that girl? The pretty one? It was the question he'd been getting repeatedly over the past 4 weeks, and it never got easier to answer. She graduated from school and moved on to bigger and better things, he lied. Pity, said Matthew. We'll leave you to it then. Thanks for meeting us on short notice, said Jackson. More like no notice, but Armand wasn't about to correct him. You know you're welcome any time. Armand pushed himself out of the chair and walked around to get the door for the bees. Have a safe drive out of the city, he called as they left and headed for the elevators. As soon as they were out of sight, he shut the door with a bit more force than he was proud of. Damn it. That meeting had gone fine. There was no reason for him to be even slightly grouchy, but Eric seemed to bring the worst out in him. So what the hell was so important for him to barge into a meeting between the 3 most important people in the company? Armand fell back into his chair and picked up the white envelope Eric had dropped off. There was no stamp, so it was hand-delivered. 2 thick pieces of cardboard slid out of the envelope, each decorated with a print of some type of child's drawing. The Jude Gala. He'd somehow forgotten about it. Alice wasn't around to remind him, and Oksana hadn't complained about him bailing on her launch party since that tumultuous night. After that, he and Oksana had distanced their relationship. At this point, their association was mostly for show, and neither seemed to want more. The memory of Alice convincing him to go to the gala was still fresh in his mind. When she'd admitted she'd bought 2 tickets already, he'd jokingly told her she would need to go. It might have been a joke at the time, but he would love the chance to get her cornered at a table for a few hours. If he could just get her alone, he was sure he could convince her to come back. She was such a stickler for charity. His heart beat a bit faster as he snatched his phone off the desk again. Alice's contact info screen was still up, so with a brush of his fingertip he sent the call. As he expected, the ringing continued until it went to voicemail. Alice? You're obviously ignoring my calls, but I figured this warrants a face-to-face discussion. I just got the tickets to the Jude Gala and, if I recall correctly, you're my date. If you don't go with me, I'm going to decline last minute and ask for my donation back. So I suggest you dust off your nicest dress and get ready for my car to pick you up Saturday at 8. He ended the call and set the phone down. He stared at the small black device as if it were a bomb about to explode. Sure enough, 2 minutes later his notification light came on. He pounced on it and madly moved his fingers on the screen to see whether it was Alice. A wide grin covered his face when he saw that she'd sent him a text. Her first contact since she'd stormed out. He opened the message. You're bluffing. She was right, of course. He might be ruthless in business, but when it came to kids, it was hard for him to say no. Nonetheless, he responded, You sure you want to find out? The minutes ticked by. He should check his email or return calls, but all he could do was stare at the phone. 10 minutes later, it chirped. "You're an ass." Victory. He had her now. This charity was much too important for her to chance anything going wrong, and they both knew it. "See you Saturday." His phone chirped again. "I'll take a damn cab. Overnight me my ticket." He grinned like an idiot for the rest of the day as he actually got some work done.
Want to win a free book bundle with 3 fantastic reads in one? Drop the word bossy in the comments below to get a shot at winning this jackpot. No limit on entries, so fire away with bossy as many times as you like. From this very video, I'll be picking 3 winners to snag this trio of books. Don't miss out on this chance to stack up your reading list. Type bossy and cross your fingers.
Loving this book? Dive into this uncensored book and tons more at author AliceFox.com. Use code YouTube10 for 10% off your first order. Also, comment "Spicy Romance" for a chance to get a whole Mafia romance bundle for free. Comment as many times as you want. The more comments, the more chances to win. I will pick 10 winners. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel for new books weekly.
Chapter 6. Alice stared down at her choices. Plain black, elegant. Bright, tailored, attention-getting. They were her 2 favorite dresses, and she would wear one of them to the gala. She just had to choose in the next 15 minutes. Her hair was pulled back in a simple but fancier-looking braid. To make it appear a bit more formal, she had curled the few strands that framed her face. Since it was a fancy occasion, she spent a lot more time on her makeup. Her skin glowed, a finishing powder gave her cheeks a subtle glow when the light hit them just right. Her lids were lined in black, making her dark brown eyes appear almost black. Either way, she'd fit in with the guests who all made over 7 figures a year. She was a master at fitting in with the elite. The real question was how she wanted Armand to see her. It was their first meeting in over a month, and the day she'd been avoiding was here. She was going to have to tell him where she was working. To be honest, she was half surprised he hadn't called in a fit of rage to scream at her for the betrayal, but every voicemail had been relatively calm and apologetic. Each used a different tactic to get her to agree to come back. Some told her how great she was at her job. Some told her she'd never have to see Oksana again. But the ones that guaranteed she wouldn't return his calls were the apology ones. No apologies for his thinking about firing her or transferring her as he claimed in the messages. They apologized for what happened in the elevator. Not for talking about her with his girlfriend of 3 weeks. Not for neglecting to include her in these conversations about her future. For kissing her. As if she needed that whole ordeal to be more embarrassing. Those few moments of perfection. That little glimpse into what having Armand all to herself could be. The kiss that highlighted all she was walking away from was the one thing he was sorry for. If it weren't for Donald's job offer, there was a very real chance she'd have taken her old job back. She didn't have a degree, so it would be hard to find a job that would enable her to keep her apartment in the city. Her aunt would have no problem with her moving back home, but it would be near impossible for her to commute from New Jersey to the university to finish her classes and work a job to pay off her already accumulated student loans. Her only other option would be to move in with Annabelle and Annabelle's mother, but their tiny apartment in that horrible neighborhood wasn't any bigger than Alice's, and it had to house 2 women. So Donald really had been her savior that day. So far, everything he'd told her had been the truth. She had a very generous salary, and she worked on complex projects with a very experienced group of professionals to guide her in her new duties. Most importantly, he hadn't asked her to do anything questionable in regards to her relationship with his son. Though she had a feeling Armand wouldn't believe her when she told him. She massaged her temples. Good Lord! Was she really going to tell Armand she was working for his father? Confidence. She needed to be strong and stand on her own 2 feet. She needed to glare into his beautiful eyes and tell him that he'd lost her and she was never coming back. Red dress it was. She slipped into the clingy material. It was tight, but the thicker fabric was structured enough for the fit to be forgiving. Even though she had slowly lost weight in the years working for Armand, she was still far from model skinny. The impressively high black heels she slipped on made her bared legs appear longer and slimmer. The sweetheart neckline was low but not too scandalous. As long as she didn't wear a push-up bra, the girls were concealed well enough. She added some simple black earrings and a long black pendant. The deep V of the necklace added to the slimming effect. It was one of the most important things she'd learned in the city. She didn't have to be a high roller or super skinny, but she could fake it, damn it. Finally satisfied with her appearance, Alice stuffed her purse with anything she might possibly need. As she finished, the cab company called to say her car was below. Though she normally used stairs, she took the elevator down in deference to her shoes. Her nerves had been held at bay for the most part during her frantic rush to get ready. As she sat in the back of a cab that had seen better days, she was left with nothing to do but play out possible scenarios in her mind. What would Armand say when he saw her? Would he mention the kiss? Did she want him to? Were he and Oksana still together? He never mentioned a breakup in any of his voicemails. Did she care if they were together anymore? The questions filtered through her cluttered mind until the cab finally stopped in front of an impressive skyscraper. The bottom stories made out of a black material that seemed to shimmer under the bright lights of the city at night. Alice was one of many arriving at the Armande time, so she fell in line with the well-dressed crowd and followed their lead. Some signs pointed the guests to a welcome station, where everyone turned in their tickets in exchange for a name tag and their table assignments. From there, she followed the crowd into the impressively decked-out ballroom. Massive chandeliers hung from the ceiling, but the glow from the hundreds of lights were dim enough to give the room a nice ambiance. In contrast to the guests dressed up to the nines were the large posters set up along the edge of the room. Half of the posters were enlarged, cheery drawings by children the gala was benefiting, and half of the posters were photographs of kids smiling and playing. One photo in particular caught Alice's eye. It was of a few kids running around on some grass, but she recognized the background. It was the event they'd had at Yankee Stadium last year. She'd convinced Armand to go and give an inspirational speech, and he'd dragged her along with him. Not that he'd needed her there. As much as he'd complained and whined about taking the time out of his busy work week, he'd had a blast. He'd talked nonstop with the kids and met a few pro players. Alice grinned at the memory. "Hey, stranger." Alice twisted around at the sound of Armand's voice, only to find him right behind her. "Hey yourself," she muttered. "Great one." Her first time seeing him after storming out of the office, and the best she could manage was, "Hey yourself?" And he looked fantastic. She was already tall at 5'10", and the heels made her well over 6 feet, but she was still eye level with Armand. She'd seen him in a tux plenty of times, but somehow she always managed to be shocked by how handsome he was. As though he'd stepped right out of some debonair Fitzgerald novel. "Have you been to the table yet?" He pulled her from her overwhelming approval of his appearance. "I just walked in. Haven't had a chance to do anything." He nodded, and a few seconds of silence stretched between them. What was he thinking? Did he know she'd been working with his father? If he knew already, he'd be upset, right? "Tell you what," he said. "You go ahead to our table, and I'll grab you a drink. In the mood for anything special?" Alice eyed the amber drink in his hand that she only now noticed. "Are you drinking?" He leaned forward and moved his mouth just inches from her ear. "It's apple juice. But if anyone asks, it's top-shelf whiskey." Alice forced out a laugh, but it was hard to focus on anything with his warm breath that cascaded down her neck and sent shivers up her spine. She took a step back and tried to collect herself. "Diet soda is fine. I'll bring it in a second." He turned to walk back to the bar. She stood still a moment as she watched him cross to the bar. Armand LeBlanc getting her a drink? That was a first. With a glance down at the card that listed out her table, she pushed through the crowds of people and chairs to make her way to the front of the room. Another benefit of being one of the richest men in the room was prime seating. Nothing indicated which chair was for Armand, so she just picked an open seat with a good view of the podium where the speakers would be presenting. She smiled at the other guests at the table, but refrained from introducing herself. She might look the part, but the second they asked how she knew Armand, she'd be stuck. Which would be worse, calling herself his assistant or friend? His ex-assistant? That would just invite more questions. As for friend, she'd always thought they had some sort of friendship. But ever since that night, she'd questioned it. Every memory of him was now tainted with the idea that she was nothing more than an employee to him. "Here you go," said Armand from behind her as he set a glass in front of her. That was fast. Wasn't there a line? The bartender made an exception. He pulled the chair next to her out and flopped down. Armand didn't have the perfect posture of some of the elite she'd met in the city. He always seemed so relatable and easygoing. It was one of the ways he'd been able to secure so many good business consolidations in his time building up LeBlanc Corp. While he relaxed into his seat, Alice fiddled with her drink and mindlessly stirred the contents with her straw. She should say something. Mention the traffic or the weather or anything to break the awkwardness. But all she could manage was pulling out the evening's program. As she pretended to be interested in the list of guest speakers, she could feel Armand's gaze on her. "How have you been?" He leaned in so their conversation could be a bit more private. Her heart kicked up a notch. She should tell him. Just spit out that she was working for his father and get it over with. "Okay," was all she managed. "I was bluffing," he said. Her gaze met his. "Bluffing? Even if I demanded a refund for the tickets, I still would have made a donation. I just don't want you thinking I'm the type of person who would do that." His eyes were so serious, an expression so earnest. "I didn't really think you were. But you showed up anyway." Alice shrugged. "Well, just in case. You really don't think I'd bail on charity to spite you?" "Of course not." He leaned in a bit closer. "But you think I'd fire you?" Her back stiffened as she realized the trap she'd walked into. "I see what you did there. I'm serious. How can you think I'd do something like that?" Alice shifted in her seat and made sure no one glanced in their direction. "I saw it. I heard what she said, and I heard what you didn't say. I would never fire you. You're too important for that. Oksana might not like you, but she could never make me get rid of you." He bent forward and set one big hand over hers on the table. For a few moments, all she could do was stare at his strong masculine fingers against her pale skin. Then she pulled herself out of her trance. "Are you still with her?" She felt his muscles stiffen and knew the answer even before he spoke. "We're not together. Alice pulled her hand away from his. "You really talk a good game, LeBlanc." "Let me explain." Before she could tell him just how sick she was of his explanations, the lights dimmed as the program started. The uplifting and heartbreaking stories shared by the speakers and people close to the Jude Foundation were underscored by the awkward tension between Alice and Armand. All she wanted to do was get up and run out of the building. Any hasty escape was made impossible by the fact that she was in the front of the room. There was no way she could leave without drawing unwanted attention. Coming here had been a bad idea. She was in no way ready to tell Armand where she was working. He obviously came to the gala with a simple goal in mind: get everything back to the way it was before. He could continue with his playboy lifestyle, with her as the perfect little assistant. But there was no going back for her. As soon as the last speaker finished, the room filled with applause. She took her chance and pushed away from the table. She focused on the nearest exit and walked for it as quickly as possible. Of course, Armand was right beside her. He set an arm around her back, his palm on the curve of her hip. She jumped at the contact, tripped over her heels and fell right into his arms. She found herself against his hard chest. Her eyes refused to meet his. After that fall, her cheeks were probably beet red. There went any remaining shreds of dignity for the night. "Alice?" he asked softly above her. "I need to get out of here," she mumbled as she found her footing and continued on to the exit, this time taking it a bit slower. But Armand didn't go anywhere. He just gripped her tighter as he walked her out of the room and into the deserted hallway outside the ballroom. The second they were out of the prying eyes of the crowds, she pulled herself from his grip. "Just stop," she said. "Stop what?" "Everything. Bringing me here like this is some sort of date. Touching me. All this when you're still with your girlfriend, who half caused this whole mess to begin with. I don't know what exactly you think you're going to get out of this, but you need to stop. You want the truth?" He took a step closer as she took a step back. "I'm pretty certain I don't at this point." The kiss. Her heart felt as if it were about to beat out of her chest. "What? Tell me you didn't feel something. Something you wanted more of." Alice shook her head. "Don't do this, Armand." He closed the distance between them. "Alice," he whispered. "I want you, and not as an employee. I want you." She closed her eyes, willing the whole situation to go away. He couldn't be saying this now. Not when he would hate her forever for revealing the truth. "I'm working for your father," she blurted out. Something, anything, to get him to stop professing his feelings for her. Even though she couldn't see, she could feel the tension swirl around her. Forcing herself out of her cowardice, she cracked open her lids and immediately wished she'd kept them closed. Armand couldn't have seemed more shocked if she had punched him. "Armand?" "Why?" he croaked out. She rubbed at the back of her neck. "Why?" "Because you weren't around. I needed a job, and I wasn't ready to come crawling back to someone who is still with the woman who wanted me gone." "No. Don't you make it sound like this is my fault. You knew exactly how I feel about him, but you took the job anyway. This isn't a dig at you. This is business. He offered me a position that is more than just an assistant. It pays better and looks damn good on my resume. He wanted me to. He wanted you so he could use you against me," bit out Armand. Alice took a step back. Even though she expected the accusation, the words still cut right through her. "Because this has nothing to do with my skills I've honed being your little lapdog for the past 6 years. I have handled some of the richest men in the world for you, and gotten you reservations at places with tighter security than Fort Knox. I handled company secrets you wouldn't trust with employees who made 3 times what I made. So please don't feed me that bullshit about how he just wants me to get back at you. This is getting back at me. You standing there and telling me that you're working for him is gutting me in exactly the way he wants." "Gutting? The idea of me working for your father upsets you that much? Where the hell was all this passion over the last 6 years? All you had to do was snap your fingers, and I would have done anything for you. The only reason you're attracted to me now is because you can't have me, and the spoiled rich boy in you hates that." His jaw clenched. "Alice? What's even worse? You came here tonight with such noble intentions. You imagine we could be together. I'd come back with you and everything would be perfect, but you're still with her. I haven't touched her since the night you left. You kept her as a backup," she spat back. Armand took another step away, his muscles tense and eyes filled with rage. "Have it your way? I hope you have a nice career with that man." He started to turn, but twisted back around. "Oksana is helping the business. Having her on my arm gets me and LeBlanc Corp. In papers that wouldn't have looked twice at me otherwise. The party I gave up to be here tonight would have been amazing exposure. So we're on the Armande page. It doesn't matter what devil you're working with, as long as you get more power in the end." Armand's chest heaved up and down as he glared at her. "I was wrong about you. I thought you were different. Better than all the other jaded zombies in the city, but you fit right in, don't you? Alice tightened her lips, not wanting her hurt to show. Maybe I am a zombie, but don't act so high and mighty. I learned all my tricks from you. He nodded through his clenched jaw. Yeah. Good luck keeping your soul over there, Alice. You let me know if you ever want to come back from the dark side. With that, he stormed away and left her alone as the crowd trickled out of the ballroom, giving Alice one last glance. Oblivious of the emerging crowd, she backed up until the wall was there to support her weight. Well, that went well. Chapter 7. Armand glared up at the shining copper skyscraper. A tourist next to him pulled out his cell phone, and the loud click of the camera made Armand's scowl deepen. God, he hated this place. Not wanting to stare at the towering symbol of his father's success any longer, he moved past the gawkers and into the building. He strode right past the security desk, but a burly man stepped out from behind the marble counters before Armand got far. Can I help you, sir? Asked the guard. Armand frowned. He'd been to a lot of offices in the city, and a good 80% of the time, if he walked confidently enough, the guard would let him through, no questions asked. I'm here to see Donald LeBlanc. He knew full well what the response would be. Is he expecting you? Asked the guard, not showing even a hint of disbelief. No. I came here to tell him he's an asshole and didn't want to ruin the surprise. That at least got a grin out of the beefy guy. As much as I'd love to watch that, I'm afraid you need an appointment to get in. Armand rubbed the back of his neck and tried to think of anyone he could call to let him in. Of course, the only person who came to mind was the entire reason he was there to begin with. Can you call Alice Carter? She'll vouch for me. The guard frowned down at Armand. The sweet new one? Armand groaned. Yeah. The sweet one. Hold on a minute. The man moved back behind his counter and dialed some numbers into his phone. Alice? Hey, it's Bowie. Yeah, I'm doing great. How about you? Armand rolled his eyes. She really had everyone wrapped around her finger. The kids are loving this weather. We're hoping to get out of the city this weekend, said the guard. Not having any desire to hear this guy's life story, Armand not so subtly cleared his throat. The guard didn't seem too agitated. Alice, there's a guy down here who wants to talk to you. He paused for a few seconds as though listening and then pulled away from the receiver. What's your name again? He asked. Armand LeBlanc. The guard remained nonplussed. He says he's Armand LeBlanc. Is that not a good thing? Okay. See you in a few. He hung up the phone. She didn't vouch for me. She knows you, he said. Just didn't sound happy about it. Sounds right, mumbled Armand as he leaned against the counter and folded his arms over his chest. Maybe this was a bad idea. He wasn't sure he was ready to face Alice again after their disastrous meeting at the Jude Foundation Gala. Well, this was her own fault. She had to have known that by going to work for his father, she'd have to get in the middle of this shit. She'd really brought all this on herself. The elevator chimed, and a second later, the click-clack of heels signaled a woman's arrival. Armand stood up straight, trying to prepare himself as best he could. Only to see a stranger walk past him and to the door. Armand, what on earth are you doing here? He turned and came face to face with Alice. Where the hell had she come from? I'm here to talk to my father. Is that a problem? She looked him up and down. You tell me. Are you going to make it a problem? God, she looked good. It was one of the rare days she wore pants, but they hugged the slight curve of her hips in exactly the right way. He pulled himself from that train of thought. If I have my way, I hope to cause many problems. That's kind of why I'm here. Alice set her hands on her hips. Then you can't come up. He straightened, made himself as tall as possible. He's my father. You can't keep me from seeing him. I can't keep you from doing anything. Bowie over there would love to keep you from seeing your father. She pointed to the large man behind her. Armand eyed the guard warily. All I'm going to do is talk to him in a possibly raised voice. Now take me up, Alice. Even with him trying his hardest to look daunting, Alice didn't appear fazed. No. I'm sick of doing whatever you tell me to. If you want to get up there, you'll have to find another way. Now I have to get back to work, and I'm sure you're busy as well. She started to leave, but Armand's hand shot out and wrapped around her wrist. Hey, warned Bowie as he stepped forward. Alice waved him away. It's fine. Armand just doesn't know how to handle life when it doesn't go his way. Armand started to roll his eyes but stopped himself. He didn't like it when things didn't go his way, and he wasn't about to apologize for it. He leaned closer, not wanting Bowie to overhear. Do you really think I've been handed everything on a silver platter? Of course not. I was right with you through the late nights, tough meetings, sales that fell through. I know you're a hard worker. That being said, you're a sore-ass loser, and it's about time someone told you. He wanted to argue, but nothing came out. He was expecting the Armande angry Alice from the weekend. Not the level-headed woman who seemed to see right into his soul. What happened to you being pissed at me? Alice frowned. Why on earth would you think I'm not still pissed? His brows drew together. But you just said that you're good at your job? Of course you are. Your dedication is one of my favorite things about you. It's your hard head and single-mindedness that drive me insane. Suddenly all his anger seemed to dissipate as he stared into her dark eyes. Damn it, I came in here ready to raise hell. Now what? She twisted her wrist and he released his grip. But instead of pulling away, she set her hand over his. Call your father. Keep business at work and your personal life outside the office. He knew she wasn't just talking about his father and him. Even if he wanted her back at work, his work, things had changed. He could never put Alice back into that platonic mental box he'd stored her in for the past 6 years. Something was between them that he'd never allowed himself to dwell on before, some spark that would ignite every time they were together. There was no going back to normal for them, and she obviously wasn't open to seeing him in any romantic way. She'd made that clear at the fundraiser. He let out a sigh. Tell Donald the first stopped by and I expect a call. I will. Take care, Armand. She removed her hand from his. He took a few seconds to soak in her concerned expression. He wasn't a fan of pity, but it was much nicer than the image he'd had of their screaming match burned into his mind. At least with this memory, he could believe that one day, possibly, there was hope for them. Chapter 8. Alice glanced at the clock once more. 4:25. She still had a few minutes before she was scheduled to meet Annabelle in front of the building for their class, and she hadn't had a chance to give Donald his son's message. The problem with working for one of the most important men in the city was that they usually had packed schedules. Donald's jacket and bag were still in his office the last time she checked, so she knew he planned to come back at some point. She just had no idea when. He had until her computer powered down to get back, otherwise she'd have to leave him a note. Something as serious as a father-son blowout seemed as if it needed more than a piece of paper saying to call Armand, but she wanted to let Donald know as soon as possible. Armand had appeared calmer by the time he left. Maybe the two could have a rational discussion and put the past behind them. Or maybe they'd hate each other forever. Either way, she told Armand she'd pass along his message. Alice tucked her computer in her bag and made her way to the elevators. She'd been doing work with the accounting department after she started, so she was on a different floor than the famous CEO of LeBlanc Enterprises. After going up to the 63rd story, it was a short walk to the biggest office in the building. His assistant's desk was empty, and Alice breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to involve anyone else in the family drama. She swiped a piece of paper and a pen from his assistant's side table and made her way into Donald's office. His door was open, so it wasn't as if she was breaking in or anything. Worst case scenario, she'd just tell the truth. Donald LeBlanc was notoriously neat, so it was easy to find a clear spot on his desk to set her purse down and write her quick note. Armand was here. I convinced him not to make a scene, but told him I'd tell you to call. Alice. She considered writing more, but decided against it. It was enough to get the message across, and that's all she needed to do. She set the paper right in the middle of the desk where Donald couldn't miss it and reached for her purse. She must not have lifted it high enough, and the bottom of the large leather bag caught on a tidy stack of folders, sending them cascading to the floor. Damn it! Alice dropped to her knees and scooped the papers back into the folders. Luckily, they hadn't scattered too far, and most of the pages at least had a corner sticking out of their bindings. Once she had everything basically back to normal, a piece of white against the burgundy carpet caught her eye. Her fingers brushed the thick paper. It was too thick and shiny to be from the office printers. She grasped it and leaned back. Great. Now she would have to figure out which folder it slid out of. She flipped the paper over to examine it, and her jaw dropped. It was a photo, but not like any she'd seen before. The images were hazy, as though zoomed in one too many times, but the people in it were clear enough. It was Jackson Booth and Matthew Berkey in a passionate embrace, in what appeared to be a fancy hotel room. Reflexively, her fingers went limp, and the picture fell back to the carpet. The image still stared right at her. Alice closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. What would Donald be doing with that picture? As far as she knew, he had no business with either of the bees. But Armand was his business. And they were involved with Armand. And each other, apparently. The city was getting more modern, so the idea of them being together might not be as big a deal as it would have been a decade ago. Except for the fact that they were both married. Alice jerked the picture off the floor, pushed herself up and slammed it face down on the desk. She quickly flipped through the stack of folders until she found the one the beast picture belonged to. It wasn't hard to identify because it was the one filled with other pictures. Holding hands on a golf course. Kissing in a dark corner. More hotel room pics. She knew she should put the documents down and run out before anyone saw her, but she flipped through the pages anyway. The photos got more graphic, and then there were additional documents. Bank records. College transcripts. News articles. She finally reached the end of the thick stack. Carefully placing everything in the Armande order she'd found it in, she gingerly picked up her purse and made her way out of the office. She gave one last look to the stack of documents that sat so innocently on Donald's desk before she walked out once and for all. An employee she'd never met before waited by the elevators. Alice smiled at the middle-aged man who wore a well-pressed suit and stood a few feet away as they both waited. It was hard to look so calm when her mind raced. What was Donald going to do with that information? Go to the press? The scandal would be all over the papers. No one really knew who the bees were, which was half the attraction when Armand first approached them about investing in LeBlanc Corp. The elevator doors finally opened, and Alice and the other man filed in with the two men already going down. The doors closed and Alice was faced with her reflection. She looked surprisingly normal. Her eyes didn't have the panicked expression of a woman who'd found out her new boss might be plotting against her old one. But there was no reason to be surprised. This was exactly what Armand told her Donald would do. Even so, it didn't make sense. If Donald ruined the bees, there was no way her working for him would change anything. And if they were ruined and their socialite wives were able to rip up the prenups, it's not as if they'd get any of LeBlanc Corp. The elevator stopped at the first floor, and Alice did everything she could to keep from running out the doors. Her eyes scanned the crowded street for the cabs stopped in front of the building. Once she saw Annabelle's curly hair through one of the cab's windows, she allowed herself to jog. It wasn't that unusual for people to be in a hurry in the city that never slept, so no one even looked twice at her mad dash. Annabelle was on the passenger side of the back seat, so Alice set her book bag in the empty front seat before she moved around to the driver's side to climb in next to Annabelle. Her chair would take up all the trunk space. Annabelle's charming smile didn't have its normal calming effect on Alice's frayed nerves. "How was work?" she asked as the cab driver aggressively took his place in the intense rush hour traffic. Interesting." Alice had to watch her words. She didn't want the cab driver to overhear too much. "My old boss showed up today." Annabelle's eyes widened. "You're kidding. What did he say? What did you say? Was it weird? Was it awesome? Tell me everything." Alice blinked at the rapid onslaught of questions. "It was strange. He wasn't there for me, though. He just wanted to yell at my new boss." "Was there a scene?" "No. Luckily, security didn't let him up and he had them call me. I don't know what he was thinking. It's not like I was going to escort him straight up to make a fool out of both of us." A knowing smile emerged on Annabelle's face. "What?" asked Alice. "He wanted to see you." Alice snorted in disbelief. "He saw me 3 days ago. Just look how that went. I doubt he wanted to go through all that again." As soon as Alice had gotten home, she'd immediately called Annabelle to rehash the night's events. And Annabelle had been giddy as a schoolgirl. For some reason, the spunky girl from the bad side of Brooklyn had always wanted Armand and Alice to take their relationship up a notch. Jessica, on the other hand, had been furious that Armand had kissed Alice. She'd been calling for a sexual harassment lawsuit when Alice admitted what happened the night she quit. So Alice kept most of her Armand confessions to Annabelle. She had some sort of calming effect about her. She'd been through so much since losing the use of her legs, but still maintained such a cheery attitude when so many others would have retreated to a dark, pessimistic state. Whereas Jessica was more like a tornado that would walk into a room and stir everything up, and leave it in an even bigger mess than before she got there. "His being there had nothing to do with me," Alice reaffirmed. "The entire reason he was there to yell at his D?" Alice narrowed her eyes. "Your new boss," Annabelle continued, "was because of you. He misses you and wants you back. In more ways than one." "We had that conversation already," said Alice. "He's still with his girlfriend. It's not like he's been pining all alone since I left." She held her hands in front of her. Every time she remembered that Armand and Oksana were still together, a little fission of rage would rumble through her. It was an unnatural sensation and one she'd like to stop experiencing. "Either way, something else happened today," she said to change the subject. "Did you kiss again?" Annabelle's face lit up with the words. "No. Get your head out of the gutter." Annabelle groaned. You two are so frustrating." "Fine. What else happened?" "So I was able to convince him not to make a scene, and I promised him I'd have my new boss call him. He was out of the office all day, so I had to leave him a message on his desk, and I accidentally saw something I shouldn't have." "You snooped? That's not like you." Annabelle cocked her head, as though the thought of Alice breaking any rule was completely foreign to her. "I didn't snoop. Not on purpose. I went to leave and my purse knocked a bunch of stuff off his desk." She could just imagine being questioned by the police. "You accidentally looked in the confidential documents? So what did you see?" Alice glanced to the driver, who appeared to be solely focused on weaving through the jam-packed streets. Well, what weaving he could do in the crowded streets. Luckily, they were leaving an hour early for what should be a 10-minute drive with no traffic. The joys of New York travel. There was an entire file on the bees. Annabelle leaned forward. It had something bad in it. What was in the file? "Well, apparently they're more than friends." "Ha? That's the funniest thing I've heard all week. But it explains so much. You always said how close they were and that they did everything together." "Yeah. Them and their wives. This is a massive bombshell. Why the heck would he have this?" Even though Alice couldn't exactly determine Donald's endgame, it was obvious his intentions were less than honorable. Her heart sank at the thought. Annabelle sat back. Her eyes roamed over the city streets as though considering possibilities. It might not mean anything. Alice raised a brow. You don't believe that? She sighed. No. This isn't good. Tell me about it. So do you think the old boss is in trouble? Asked Alice. It's a complicated situation. We have no way of knowing what he's going to do with that information. Well, that wasn't the hopeful, optimistic Annabelle she was used to. Do I tell him? Armand deserves to know. Annabelle gave her a warning glance, and Alice looked to the driver again. He still seemed much more focused on the road than them. I think it depends on you, said Annabelle. What does that mean? I mean you left one to work for the other. Now you have to choose who you're really loyal to. Alice bit her bottom lip. This is bad. This is corporate espionage bad. I don't do this stuff. You weren't supposed to see that file. If you just let things play their course and stay out of it, no one will hold that against you. Alice shook her head. Armand would. I know it. He's put everything into his company. She remembered how mad he'd been when he heard his father hired her. He would be pissed when she confirmed his suspicions of Donald's intent. Then tell him. If word gets out that I ratted on my employer, no one will hire me. And I don't even know what old boss would do. Hiring a private investigator isn't illegal, though I doubt the methods they used to get those pictures were legal. Either way, new boss's hands are clean. What could Armand even do about it? He would have to play in the dirt with Donald. Alice shuddered at the thought of what he might do to get back at his father for this. As I said, no one can force you to do anything, said Annabelle. Alice looked out the window and considered all her options, each one worse than the last. What do you think I should do? Honestly, I have no idea. I need to tell him. I owe him, Alice murmured. Do you? This thing with his dad was going on long before LeBlanc Corp even existed, and you had every reason to quit. None of this is your fault. He never even told you why he hates new boss so much. But it would kill old boss if anything happened to his company. Not helping. If the normally cool and collected Annabelle was confused by this, how the heck was Alice going to figure it out? Well, let's think of what could happen. What if you didn't tell him? Alice frowned. Then I'd still have job security, but he could lose everything. He'd be even more pissed at me than he is now, and spiral into a self-destructive warpath. And what if you call him right now and lay everything on the line? Then he at least has a chance of saving his business. But then I might be out of a job and blacklisted for blowing the whistle. And there's a very real possibility that his company is still destroyed by whatever his dad is planning. But I don't know what he's planning. I'm just going off the, illicit nature of the photos and what he's told me about his father in the past. Can't you go halfway? Asked Annabelle. Alice's brows drew together. What do you mean? Just let your old boss know that something might be up. A little warning, but no details. That way he's not completely blindsided. Maybe nothing specific enough that new boss can trace it back to you. The possibilities buzzed through her mind. Like send an obscure text? Or email or candygram or anything. Alice chuckled at the idea of sending a candygram. Your dad is screwing you over, but here's some chocolate to make you feel better. Text it was. She dug in her purse for her phone. How much are you going to tell him? Asked Annabelle. I don't know. Short and simple would be best. Alice rubbed her now throbbing temples. Should I do it from another phone? Isn't there an app or something that blocks my number from showing up? Annabelle snorted. I don't know a thing about apps. You can use my phone. No. With the contacts he has, he'll trace your number back to you and know I was using your phone. He'll just have to respect me when I say this is all I'm telling him. Will that work? I have no idea. But I don't want to sit back and watch everything we've worked for crumble because of some damn family feud. Her fingers skimmed over the screen. Your father is planning on something. He has dirt on the bees. I can't get involved. Be careful. She hit the send button and dropped the phone onto the cracked leather of the cab's back seat. There. I'm officially a corporate spy. Let's go get our business degrees. Chapter 9. Armand threw the phone onto the desk. The clacking of plastic on wood echoed through the quiet office. He climbed out of his chair and paced around the room, weaving between his desk and the furniture. Of course Donald was planning something. It was just like him to fuck with Armand as much as possible. He should be surprised Donald hadn't made his move sooner. He'd probably expected Armand to fail. Just like Donald to wait in the wings for Armand to trip up, and if that didn't happen, he'd kick a leg out to make sure Armand landed flat on his face. Well, not this time. LeBlanc Corp had over $200 million in revenue in the last year alone, and those figures were only growing. It would take a lot more than a few high-placed industry contacts to mess that up. What did Alice say exactly? Armand snatched up the luckily still working phone and reread her cryptic text. Donald was going after the bees. Each of them owned 30%. Together they could technically control LeBlanc Corp, but they'd always let Armand take the reins, happy to stay in the background and cash their dividend checks. Armand had never been happy about the arrangement, but they demanded it, and it had gotten him the extra capital he needed to start the business off right. He couldn't go in blind on this. Desperate for more information, he called Alice, but he wasn't too surprised when the call went straight to voicemail. She said she didn't want to get involved, and he knew he should respect that. Hell, he wanted to respect it. Wanted to let her get the recognition she deserved for being her awesome self instead of dragging her into all of his shit. He ended the call before he left a message. This was his hole he was in. Alice had already warned him, and that was more than she probably should have done. With a calming breath, Armand set the phone back down and lowered himself back into his chair. He could get out of this. He wasn't the Armande kid right out of school who Donald had messed with before. He could handle his father by now. Besides, he thought, as a smirk formed, it would be nice to be on the winning side of Donald's games for once.
Loving this book? Dive into this uncensored book and tons more at authoralicefox.com. Use code YouTube10 for 10% off your first order. Also, comment Spicy Romance for a chance to get a whole Mafia romance bundle for free. Comment as many times as you want. The more comments, the more chances to win. I will pick 10 winners. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel for new books weekly.
Chapter 10. Please come into my office. The deep, confident voice coming through the phone receiver sent chills down Alice's spine. What is this about, Mr. LeBlanc? I've told you to call me Donald. And I'd prefer to discuss this in person. First name basis was harder when she knew she'd given insider information to a competitor. Not that Donald and Armand were in the Armande business per se, but they were definitely in some sort of competition. I'll be right up, see, Donald. Without a word, he hung up, and Alice was left to stare at the receiver as though it had just grown 3 heads. It probably wasn't anything. She'd sent the cryptic text to Armand just over a week ago and hadn't heard a thing from either of them. Then again, she could count on one hand how many times Donald LeBlanc had called her into his office. Besides the wildly inappropriate visit to her apartment when she'd first met the real estate mogul, he'd kept his distance, not having much time to deal with an entry-level hire. After the much too short for Alice's nerves elevator ride, she moved closer and closer to the ominous, massive office. Her heart beat faster, and she did her best to keep any sign of fear from playing across her face. She crossed over the threshold and let out a breath. At least there were no police surrounding Donald. He looked up from his computer and smiled up at her. The smile did a bit to calm her nerves, but she was far from relaxed. You called? Thanks for coming up so quick, Alice. That was fast. Maybe she should have stalled longer. Shut the door if you don't mind. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Oh shit. Obediently, Alice pushed the heavy wood door shut and turned back to Donald. Should I be worried, sir? We're back to sir again. Instinct. Sorry, Donald. Yeah, Donald just didn't sound natural coming out of her lips. Did he really think they were on a first-name basis? Well, he could call her whatever the hell he wanted, but when it came to her, she'd feel more comfortable with sir, or your majesty, or your richness. He chuckled a bit. I don't know when I became so scary to everyone around here. You became scarier the second I betrayed you to your son. But only because you were maybe, possibly going to betray him. So you totally deserved that betrayal. The price of success, I suppose, she muttered. What is it you wanted to talk about? Jack Mason is having a big shindig to celebrate the 20th anniversary of his business, Opening Doors. Do you know what Jack does? Alice searched her memory. Why did that name sound so familiar? Then she remembered. He makes appliances. Ovens, refrigerators, microwaves. That kind of stuff, right? Exactly. Armand has done business with him for a number of years. At the mention of Armand, Alice felt the blood rush from her face. I don't want to get in the middle. Just hear me out, said Donald. This is one of those few society events where Armand and I will be in the Armande room together for an extended period of time, and I have some very important news to discuss with him. She took a deep gulp. News? The exact nature of it is confidential, but he's not going to be happy. And what does this have to do with me? You have a calming effect on him. I think you should come with me to the party, just in case he needs a shoulder to lean on. Alice crossed her arms over her chest. You mean in case he tries to make a scene? Besides, if he thought she had a calming effect on Armand, he was getting faulty intel. He grimaced. At this point, I feel a scene is unavoidable. If you know you're going to hurt him and don't care, why even bother asking me to pick up the pieces? On the contrary, he said. Everything I do is because I care. Armand and I have a very complex and sordid history. I don't expect you to understand all the intricacies involved. Alice scoffed. That's not an insult to your intelligence. Merely a nod to your ignorance of the situation at hand. Nonetheless, this event is black tie, floor-length dress formal attire. I've booked you a room for a night of the party. Rest assured it's far away from mine. Don't want people getting the wrong idea? That and my room is much, much nicer. Don't worry. You still have a suite. I don't feel comfortable with this, Donald. I never expected it to make you comfortable. However, according to my sources, you haven't hesitated to make yourself uncomfortable for Armand in the past. Her eyes widened for a moment before she realized he wasn't talking about the kiss she'd shared with his son. He referenced all the late nights and frantic phone calls she'd made on behalf of some important meeting or reservation Armand needed. Even so, she still wasn't happy about this. You're using me? I know it, and you don't even care that I know. I won't forget this. She turned away. She couldn't listen to any more of his confusing justifications. He could take his evil plot and shove it up his ass. Alice, he called as she reached the door. She didn't turn, but she did stop. He's going to need you. She bit back the insults she wanted to hurl at the most powerful man in New York City. Armand had been right when he'd warned her off, and she'd brushed him off like nothing more than a bug. Now they were both going to pay.
Want to win a free book bundle with 3 fantastic reads in one? Drop the word bossy in the comments below to get a shot at winning this jackpot. No limit on entries, so fire away with bossy as many times as you like. From this very video, I'll be picking 3 winners to snag this trio of books. Don't miss out on this chance to stack up your reading list. Type bossy and cross your fingers.
Chapter 11. Jessica sat back against Alice's bed. That's perfect, she said, a smile widening on her face. I feel like a 5-year-old playing dress-up in her mother's clothes, muttered Alice. Jessica chuckled and pushed herself off the mattress to stand next to Alice. Don't say that. You look like $1,000,000. I don't look like $1,000,000. I'm wearing $1,000,000. It wasn't that expensive. I told you some designers owed me a favor. Alice turned around again and glanced at the mostly open back of the daring dress. Well, nothing was too daring per se, but she still felt much too bared to the world. The soft dark blue silk was draped over her shoulders, fell gracefully over her breasts, left a deep V neckline and caught at her hips, making her waist look even smaller. I can understand them giving you a size 2 for you to wear around the city. Not a size 12. Jessica caught Alice's shoulders and flipped her around to face herself in the mirror. When you walk out in this, that's a better advertisement than I could ever give them. Alice bit her bottom lip before she remembered the lipstick she was messing up. Even she had to admit that she looked good. The dress was amazingly flattering, and Jessica was a master with makeup. The charcoal gray eyeliner had looked drab in the palette, but somehow Jessica applied it in just the right way to make Alice's dark eyes compete with the vibrant hue of the gown. Jessica adjusted how the tiny cap sleeves rested against Alice's shoulders. Just try not to spill wine on the dress. And make sure that when cameras start going off, you're there. This designer knows it's not a red carpet thing, right? Please, Jessica said. If Donald LeBlanc is going to be there with some new 20-something on his arm, there are going to be cameras. Alice's eyes widened, and she saw her reflection pale. You don't think? I don't think, I know. But don't worry about that. Blogs and gossip rags love to speculate about that crap, but none of it affects you. Unless you make outings with the richest man in the city a normal thing, no one is going to dwell on this one night for too long. The words comforted Alice a bit, but the possibilities zoomed through her mind. Even if I do look better than normal, I hardly look like the type to be dating billionaires. Maybe they'll think I'm a relative. Jessica snorted. Whatever you tell yourself. Now, his car is going to be here in 5 minutes. Do you have everything? Just as she'd done with Armand, Alice had insisted she pay her own way across town to get to the hotel where the celebration was being held, but Donald had flatly refused. He'd insisted it would look bad on him if one of his invitees arrived in a dirty, yellow, outdated automobile. Those were his words anyway. I have makeup, money, ID, and the overnight bag I'm not going to use. Come on. Rooms there cost more than a month of rent. Even if you don't agree with why he got you the room, take advantage of what he's offering you for free. Alice slipped into her black high heels. Nothing is free, Jessica. Mr. LeBlanc is planning something, and I'm trying my best not to play his games. Says the woman about to get into the car he sent over. Alice set her hands on her hips. Seriously? Do you think I haven't tried to get out of this 50 different ways? I think there's a part of you that still asks, how high, when Armand, or someone related to Armand, asks you to jump. What did Armand say when you told him about Donald's plans? That he had it under control, muttered Alice. She'd sent Armand one more obscure text, though the ambiguity of this one was unavoidable. She really didn't know what Donald was planning. Don't go to Jack Mason's party. Donald is planning something and it's not good. I don't know anymore. Then why even go? Asked Jessica. Because I think Armand is full of himself and might be in over his head. The only one in this city who might know business better than Armand is his father. Sometimes I worry that when two people like that go up against each other, there are no winners. Just a path of destruction in their wake. Just promise me one thing, said Jessica. Okay. Promise you won't spend the night with Armand in that fancy hotel room. Alice wanted to laugh at the outrageous notion, but nothing came out. The notion of her and Armand spending a night together was no longer a far-off fantasy of hers. They'd kissed. He'd wanted to do it again. As I said, I'm not planning on staying. Alice collected her purse and the overnight bag. That's not a promise. And no skirting it by staying in his room, she called as Alice opened the door. As she turned the interior locks, Alice laughed. Fine. No hanky-panky tonight. All dressed up and no one to do. Good Lord. I've made a monster. Jessica squeezed between Alice and the door jamb and into the hallway. They must have made quite a pair, the model wearing jeans and a t-shirt, and the college student wearing a couture gown. Are you sure I can't give you a ride in my fancy car? Asked Alice. No. This is your night, Jessica insisted. She'd been saying that all day, even after Alice pointed out nothing about this night was for her. Alice wrapped her arms around Jessica. Thanks for everything. The makeup, the dress. It's better than I ever could have imagined. Ah, hun. You're a blast to make over. You need to get asked out by more billionaires. Alice pushed her away in mock anger. You had to go and ruin the moment. Jessica laughed as she pushed open the door that led to the street and held it open for Alice. You know it. Armand took a long swig of water as the car lurched forward again just before it jerked to a stop. The driver must be new. Armand couldn't remember the last time he'd gotten such a headache from a New York commute. He thought he'd become immune to the constant accelerating and braking by now. Apparently not, he thought, as the car repeated the lurching and stopping process. Oksana must have felt it too. She brought her fingers to her forehead and rubbed her temples. How much longer is the drive? The car hit a bump and Armand groaned. 10 minutes tops. I'd ask him to go faster, but I don't think my head could survive the whiplash, muttered Oksana. Armand chuckled and set his head back. What he wouldn't give for this night to be over already. After the text messages he'd gotten from Alice, he was in full battle mode. He'd been having daily meetings with the auditors, and they were set to finalize the reports needed for the initial public offering within the week. He'd been golfing with the bees at least once a week, and their relationship was stronger than ever. Knowing Donald, he was playing dirty. Armand just needed to ensure that when Donald did make his move, the bees would feel comfortable coming to Armand before doing anything rash. I was surprised you invited me tonight. Oksana scrolled through her phone on the other side of the car. The backseat was spacious enough for well over a foot to separate him from where she and the ruffles of her dramatic black gown sat. After his blowout with Alice, the second blowout, he'd distanced himself from Oksana. Any hope of a relationship had died when Alice had first quit, but after the Jude Foundation Gala, he'd dashed any hopes of them having a mutually beneficial, platonic relationship. But tonight was different. He had to have on his armor, and that was exactly what Oksana was great at. She could deflect attention and charm anyone she came into contact with. She didn't need him fawning over her every second of the evening, and was fully accepting of his limited affections. He needed all his attention on Donald, and Oksana was self-assured enough that she could glide about the room solo instead of clinging to his arm all night. Oh, she said in a softly surprised voice. Oh, he asked. Your old assistant, Alice. It turns out she's a bigger gold digger than I thought. Armand stiffened at the mention of Alice. What the fuck are you talking about? Apparently, she's making quite a splash at this party. A friend of mine just sent me a picture of your father's newest potential trophy wife. She really cleans up well. He practically leapt across the seat as he snatched the phone out of her hand, but he could only see the lock screen. Get it back, he snapped. Geesh, Armandul. This is exactly the reason I told you she was a bad influence. Even as she spoke the words, she pulled the picture back up on the screen. Armand's mouth went dry as he looked down to see his father and the striking woman who hung on his arm. Any similarity to the frumpy art student he'd met 6 years ago was gone. She looked like some type of ethereal goddess, just visiting the earthly realm to laugh at all the mortals who could never live up to her beauty. Her head was high and she had that perfect look that made her seem as if she fit right in with the crowd of heirs and high rollers. And she was with his father. What game was this? Why would she warn him away and show up as Donald's date? Unless Donald wasn't the one playing the game. Maybe she just wanted him out of the way as she made her move. The Alice he knew would never do something so scheming and diabolical, but this didn't look like the Alice he knew. This woman was playing in a different league, and the pit in Armand's stomach told him that he was the one being played. "They're not on a date," whispered Armand. God. Even he could hear the lack of conviction in the words. Oksana shrugged nonchalantly. "If you say so. But between you and me, I know for a fact that dress retails at 5 figures. I doubt she paid for it out of her savings." "Shut up," he muttered, but her words had already sunk in. What other explanation was there? She'd told him to stay away, but there she was. Looking like $1,000,000, wearing $1,000,000. Rage pulsed through his veins and he clenched his jaw tightly. His father had bested him once again. It was just his style. Find the things Armand cared about, wiggle his way in, and taint everything good in Armand's life. And if Alice wanted to roll in the dirt, that was her problem. If there was one thing Armand didn't need, it was dirty goods. Chapter 12. Alice looked over the sea of heads that filled the ballroom, looking for any sign of Armand's dark hair. She'd been trying to mingle with the coiffed guests, but with one eye on the door at all times, it was hard to get too invested in any of the banter. But the room was filled with businessmen and politicians, and each conversation was a potential opportunity or a new connection that could be used in the future. Jack Mason had wisely chosen an orchestra to play music quiet enough for people to converse and network, but energetic enough that couples filled the dance floor. Of course, Alice was a bit more antisocial than normal at the moment. Everyone was asking her about Donald. Where they met, how long they'd known each other, how serious it was. The only way she could avoid the barrage of questions was to keep moving. She'd circled around the room almost the entire 45 minutes she'd been there. Her feet ached, but she couldn't stop. Every time she even had her water refilled, a new guest would introduce themselves and start the inquisition. Part of her wished she'd stayed closer to Donald. At least he could have done some of the fielding for her. On the other hand, the more time she spent with him, the worse the speculation would get. Not that he would tell the press or other guests that they were together, but Alice's time with Armand taught her exactly how much the press liked to gossip. So she roamed the exterior of the room and continuously scanned the unfamiliar faces. When she finally recognized one, it was the last person she expected. Though, now that she thought about it, Oksana showing up at the event of the year was hardly a surprise. She seemed to be everywhere Alice didn't want her to be. And she looked gorgeous. The guests parted for her wherever she went. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a severe, simple bun, allowing the dress and her natural beauty to take all the attention. And the dress did grab attention. The intricate chiffon ruffles were tight at her tiny waist and dramatically got thicker and thicker as the material went lower, leaving a train to trail gracefully behind her. But the most shocking aspect of her look was the makeup. Not how outlandish or dramatic it was. What made Alice's jaw drop was how similar it was to her own makeover. Lips so nude they almost disappeared, and all the focus drawn to an intense gray smoky eye. Alice wasn't sure how she felt about her and Oksana sharing the Armande look, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. If Oksana was around, chances were, there he was. He wasn't facing her, but she would recognize Armand anywhere. Lips tightened in determination, Alice crossed the room toward the bar. Shimmying between the debonair tuxedos and couture gowns, Alice squeezed out of the crowd right behind Armand. "What are you doing here?" she bit out as she leaned against the bar. A muscle in his jaw ticked as he brought a glass of a golden liquid to his mouth and downed the contents in 2 big gulps. "Armand," she whispered. Before he could slam the glass on the granite bar top, she snatched it out of his hand. "What is this?" "I wasn't in the mood for apple juice." He turned away from her to gaze out at the sea of New York's finest. "Armand, I really think that you being here is playing right into your father's hands. Are you sure you have this under control?" He shook his head, but still didn't look at her. What the fuck does it matter to you? Alice jerked back at his harsh words. He was mad at her? How could he think she had anything to do with this? Even when he was furious at her for taking the job with his father, he'd trusted her reasoning. It wasn't as if she was suddenly the bad guy. She leaned in closer to him and lowered her voice. Armand, you know it matters to me. You matter to me. Without looking down at her, his fingers gripped her arm and bit painfully into her flesh as he pulled her onto the dance floor. Wincing at the sensation, she went along with him. For one thing, she didn't want to cause a scene. Another reason she allowed him to manhandle her was because once they were dancing, he'd have fewer escape routes than he had at the bar. Maybe then she could talk some sense into him. As soon as he found an empty space, he twirled her into his arms, simultaneously releasing his grip on her and wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. The song was a fast tempo, but he didn't seem to care. His body was pressed against hers. Under the guise of wrapping her arms around his broad shoulders, she tried to push herself away and put an appropriate amount of space between them. Armand didn't seem to care about appropriate at the moment either. You don't want me touching you? Alice decided to pick her battles and allowed herself to relax into his hold. She knew prying eyes on all sides stared intently at her. The strange woman who showed up on Donald LeBlanc's arm and ended up pressed against his son on the dance floor. Heat filled her cheeks as she realized what everyone would think of her. You come here with a man over twice your age, but dancing with me embarrasses you? He whispered into her ear. His breath was warm as it cascaded down her neck. His emerging stubble was just long enough to tickle her sensitive flesh and send goosebumps along her arms. I'm here for you, she insisted, trying not to focus on the heat of his hard chest pressed up against her. Please. He finally backed off and gave her some space. You put on a good act, but let's face it. You left me the moment you got a better offer. Now here you are at the social event of the year. Are you looking for someone to dump Donald for? 'Cause I hate to break it to you, but he's as rich as they get. Better get used to seeing his wrinkly, old ass in the morning. Alice rolled her eyes at his rambling. You're such an ass when you drink. She twisted his pristine suit jacket in her fingers and pulled him closer. You need to leave. Something bad is going to happen if you don't, she whispered. He leaned in closer and practically rested his forehead against hers. Like what? She let her eyes shut and took in a deep breath. The proximity of him and the anger he stirred in her made it hard to think. I don't know what. But the bees are here, and I know he has something on them. He's going to make his move, and you need to be ready. Armand cocked his head as he looked down at her. He doesn't have a master plan to take over the business. You're his master plan. What? He moved away a few inches and swept her back into the motions of the dance. It's his favorite game. His power play. My father lives to prove how much better than me he is in every way. In high school, he funded all of the kids' science projects except mine, saying I needed to learn how to succeed even with a disadvantage. My first manufacturing venture went under when he purchased the biggest competitor. I never had a chance once he started flooding capital into the company. Alice's jaw dropped at the confession. All those years of hearing about his hatred toward his father, and he'd never hinted at the competitive nature of the relationship. Are you sure he? But business is business, right? What really got me, was Julia. Alice blinked a few times, trying her best to remember to move her feet with the music. Who the hell is Julia? When he found out I was going to get married, he couldn't stop himself from trying to prove himself better just one more time. He didn't, whispered Alice. In the few times she'd seen Donald talk about Armand, he'd never seemed heartless or cruel. She was a gold digger. Only wanted me for my money, but guess who had more? Once she figured out he wasn't going to marry her, she left him, and I left them both. Alice squeezed her arms tighter around him, trying to make him feel her support. I'm so sorry, Armand. Abruptly, he released her. I can't deal with your pity right now. Go run back to your new boss, he snarled before he turned to stride away, leaving her stranded on the dance floor. Unable to watch him head straight into his anger spiral, Alice took a step forward, but stopped herself. The next time she dealt with Armand, she'd drag him out of the hotel kicking and screaming, whether he wanted to or not. Before that, she needed to have words with Donald. She turned in the other direction and crossed the dance floor. The couples parted for her, as though they felt her anger before they saw her. It wasn't hard to find Donald. He was the one with a crowd of well-coiffed men fawning around him like teenage fangirls at a boy band concert. Undaunted by the power of his fan club, Alice pushed her way to his side. The men moved for her, but she caught the dirty glances they shot her out of the corner of her eye. I need to talk to you, she said to Donald. Of course. He set a hand on her elbow to lead her away from the crowd. As soon as they were clear of the angry gazes, Alice pulled her arm from his. You knew Armand would think I was here with you, she snapped. His eyes widened, and she tried to figure out whether his shock was genuine. I didn't know how he'd react. And I've hardly talked to you all night. Why would he think that? She opened her mouth to snap again, but nothing came out. What set Armand off like that? She and Donald had walked in together and a few photographers snapped photos, but as nice as this party was, it wasn't the Oscars. Besides that quick walk into the ballroom, she had hardly spoken to Donald. What about that gave him enough reason to think she was with Donald? He told me about Julia, she said. Donald scoffed. I told him she wanted more than his heart, but he was too blind to see the truth. I did him a favor. Just like you were doing him a favor, by bringing me here? Tell me honestly. Were you really planning on making a move tonight, or was bringing me meant to crush him? Donald took a breath as he looked down on her. I think the relationship between me and my son is a complex one, but I can assure you I only want what's best for him. I don't care what your intentions are. Stop trying to help him. I'm not sure you remember who you're talking to. Alice narrowed her eyes. I think the problem is that I never realized who I was talking to until tonight. She twisted away from Donald, not wanting to hear any more of his double meanings and ambiguity anymore. But when she got back to the bar, Armand was nowhere around. After doing a quick circle of the ballroom, there was still no sign of him. But one person stood out like a sore thumb. Well, a sore thumb that looked as if it belonged on the cover of a magazine. Alice tried to keep her face expressionless as she approached Oksana. Sure, the woman drove her crazy, but there was no reason she needed to know that. Have you seen Armand? Oksana looked down to Alice and blinked a few times as though the idea of them conversing was beyond her comprehension. He's in the back. The back? Oksana pursed her lips together and looked Alice up and down. As though she suddenly decided Alice was worthy, she motioned with a subtle crook of her head for Alice to follow her. Alice was tempted to just walk away, but decided to put her petty feelings aside. What was a few minutes talking with a witch? What's the back? She asked again. Armand seemed very upset, said Oksana once they were in a relatively private nook of the ballroom. Armand's always upset around me. I've grown rather used to it. Oksana chuckled. He likes you, you know. Alice rolled her eyes. I don't have time for your insane jealousy. The chuckle turned into an all-out laugh. Jealous? Armand and I aren't together. Alice's brow crinkled in confusion. Then why warn me away if you don't want him for yourself? Business is a cold and passionless battlefield. There is no room for someone like you, she said with a smile. You worded that insult like a compliment. I just want you to know that you cloud his head. He can't think clearly when you're around. If you're not careful, you could be his biggest weakness. Alice looked Oksana up and down. They were so different. Oksana, a cool and collected ice queen, solely focused on her career and playing the game. Whereas Alice was solely focused on her career and playing the game. As the parallel became clear, Alice took a step back. "Where's Armand?" she whispered. "You're not going to like it." "I don't like you dodging the question." Oksana smirked. "Touché. At any gathering like this, there's always some boys' club that forms. They drink, smoke, and do other various things they don't want us delicate flowers to see. It's positively medieval, but they all love it." "Armand loves it?" There'd been a time she would have believed Armand would gamble and drink the night away, but that was years ago. He'd changed, hadn't he? "Not normally. I've actually never seen him go to the back before tonight. At every other event we've been to, he's been the perfect gentleman. Until we go to the one party you're at." A cold chill snaked down Alice's spine. Was this really her fault? She'd known that Donald was planning something, and that by coming she'd be playing right into his hands. But she'd been so convinced she could stop whatever was going to happen. "Just show me where he is," she said quietly. Oksana pursed her lips and sighed. "I told you, this isn't about making you feel bad. It's about making you realize that Armand's too invested in you. But I'll take you to him." Alice followed Oksana and considered her words. Armand had never seemed too concerned about Alice before. Did Oksana actually have a point, or was she imagining all of this? Right as they reached the edge of the room, right next to one of the doors that led out of the ballroom, Oksana stopped. "What are we doing?" asked Alice. "Well, I don't exactly know where the room is. I just know how to get there." Her eyes skimmed the dance floor before they locked onto one man, shimmying between moving couples. "There. Once you find someone who looks much too excited to leave and guilty at the Armande time, you're in. We have to keep on him until he goes to the room." Alice frowned. "We can't ask?" "Please. Unless you lose the breasts and grow a certain appendage between your legs, no one will tell you anything." "Sounds like a charming bunch." "As charming as a bunch of drunk and bitchy men can be." The man Oksana was focused on slipped out of one of the doors across the room, and Oksana stepped into the hallway. Alice let out a breath of frustration before she crossed into the hall and tried to catch up with her. "Won't he notice the supermodel following him?" whispered Alice. "Sure, normally. But look at his walk. He's already had a few. Not exactly the smoothest operator, you know?" Alice craned her neck to get a better view. She hadn't noticed anything off with the man, but now that she looked for it, she saw the slight uneven tinge to his walk. "You're good at reading people, aren't you?" Oksana halted and turned to Alice. "You don't get famous for being pretty. There are millions of pretty women in the world. Armand, his father, and everyone in that room back there know the true key to success is finding the right people to use." "And you were using Armand?" A corner of Oksana's full lips tilted up. "We were using each other. There's no reason your aspirations can't be mutually beneficial." "That sounds very superficial." "You say that like it's a bad thing." She glanced down the hall as the man slipped into one of the nondescript doors. "There it is," she whispered. They both crossed to stand in front of the door and stared down at the lock. "How do we get in?" asked Alice. "This is where I'm lost." "We could knock," suggested Oksana. "And intrude on the top secret boys' meeting? That would be rude." Alice curled her fingers into a fist and pounded as hard as she could on the door. "Who is it?" shouted a voice from the other side. Alice opened her mouth and closed it. Should she lie? Would they open the door if she said who she was, and they realized she didn't matter? "It's Oksana Pita and Alice Carter. We're looking for Armand LeBlanc." "Or I'll let Oksana do the talking." "He's not here," said the gruff voice from behind the door. Oksana gave Alice a look, and for the first time, Alice had the impression that Oksana didn't know where to go from there. Luckily, she had a few ideas. "If you don't open this door right now, I'm going to pull the nearest fire alarm and ruin the party for everyone." There was a pause as Oksana and Alice waited for a response. The seconds stretched on as hushed mumbles sounded from behind the door. "You're bluffing." "If that's what you think," shouted Alice. Her eyes roamed over the walls before stopping over the telltale red metal lever. Her fingers barely grazed the cold handle before the door was shoved open. "You crazy bitch," said the man she'd never met before. "Fine, take LeBlanc. But he'd better understand that this is your fault and not ours." He disappeared behind a corner of the room, and Alice moved to stand next to Oksana. She got the impression she was supposed to wait for him to bring Armand to her. "Were you bluffing?" asked Oksana. Alice took a deep breath. "If it would have gotten Armand out of there, I have no problems ruining a party or two. So there's a reason I've never seen him drink?" Alice tightened her lips. This was a secret Armand kept close, and she was one of the only people who knew. "I don't like him drinking," she said. But the damage had already been done. Considering what she'd learned about Oksana's extensive knowledge of human nature, she'd already picked up way too much. And there he was. Two rather imposing-looking men led Armand out of the room, but he didn't seem happy about it. "Get your fucking hands off me. I said I wasn't ready to leave." He pulled his arms out of their grasp and tried to turn around. Of course, this only led to them grabbing him again. "Armand, it's time to go home." She kept her tone calm and serene. It had been years since she'd had to face a drunken Armand, but she still remembered the basics. Everything good about him faded away, and in his place was a belligerent, ignorant, snide, immature man-child. His head jerked at her voice, his blue bloodshot eyes connected with hers. "I thought you'd be back in the presidential suite by now." Yep. This was the Armand she knew and hated. She ignored his baiting words and focused on taming the wild beast. "Why don't we go up to your room?" With a quick shove, the men pushed Armand into the hall and slammed the door shut behind him. After a few stumbling steps, he regained his composure. "So now you want to take me to bed? Was the old man not enough for you?" Alice wrapped an arm around his waist and sent up a tiny prayer of thanks when he didn't fight her touch. As determined as she was, if he physically refused to go with her, she didn't stand much of a chance. "There's an elevator that way." Oksana pointed in the opposite direction of the ballroom. "It will be more discreet that way. He's in room 3014. You're not coming with?" Oksana's gaze shifted between Armand and Alice. "I think I was always the third wheel here." She sauntered past them and headed back toward the party. "Thanks." Alice awkwardly leaned against Armand while she looked over her shoulder. Oksana glanced back. "I like Armand. I only want the best for him." Then she continued on her way. "Since when did you two not want to kill each other? Since when did you start drinking again?" Shot back Alice as she shuffled along awkwardly with him toward the elevator. When the frustration of balancing on heels and holding his weight became too much, she snapped. "Would you walk your lazy ass by yourself? I know you're not that drunk." He scoffed and leaned in closer. "Maybe I want an excuse to touch you," he whispered as his hand around her waist slipped lower, grazed over the delicate fabric and squeezed her rear. Alice squeaked in surprise and jerked away from him. Just like she expected, he was perfectly capable of standing on his own. Well, he'd sure as hell never done that before when he was drunk. But she knew better than to yell at him when he was in this state. Instead, she rolled her eyes and grabbed onto his white shirt sleeve, pulling him closer to the elevator. He followed, his wide grin telling her that he enjoyed her frustration. "Where did you lose your jacket?" She hit the up button. The doors opened immediately, and she pulled him inside. "I can never ride an elevator with you the Armande way again," he said. She was about to tell him off when she saw his hungry gaze roam over her body. Her breath caught in her throat, and suddenly every nerve seemed to be on high alert. She became hyper-aware of the cleavage bared by the V-neck of the dress, and just how thin the material was. As though he could see right through the thin silk. "Armand, The elevator doors slid open, and the distraction gave her a moment to catch her breath. "Let's get you back to your room," she muttered as she practically jumped out of the small vestibule. You never used to be this jumpy, he grumbled as he stepped out and staggered toward his room. I was always like this. You just never noticed before. He grunted in response and stopped in front of his door. Well, you got me here. Yelled at me in front of some very important people and abandoned me for my father. Now, what are you going to do to punish me? Her eyes drifted closed as she tried to center herself. This wasn't normal Armand. This was drunk Armand. She would hold back her scolding and yelling until he was normal Armand. At least he would have the decency to feel guilty. Go inside, she said weakly. Do you have the key? That was it. What do you mean you don't have the key? You didn't think to mention that when we were still on the ground level? He took a step back. A small grin formed on his face. I didn't say I didn't have a key. Oh God. He was fucking with her. Son of a bitch. Get into the room, Armand. I can't deal with you anymore tonight. I can be nicer if you want. His voice dropped to a low whisper. Much nicer. Her glare must have been answer enough because he started to fish around his pockets and pulled out the room key. Alice snatched the key out of his hand and opened the door herself. After a few steps inside a hotel suite bigger than her apartment, she held open the door and pointed to the bed. Go. I want you to pass out and sleep this off so I can yell at you tomorrow. He moved inside, but didn't go to the bed. Instead, he moved to stand in front of Alice, one hand flat on the wall and one on the door, which was still wide open and effectively caged her in. What do you say? You and me? His eyes drifted to the bed, leaving no room for misunderstandings. A guy doesn't get many chances to sleep with a goddess, you know. His presence was overwhelming. The subtle scent of his masculine cologne filled her nose as the heat of his body surrounded hers. I'm not a goddess. I'm the Armande woman you didn't give a damn about until 2 months ago. Strangely enough, that's the exact Armande time you stopped giving a damn about me. Come on. One night? We don't have to start right away. I'll pour us some drinks and… Alice slammed her hands into his chest and pushed him off balance. She took that moment to try to slip out into the hall, but he grabbed at her arm and pulled her farther into the room as the door swung shut. For a split second, a jolt of fear shot through her. Normally Armand could never scare her, but this wasn't the man she knew and cared about. This was drunk Armand. Her nemesis. But then the fear was replaced with rage, and she ripped her arm from his grasp. What the hell is wrong with you? How much did you even drink tonight? How could you not think this through? After what you put me through? Oh, don't even do that. Don't you blame me for this. He ran his hands through his hair. You don't understand how crazy you make me. After what you did to Annabelle, how can you even consider touching that shit? Even if your father is the biggest ass in the world, I don't think he's ever paralyzed someone from the waist down. Armand's face went deathly pale. His black mark. His weak spot. She knew the whiskey-fueled spiral and the fallout from his car accident had haunted him for the past 5 years. It was why they both tried to pretend it hadn't happened, for the most part. He provided Annabelle with a generous, out-of-court settlement and took care of medical bills, and Alice never saw him touch a drop of alcohol since. At least until tonight. Would you for 1 second stop accusing everyone around you for being the villain and take a look in the mirror? Armand stood in a shocked silence, and Alice tried to read him. He didn't look angry or guilty or tired. Just numb. Unsure of what she should say next and not wanting to spend 1 more second with drunk Armand, she shook her head and turned away, yanked the door open and stumbled into the hall. She didn't let the tears start until she was safely in the elevator and headed up to her own room. Chapter 13. Early morning sun streamed through the window, and Alice groaned. She should have closed the damn blinds, but she hadn't been thinking clearly. After she shut herself in her room, the tears had flowed freely. All her pent-up emotions from the past 6 years. She cried for Annabelle, whose life was forever altered by Armand's darkest days. She cried for Armand, who would have to wake up and realize he'd thrown away 5 years of sobriety. And she cried for them. For the closeness they'd once shared that seemed so far away. Armand basically hated her, and she wasn't sure he could ever get over anything where his father was concerned. After 2 hours of tossing and turning, she did what always made her feel better. She sat in the dark and stared out at the busy city below her. Millions upon millions of people. Some were having the best days of their lives, and some were having the worst. But the city lived on. Like a living, breathing superorganism. Alice sat like that for well over an hour, wrapped in her favorite oversized sleeping shirt. When her emotional exhaustion finally set in, she didn't fight it. She'd wanted the night to be over. She wanted it to be tomorrow already, so she could be like the people below her. Moving on with life. This time it might just be without Armand. Now that the sun shined down on her like a cheery optimist she wanted to punch in the face, she was faced with the reality of getting up and moving on with her life. But she immediately vetoed that idea, in favor of rolling onto her side and covering her eyes with a pillow. Which would have worked great if it weren't for the sudden hammering. Huh? No, not hammering. Knocking. Someone banged on the door. Alice shot up and off the bed. The clock read 7:25, so she knew it wasn't the hotel kicking her out. Had Donald come down to yell at her for abandoning him without a word last night? She ran to the door and peered out the peephole. And there was Armand, looking death-warmed over. He picked up his fist to knock again, but she called out, "What do you want?" "Can we talk?" She looked behind her to the mess she'd made of the room. The beautiful overpriced gown was tossed carelessly over the desk chair. The heels were strewn across the floor. She wasn't sure she even wanted to look in the mirror. "I don't think that's a good idea. Please. I don't want to leave things like we did." Alice took a deep inhale and released it. Give me a second." She ran to the tiny vanity area in the bathroom to take her first glance at what was sure to be her disaster of a face. Surprisingly, it wasn't that bad. The eye makeup was smudged, but because it was a smoky eye to begin with, now it was just a bit smokier. Satisfied that she didn't look like a zombie, she dashed into the main area of the hotel room to kick her shoes and the overnight bag to the side. Satisfied with her 10-second cleanup, she slid the lock loose and opened the door. Armand immediately frowned as his eyes shot down to her legs. She followed his gaze and her jaw dropped open. "Oh my God," she muttered as she turned away from the door. Where the hell were her pants? Her oversized sleeping shirt covered all the important bits, but it still fell shorter than all of Jessica's mini dresses. "Are you okay, Alice?" asked Armand. She stared down wistfully at her bag. If she bent over to pull out her pajama pants, she'd reveal far more than she already was. So she did the mature thing and covered her face with her hands and hung her head in embarrassment. "No," she said, the sound muffled from her hands. "I'm really not okay." She heard his footsteps on the carpet and the door click shut. Why couldn't he just leave her alone to die of shame? A warm touch wrapped around her wrists, pulled her arms down so she had no choice but to look right into the deep blue depths of Armand's eyes. "After last night, I think I'm the only one here who has to be embarrassed," he said softly. "I had so many plans to yell at you, and now, why do you have to be all understanding about it?" His throat worked as he took a deep swallow. "Alice, I want you to know that everything I am is because of you. 5 years ago, I was destructive, dangerous, and completely self-absorbed. I don't think. Do you really think I would have taken care of Annabelle if you hadn't been there to push me? I would have tried to pretend it never happened and swept the whole thing under the rug. You're the one who pulled me out of that mindset. The one who made me confront the drinking head-on and pulled me out of my spiral. You would have figured it out, eventually. You're too smart to allow weaknesses like that," she said with a weak smile. Her embarrassment slowly melted away under his gentle words and soft touch. "No. Don't defend me when I don't deserve it. You made me better. And the things I said to you last night were inexcusable. You were upset, she whispered. Even if you were here on an honest-to-God date with Donald, I'd have no right to lash out at you. She snorted. For the last time, it wasn't a date. Why can't that sink into your thick skull? He's not the LeBlanc I want. The words hung between them, and Alice was afraid to breathe as she waited for his next move. His fingers relaxed and her heart sank. He was going to leave her. Wasn't that what she wanted, though? To get back to a simple, uncomplicated life? But he didn't leave. His fingertips skimmed down her forearms and left a tingling sizzle in their wake. Can I ask you a question? He moved from brushing her elbows to letting his big hands rest on the curve of her hips. She caught her breath at the intimate contact. Yes, she breathed. Where are your pants? Oh God. I had a stressful night, and I normally only sleep in a t-shirt, and you knocked on the door so suddenly and I wasn't thinking and… His mouth covered hers. His kiss warm, deep and thorough. This wasn't like their anger-fueled kiss in the elevator that intense night months ago. This was slow, deliberate. For a split second, she thought about pushing him away, but the thought didn't last. At that moment, with his lips moving over hers, his hands pulling her closer, she couldn't think of any reason in the world she wouldn't want him right where he was. He took his time as he explored her. One hand curled around her neck, tilted her head back to allow him better access, while his other hand roamed lower and grazed her bare thigh. She moaned at the feel of his fingers on her delicate skin, and he responded by moving his hand back up, palming her rear and giving a light squeeze. She let out a soft laugh, only barely removing her mouth from his, but he chased her down and angled his mouth against hers again. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pulling him as close as possible as she stood up on tiptoe to meet his kiss with her own. But she wasn't slow and delicate. She'd wanted him for years, and she wasn't going to deny herself any longer. After all the fights and jealousy and drama, nothing stood between them anymore. All the cards were on the table, and he wanted her. And Lord knew she'd never stop wanting him. No matter how many times she tried, or how many ways Jessica told her what a bad idea this would be. Armand was her crush that wouldn't leave her be, and now she could finally have him all to herself. Her tongue teased his lips as her fingers tangled in his hair. Encouraged by her ferocity, his hands became bolder, slipped under her shirt and ran up and down her back. One moved to her front, cupped the weight of a breast, and stroked the nipple with the quick flick of a thumb to send a bolt of electricity straight to her core. He groaned into her. God, Alice. Don't stop, she breathed as she pulled him back into the kiss. She never wanted this moment to end. The real world would have to wait for them. In one quick motion, he pulled at her shirt, lifted it over her head and tossed it on the floor. Before she had a chance to think about her suddenly bared body, his hands were back on her waist, lifting her against him as he twirled around and tumbled with her onto the bed. The force of the fall caused a small bounce, and she laughed at the unexpected motion. Since they'd fallen with their legs hanging off the bed, Armand shifted his weight off her as she shimmied back on the cool down blankets. His eyes roamed over her as she moved, and she felt the blood rush to her face. This was Armand LeBlanc. His list of exes was made up almost exclusively of models and actresses, and Alice was far from a size 2. You're blushing, he whispered as he made his way up her body. I'm nervous, she whispered as his body settled over hers. One leg parted to allow him to rest between her thighs. It's not fair. You're still in all your clothes. He grinned down at her before he looked down at his body in mock shock. Shit. I guess you'll have to do something about that. She bit her lip as she thought about the possibilities. He wore the Armande thing he'd been in last night, though it definitely looked in need of a good pressing. She worked at the buttons, but stumbled a bit with the first 2. Darn it. She didn't exactly undress men on a regular basis. Armand's grin widened at her clumsy efforts. Are you laughing at me? She finally finished the last one and pushed the shirt over his shoulders to reveal the toned physique of a man who actually used the gym in his office instead of having it installed for show. Never mind. Laugh all you want, as long as you never wear a shirt around me again. He shifted his weight and tossed the shirt over the side of the bed before he leaned down to kiss her lightly. I'd never laugh at you, he said against her lips. He trailed kisses down her jaw and his chest fell against hers. The raspy sensation of his light chest hair against her nipples, combined with the tiny bite he laid on her earlobe, caused tremors to course through her. She let her head fall back as he moved down her neck, paying extra special attention to the delicate nerves between her collarbones. Pushing himself up enough to allow his fingers to run up her stomach, he laid an intricate, invisible trail along her skin. The patterns moved higher until he squeezed the rosy tip of her breast. At the Armande time, he took the opposite peak between his teeth. More electricity sparked its way through her, heat pooled in the juncture of her thighs. Armand, she moaned. She pressed her hips against his, needing to be as close as possible. Needing him inside her. Alice, he said into her breast. Do you have any idea how much I want you? He punctuated the words by moving his palm over her ribcage and to her womanhood. Her eyes snapped open and met his as he pressed 2 fingers deeply into her heat. Ah, she gasped as he filled her, the pressing sensation exactly what she wanted and not enough at the Armande time. More, she greedily commanded. He climbed up and she met him, her lips and tongue expressing what she wanted, because apparently complete sentences were beyond her at this point. He seemed to understand her. He gripped her thighs and spread her legs wider. The cool air against her sensitive skin was at war with the fire that burned within her. The fire that demanded more and more. Even as he deftly undid the button of his pants, he never stopped kissing her, stoking the flames higher and higher. As soon as she thought she couldn't take any more, his length was free and pressed against her. Unable to wait any longer, she thrust her hips toward him, taking the first inch on her own, but it didn't satisfy the endless craving. The tip of him at her entrance was merely a tease, and it drove her crazy. God, Alice, moaned Armand as he pushed fully into her. She let her head fall onto the cool sheets as he finally gave her what she'd needed so much. He filled and stretched her to the brink, exactly as her body had craved. But it wasn't enough. More, she demanded. He bit out a laugh above her, but she could feel the muscles of his back tense beneath her hands. He wanted to move as much as she needed him to. I'm never going to get enough of you, he whispered above her. And then he thrust. He set the exact frantic rhythm that she craved, moving in and out of her. Each thrust ran through her like a lightning bolt of sensation. The thrusts came faster and faster. She gripped him as tightly as her arms would allow, as though the magic would end if she let go. But she needed to hang on. She was so close, and as his rhythm pounded faster and harder, she forgot everything but the pleasure of his body within hers. As she came, she felt the world fall away, as though there were no bed or hotel or Donald or LeBlancourt. Just her and Armand. The sensation still rippled through her as he tensed above her and gripped her waist tightly as he moaned his release. She stared transfixed at the bulging cords in his neck, his eyes squeezed shut, amazed that she'd done this. That he'd lost control for her. She worked on catching her breath, and Armand pushed himself to the side, pulling her back firmly against his front. They lay like that for a while, Alice dozing in and out of consciousness. After a while she shifted and rubbed her back up against him. His arm tightened around her waist in response as he buried his face in her hair. Are you ready to go again? His deep voice rumbled next to her ear, and she couldn't hold back her grin. I'm just getting more comfortable. She wiggled a bit more against his now straining erection. You're the one who seems to be gearing up for round 2. He took the sensitive flesh of her earlobe between his teeth and gave enough pressure on it to make her gasp. Be careful what you wish for, he whispered against her. Alice let out a laugh that turned into a moan as his hand moved over her stomach, settled between her thighs, and touched her in the exact spot that made her lose her mind. I don't think we have time. He paused his delicious torture. You have somewhere to be? The hotel's checkout is in an hour. Those times aren't rules. They're guidelines. He pushed 2 fingers deep in her wet heat. Armand, she breathed. For a split second, she came back to her senses and twisted away from him. He let her go, but then he pounced, landing exactly where he wanted to be, his erection firmly pressed between her thighs. Going somewhere? We're going to get kicked out. She half-heartedly pushed at his bare chest. He adjusted his hips, the tip of his erection just entered her. Tell me to stop and I will. He leaned down to lay a gentle kiss against her lips. She groaned and thrust her hips up, trying to get as much of him inside her as possible. Damn it, LeBlanc. You don't play fair. You don't get a goddess in bed by playing fair. He trailed kisses down her neck. She thrashed underneath him, her arms wrapped around him and her fingertips bit into his back. This isn't a game, Armand. Please. If you insist, he murmured against the curve of her breast as he pushed fully into her. They both moaned together as her tight heat clenched his length. She held him closer as he started to thrust in and out, their bodies aligning in a primal rhythm. His thrusts came faster and faster, and Alice bit into his shoulder. Pulses of pleasure shot through her, until she had to close her eyes and hold on to him, as her entire world seemed to shatter and fracture into a million shining lights. They collapsed in a breathless heap together, though Armand was careful not to crush her with his weight. We're never leaving this room, are we? She stared up at the ceiling. Screw the real world. I'm happy right here. He sat up and rolled onto his back. I'm going to call the front desk and see if we can get the checkout time extended. Think they'll let me change your room's checkout too? Alice pushed off the bed and was immediately conscious of her naked body. It was one thing to be naked with Armand in bed, and another to stand up and have a rational conversation. She snatched her shirt off the floor and pulled it over her head. If they give you trouble, I'll hop on the line and sort things out. He leaned across the bed to grab the remote off the nightstand. She took a quick moment to appreciate the sight of his bare derriere before she picked up the phone and dialed the operator. Armand flipped through stations as she spoke to the front desk. He eventually settled on the local news station, but Alice couldn't pay attention to the topic as she tried to charm her way out of a fee being added to the bill that Donald LeBlanc was footing. Motherfucker. Alice jumped at the shout, the phone clattered to the desktop. Armand was up and already pulling up his pants. Armand, what? She drifted off as she looked to the television. The headline under the pretty reporter read All in the Family, and a split screen behind the reporter showed Armand and Donald, both with serious and somber expressions. The photos looked like paparazzi shots, based on the surly faces. But it was what the reporter was saying that was riling up Armand. Last night, the LeBlanc empire got a bit bigger, as father and son seemed to reconcile after a decade-long estrangement. Donald LeBlanc took over controlling interest in LeBlanc Corp., the conglomerate of manufacturers owned by Armandul LeBlanc. Alice slammed her finger into the power button until the infuriating woman finally shut up. This must be some mistake. By now Armand had his unbuttoned shirt on and slid on his shoes. No. This makes perfect sense. You warned me Donald was going to make a move, but I didn't listen. Fuck. He shoved his foot into the last shoe and shot off the bed. Wait. Alice ran after him, grabbed his arm and turned him to face her. I know you have to go, but I need you to know that I'm here, okay? Armand took a deep breath as he looked down at her, his jaw clenched so tightly Alice was convinced he was about to crack a tooth. But he exhaled and leaned down to press a quick kiss against her lips. This isn't how I wanted our night together to end, he said as he straightened. She laid a comforting squeeze on his bicep. I know. You know how to get a hold of me if you need anything. He nodded before he turned to dash out the door. Alice sighed as she fell back onto the bed, still warm from the heat of their passionate morning. Why did she finally get her chance with Armand, only to have it shattered to pieces so quickly? Guilt washed over her. How selfish could she be? His entire world was crumbling to pieces, and she was more concerned about how it would affect her. She was no better than Oksana, looking out for herself first and foremost. But this was massive. Her and Armand. Together. Not only did she get him in bed, but he was everything she could have imagined. He was thoughtful when she wanted sweet, and fierce when all she could think about was having his body inside hers. Weren't beautiful men supposed to suck in bed? Spoiled by women who said they came, no matter how bad the sex was? Not that she should be surprised. When Armand put his mind to something, he got it done. Only now, for the first time, he'd put his mind on her, and the results had been out of this world. The corners of her mouth tipped up. Their morning had been magical. She only hoped Armand remembered that, through his rage at his father.
Loving this book? Dive into this uncensored book and tons more at author@alicefox.com. Use code YouTube10 for 10% off your first order. Also, comment "Spicy Romance" for a chance to get a whole Mafia romance bundle for free. Comment as many times as you want. The more comments, the more chances to win. I will pick 10 winners. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel for new books weekly.
Chapter 14. I was expecting you sooner. Donald poured himself a glass of brandy out of an ornate glass decanter. Armand knew for a fact that Donald didn't like brandy, and he really didn't like drinking in the morning. It was another power play to remind Armandul of a weakness. If he wasn't tempted to punch the smug look off Donald's face before, he sure as hell was now. But emotions were another soft spot to Donald. If Armand gave even an inkling of how pissed he was, it would just make Donald more smug. But that didn't mean he had to play nice. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Donald turned to face him, not seeming to be cowed by the harsh language. Would you care for some? He tilted his glass toward Armand. He scowled at the foul liquid. He was still furious with himself for the night before, and Donald had probably heard about that little indiscretion already. Armand was fairly certain Donald didn't know about Annabelle. He'd kept it out of the press, and the girl was basically an angel sent from heaven. Offered him forgiveness without him even asking, and convinced him to clean up his act. It was people like Annabelle and Alice who convinced him the world wasn't completely going to shit. He tried to think of that positive energy, even as everything dark and angry wanted release. I want those shares. I don't know what you did to the bees, but they're mine. Donald raised his brows in mock shock. What are you talking about? I offered them a deal, and they took it. It was all perfectly legal. Armand's lips curled into a snarl. Legal my ass. That was dirty business, and you're too smart to not know that, so don't play dumb. I don't have the time. Donald's lips tightened, and he set his untouched drink down. You put yourself into a very vulnerable position by taking so much capital from them. How dare I get into business with some very pleasant men who are all around decent guys with a lot of extra cash burning a hole in their hedge funds? They were vulnerable. If the owners of a company are weak, what does that say about the business? Armand shrugged. If the owner of a company is an egotistical maniac, what does that say about the business? Donald shook his head. I don't know what you thought you'd achieve by coming here. I'm not selling you the shares. What the hell are you going to do with them? You've never done a damn thing with kitchen appliances. Armand narrowed his eyes as he awaited the response. Even if his father answered, it would probably be a lie. This was all one big game to him. I'm going to keep them safe. You obviously need guidance. Don't think of me as some evil marauder storming into your sanctuary. Consider me a partner. Armand eyed his father, trying to see through his veiled meanings to the true endgame. So, we're going to be working together? How's that going to work? Donald waved his hand in a circular motion. You just do what you've been doing. I'll look over the financials and make suggestions where I can. And have you oversee my company? Like hell. I'd rather jump off the Empire State Building than have you as a boss. Well, as of today Donald dug through a stack of papers. 1 o'clock this morning, I own 60% of LeBlanc Corp. So you can sell me your 40%, or you can accept your place at my side. It took everything in him to bite back a scream. God, it would feel good to punch something. Preferably Donald's smug grin. You know my lawyers will be going over those contracts first thing Monday. And they're airtight. I had my own team go over them with a fine-tooth comb. Donald stood his ground, not showing the slightest hint of unease. Of course the contract was airtight. Armand would expect nothing less. But he would still hemorrhage money on lawyers, even if all it did was annoy his father. So should I expect your minions to crawl all over my office from now on? Someone to watch over your investment? I don't know if that's necessary. I'm sure you'll cooperate, even if you are reluctant at the moment. Armand let out a silent sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to deal with one of his father's people breathing down his neck for the foreseeable future. There was a very real possibility that this arrangement wouldn't work, or that Armand couldn't get those shares back from his father. They'd tangled in business before, and Armand had a bad track record so far. He turned to leave. He knew he wouldn't be able to have a reasonable conversation with Donald. If he had any chance of finding a weakness, he'd have to regroup and play as dirty as the enemy. But before he even got 2 steps, he paused. I want Alice. Armand twisted around just in time to see Donald's appraising gaze rake over him. From what I heard, you've already had her. Do not punch your father. Do not punch your father. She can be your liaison. She's good at handling me when I get stressed. And talking to you raises my blood pressure. Donald raised a stark white brow. I know what you're after. You don't care about your blood pressure. What does it matter to you? You've already gotten what you want, right? Give me Alice back. She's not a secretary anymore. She's a valued member of my team, and I'm not sure she'd want to regress in her career. She won't be my assistant. She'll be a communications specialist. That has to look good on a resume, right? Now give me Alice. Donald let out a sigh. I suppose I've put you through a lot for one day. You can have your communications specialist. Relief cut through Armand, only to clash up against the burning rage that he even had to ask permission to get Alice back with him. He had no idea where he would go from here, or whether it was even possible to crawl out of the hole Donald had stuck him in, but somehow the idea of having Alice with him made him feel as if he had a fighting chance. Armand savored the tiny victory. I want her in my office Monday morning. No problem, said Donald. Armand waited for the catch. He'd never once heard his father utter the words, no problem, without some sort of but. Then he heard it. Only if she agrees. Alice scrubbed the tiny spot on the counter even harder. It had been there from the moment she'd moved in, and damn it, she was getting rid of it today, even if it killed her. It was better than thinking about anything else. Her mind wouldn't stop replaying the whole morning through her mind. Armand's apology, his kisses, his touch, his smile. And then the moment his entire world was torn apart, and all she could do was watch. It was now well past 4, and she hadn't heard a peep from Armand. Not a text or call or email or freaking telegram. But she couldn't bring herself to reach out to him. It was obvious he had enough to deal with. She didn't want to be the girl he slept with, and who wouldn't stop calling him. But she so wanted to talk to him. She wanted to make sure he was okay, and to find out what the hell they were even doing. Sex. Her and Armand. Multiple times. God, how did that even happen? Her mind swirled with possibilities and memories. What if he didn't call her? What if he thought it was a one-time thing? What did she think it was? She'd imagined her and Armand being together thousands of times. Millions of times. But this was reality. The real deal. How could she have known her fantasies would come true? And why did they have to come true under these circumstances? She renewed her scrubbing with extra vigor. By now the entire apartment was spotless, not that there was a huge amount to clean. She'd swept, dusted, vacuumed, laundered, and washed everything in sight. Except this damn spot. Alice put all her muscle on the abrasive plastic scrubber, determined that she could get this one thing taken care of. The intercom buzzed behind her, and the sponge flew across the room as she jumped a good 6 inches in the air. She stared at the speaker on her wall as she tried to catch her breath, and pulled off her rubber gloves. For a few seconds, she rested her head in her hands. She needed to get a grip. Before she could dwell on her frayed nerves any longer, the buzzing came again. She grabbed a towel as she crossed the room, only belatedly realizing she was wiping off her clean hands. Sighing at her scattered mind, she pressed the speaker button. "Hello. Alice, finally. I was worried you weren't home," came Armand's gruff voice. "Armand? Oh my goodness." A rush of relief flowed through her. Armand was here and she would get some answers. Maybe. What happened? Have you talked to the bees? Why didn't you call? I mean, before you came over. Why didn't you call before you came over? It's been a long day. Can I come up? I'm in a bit of a hurry. Yeah. She unlocked the entry door. 6th floor, 5th apartment on the left. She heard a soft laugh. I can see the number, Alice. With a sigh, she pressed her forehead to her palm. Getting close to Armand was supposed to make her less awkward around him. Not more so. Alice leaned against the door and looked over the thrown-together color palette of her apartment. She was almost always the type to do a rush cleanup job, but at this point there was nothing left to scrub. All she could do was listen to her heart pound faster and faster in her chest as the man of her dreams came up to her apartment. The seconds ticked by, each one longer than the next. She shouldn't be this nervous. This was the Armand she'd worked side by side with for years. They'd laughed together and gone out together. But he'd never once looked at her as anything more than a co-worker. She twisted the towel in her hands. She'd wished she could see Armand all day, but now that he would be there any moment, she suddenly didn't want him in her tiny apartment. Her entire equilibrium was off-kilter, and she didn't think she could handle his kind of crazy at the moment. He didn't have to knock. She was so hyper-aware of his pending arrival that she heard his self-assured footsteps long before he rang the bell. She jerked the door open, her gaze raked over him as she tried to pick up any hint of what had happened. He was in the Armand rumpled shirt and tux pants he'd been in as he ran out of her hotel room, but somehow he didn't seem disheveled. He pushed past her as he strode into her apartment, and she softly shut the door behind him. Sorry to show up on you. He paced back and forth between the kitchen area and the living room. I'm trying to get a lot of shit taken care of. She frowned. Those weren't exactly the first words she'd want from a man she'd spent all night or morning making love to. I'm just something on your list to take care of? He stopped. What? No. His brows drew together for a moment. Okay, I can see how that could have been taken the wrong way. Alice padded over to him and set a hand on his bicep. He didn't move much, but he seemed to relax into her touch. That was a good sign. Maybe he wasn't adverse to them continuing their little, whatever the heck they had. Relationship? I'm guessing it's been a long day. He looked down at her. The tension finally eased from his muscles. You have no idea. She led him over to her sofa and pushed him gently until he sat down. Now I don't have coffee, but I have some milk or orange juice. Or tap water. Armand shook his head, leaned forward and snatched her wrist. With a strong pull, she was sprawled on his lap. He wrapped one arm around her waist, while a hand rested on her neck. His thumb softly caressed her jaw. None of that, he said. You're not my assistant here. No waiting on me. He looked up for a moment, as though thinking. Unless you're naked. And in bed. Then you can wait on me as much as I want. A rush of heat shot through her at the image his words conjured. Her cheeks warmed and she knew she was probably blushing. She always blushed. So this morning wasn't a one-time thing. He pressed a quick kiss to her lips. The heat turned to a burn, and Alice moaned at the contact. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and kissed him back. The stresses and worry faded away with his touch. But as she melted into him, Armand pulled back. I really can't stay. Don't say that. She brushed her lips against his. Just for a little bit. She kissed him again. He groaned beneath her and let his head fall back. You're not making this easy. I thought the point was to make it hard, she said with a smirk. You're such a little minx. He wrapped his arms around her and held her tightly against him. But then he went right back to pushing her away. No, 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 no. That's not why I came here. Oh yeah. You came here to take care of shit. He cocked his head slightly and gave her such an innocent smile that she couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're not going to let me live that down, are you? It was a stupid thing to say, Armand. Then consider me humbly shamed. She stared into his blue eyes and tried to etch the moment into her memory. If you really feel bad, you'll stay with me. She bit her lip as she waited for his response. This was it. Her putting herself out there. Actually telling Armand that she wanted him. But the sudden tightening of his muscles beneath her told her the answer before he did. I have to deal with this company thing. I understand, she said. It wasn't a lie. She knew exactly how important LeBlanc Corp was. I guess I just wanted to savor the moment. He ran his hands up and down her back. There's a reason I came here. You mean you didn't come here for the cozy atmosphere? No. I talked to Donald today. And from the mood you were in when you stormed in here today, I'm assuming it went swimmingly. He scoffed. It could have gone better. But I'm trying to think up a plan to get those shares back. So it's true? He has controlling interest. She regretted the words the moment she said them. Any hint of happiness vanished, replaced with a look of steel. I'm working on it. I've lined up talks with some of the best consultants in the business for later today, and the lawyers are going to tear through the contracts on Monday. But there's another vital step to me getting my company back. He had that mischievous glint in his eye, and Alice wasn't sure she wanted to hear what he had to say. But she obliged anyway by asking, What's that? You. Yep. Not what she wanted to hear. I told you I'm not into that corporate espionage stuff. You and me. We're going to get to the root of the problem. Remember that night you quit? Her brows shot up. I vaguely remember storming out or something. And when did Donald offer you the job? The next morning. Exactly. Someone at LeBlanc Corp is feeding him intel. And you and me are going to weed out the bastard and cut him off at the knees. Alice pushed herself away. I'm not spying on Donald for you. We're spying on Donald's spy. We're doing this as a team. Donald gave you back to me. You get to come to LeBlanc Corp on Monday, and we'll be together again. We're together now. And what do you mean, Donald gave me to you? He can't give me to anyone. Well, it wasn't like a gift exchange. You'd keep your title and salary. Since he has those shares, you're not moving jobs. Just location. And he specified that you don't have to work for me if you don't want to. He phrased it as a statement, but Alice saw the uncertainty in his eyes. Her mind raced. Being with Armand. Working alongside him again. Of course I'll go back. To hell with her nerves. He wanted this, and she wanted it. She was going all in. A grin lit up his face. Try not to look so smug, she said. Impossible. I have to leave, but I don't want to. She rolled her eyes and pushed herself off him. Nope. You have consultants to consult, remember? I asked you to stay, you said no, so now you go. Capiche? You're such a nerd. He stood and crossed to the door. Before he left, he turned back to her. Alice, this day has been hell. I'm happy you were around to make it better. Joy speared through her at the words. All she'd wanted to do was cheer him up, and she'd done it. At the Armande time, she didn't know quite how to respond. Sexual banter she was getting used to. Sentimental banter was a completely different ballgame. So she chose humor instead. I don't know about this nice Armand. I hate to tell you, but I'm only attracted to assholes. Well, that works out great because I'm an ass 90% of the time. Chapter 15. Alice held the neon orange skirt up to her as she studied her reflection. I don't know if I can pull off orange. I'm a firm believer that every woman can pull off every color if they wear it with swagger, said Jessica from behind her. But there is no way in hell I'm letting you buy that. A distressed moan escaped Alice. Why? Because it's probably going to make your ass look fantastic, and I refuse to let you wear that around Armand. A wicked grin spread across Alice's face. What would Armand say when he saw her? What would he do? Good Lord, she was having an office affair. This was so HBO. Nothing like this ever happened to plain old Alice Carter. Jessica grunted in disgust. Get that look off your face. At least try to look ashamed. Alice set the hanger over her arm and moved on to the next rack of clothes. Could you at least pretend to be happy for me? After she'd giddily called Jessica right after Armand left, they'd planned a Sunday shopping trip. Alice thought it would be fun to splurge on a few new outfits for her reunion with LeBlanc Corp. Apparently, Jessica thought it was an intervention. This isn't you. Armand is a toxic influence you need to purge from your life. You've only been together 2 days, and you're already being sucked back into your old job. Remember why you left in the first place? The prestige for working for Donald LeBlanc. The money. None of that has changed. My resume will be as pristine as ever. Just now, I get to have more fun. She pulled out a black dress with a pattern of yellow triangles. Does this look work appropriate to you? Like my work, not yours. Jessica didn't look amused. What if something goes wrong? Do you have any idea what will happen if either of the LeBlancs blacklist you? Armand wouldn't do that to me. Even as the words left her mouth, she knew how naive she sounded. How many other women had said the Armande things about their lovers, boyfriends, and husbands? But she really meant it. Besides, you date powerful men all the time. What makes this different? The difference is that I don't shit where I eat. You need to keep your professional and personal life separate. Alice pushed through another rack, but wasn't paying attention to any of the clothes. Instead, all the ways this thing with Armand could go wrong raced through her mind. I've wanted this for years. And you got over it. Where was Armand all that time you were crushing so hard? Oh yeah. Out drinking, partying, and running over defenseless women. Damn it, Jessica. It's not like that. He's worked hard to change. Jessica scoffed. Please. If I had a nickel for every time I heard a guy tell me that. What does the girl he crippled have to say about all this anyway? Alice took a deep breath. This was a bad idea. She'd known how Jessica felt about Armand, but for some stupid reason thought Jessica would be happy for her. I haven't talked to Annabelle since before the party. Too afraid to tell her? That's understandable. Jessica crossed her arms over her chest. Slamming a hanger on the metal rack loud enough to draw the attention of a few other shoppers, Alice turned to face Jessica. You know what? She actually likes Armand. She thinks his attempts to change are sincere, and even though she's suffered because of his mistakes, she's forgiven him. Please. Is that what she said as she was cashing the big fat check he wrote for her silence? I can't believe this. At least Annabelle would be happy for me. She'd pretend to be happy for you. I know she's smart. She can see how doomed this thing is as much as I can. Alice set all the clothes in her arm on the neat display behind her. That's it. You're no fun right now, and I came out expecting to have fun. See you around, Jessica. She pushed her way past Jessica and strode to the door. Wait. As Alice stepped out of the store, Jessica caught up to her. I'm sorry, okay? You're just sorry I got pissed. Jessica set a hand on Alice's arm, and she stopped. The crowd of pedestrians busy spending the Sunday exploring the shopping district moved around them as Alice met her friend's eyes. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. You know you're my best friend. I want what's best for you. Alice looked down and stared intently at the pebbles in the concrete. Who was she kidding? She'd known Jessica since middle school. Jessica had been one of the only people besides her aunt who'd known about her mom's drug problems and had pushed her through the normal high school insecurities. Can't you be happy I'm happy? I'm not stupid. I know the situation isn't exactly perfect, but can't you pretend it is? Jessica pursed her lips. If you're happy, I'm happy. She held her hands up in surrender. You know how I feel, so I won't push it. From now on, I'll be the supportive best friend you deserve. Promise. It suddenly felt as if a weight had been lifted off Alice's shoulders. I appreciate it. The corners of Jessica's mouth lifted, and she opened her arms. Come here. You got laid and that deserves a hug. Alice laughed and brought a hand to her face. Thanks. She leaned into the hug. Now come on. Let's go find a bar with some good specials. Today calls for a margarita or 2 or 4. So I hear you have daddy issues. Armand narrowed his eyes at the man who sat across from him. That's one way of putting it. Austin West shrugged. I don't like to bullshit. That made sense. He was one of the best consultants in the business. He didn't look much older than Armand, probably mid to late 30s, but he'd saved more companies and businesses than Armand could count. He came in strong, worked fast, and turned shit around. That kind of attitude was exactly what Armand needed when dealing with Donald. I can appreciate that. I'm also happy you could start this so quickly. I like interesting cases, and it doesn't get more interesting than the mess you've found yourself in. Armand took a sip of the water in front of him, wishing he didn't want it to be whiskey. Did you have a chance to read over the financials I sent over earlier? I glanced through them. But the things that will help me probably won't be found in spreadsheets. That was what Armand was afraid of. He didn't want to be too prideful, but it was damn hard for him to crawl to a stranger and beg for help. The blow to his ego was only matched by the blow to his checkbook. West didn't come cheap. This dinner alone was going to cost 5 figures, and was time he'd much rather spend with Alice. At the moment, he wasn't sure whether he was more pissed off at his father for sabotaging his company, or because he was the reason Armand didn't have Alice stretched out naked over her sofa at that very moment. Anything you need, just let me know. West took a drink of his scotch. Well, I know you called me in right away, which is a good move. What other balls do you have rolling on this? To be honest, not many. I only found out about everything going down this morning. I have the lawyers ready to look the paperwork over tomorrow, and I have a rough idea of how to route Donald's spies out of my company. West nodded as he seemed to digest the information. You said Donald blackmailed the other investors. Does he have anything on you? He has a lot of stuff on me, but most of it is public already. He's brought down a previous venture of mine and broke up an engagement and generally made my childhood hell. This is very important. West leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table. I can do a lot on my own, but things go faster and much more efficiently if I know all the skeletons in your closet. Armand took a deep breath and exhaled. There's one thing. A girl. Isn't there always, said West with a smirk. This is different, he bit out. Armand debated how detrimental it would be to his cause if he stormed out on West. She's been my assistant for years. A few months ago, we had a falling out and she quit. Before I could grovel at her feet, Donald showed up and promised her more money and opportunities. We recently reconnected, and she's coming back to work for me, starting tomorrow? Wes blinked a few times. I'm sorry. What about that seemed like a good idea to you? It's not like that. Armand took a deep gulp of water. She left you for more money, and now just happens to be coming back after all this happened? If you're looking for a spy, look no further. Armand slammed his drink down on the table. I told you, it's not like that. If there's one thing I know, it's that Alice is an innocent pawn in my father's fucked up games. Wes leaned back and crossed his arms. So I take it the two of you are serious. How long has your affair been going on? Is it a secret? About that. When was the start of their relationship? They'd kissed for the first time the night she quit. He checked out her ass for the first time about 2 months into her employment. Taking in West's cynical look, he decided on the most likely answer he wanted. 10 hours ago. West let out a bark of laughter. At least today wasn't a total bust then. Alice, why does that sound familiar? Wait. This is the Armande Alice who showed up to Mason's party with your dad? That does sound bad, said Armand through clenched teeth. Don't worry. West took another drink. From what I've read, you seem to have a natural business instinct. If you say she's on the level, I'll take your word for it. But just because she doesn't want to hurt you, doesn't mean she can't be used against you. Does she know anything that Donald would want? Yeah. Armand looked away for a moment. He hadn't admitted his dark past to anyone for years. I used to drink. A lot. I got into an accident, and a girl ended up in a wheelchair. Should we be worried about her? The corner of Armand's mouth hooked up at the thought of Annabelle. No. She's a saint. We settled out of court, and I wrote her a check big enough to pay for a decent apartment and a few vacations of a lifetime. But instead she invested every penny and enrolled in college. She and Alice got to know each other pretty well, since Alice was her main contact during the settlement. Now they're in their last few college classes and are actually friends. Austin considered his glass for a second. I'm trying to decide if I'm happy I took this job or terrified. Well, it's not going to be boring, I can promise you that. Did you have any fun plans? The joy of being an insanely successful consultant was that West had the freedom to work 2 months out of the year and still make a killing. His suit was definitely a thing to be admired. The tailoring was impeccable, and Armand was half tempted to ask where he'd gotten it. Everything about the man was perfectly manicured and maintained. His red hair was barely longer than a buzz cut, and his full beard was kept short enough to show off a chiseled jaw that could only be maintained through strenuous hours at the gym. Armand knew because he'd worked damn hard for the Armande thing. Give me a few days, and I'll let you know exactly how much fun I think this is going to be. Is that everything I need to know? Anything else is going to be in the files I sent over, but those are the big bases to cover. Wes threw some bills on the table and stood. I'd stay longer, but I want to get my contacts moving on this as quickly as possible. One quick question. How dirty are you willing to get on this? I'm willing to roll in the mud with the pigs if that's what it takes to make Donald pay. Good to know. Enjoy work tomorrow. At least you'll have Alice to cheer you up. With that, West walked away, pulling out his phone and making a call as he went. Armand let out a sigh and grinned. He actually was looking forward to getting back to work.
Want to win a free book bundle with 3 fantastic reads in one? Drop the word bossy in the comments below to get a shot at winning this jackpot. No limit on entries, so fire away with bossy as many times as you like. From this very video, I'll be picking 3 winners to snag this trio of books. Don't miss out on this chance to stack up your reading list. Type bossy and cross your fingers.
Chapter 16. Why the hell was someone at her desk? Alice had played her LeBlanc Corp homecoming in her mind 1,000 times, but none of that had prepared her for the sight of some guy at her station. Of course she'd known Armand had replaced her. Armand had complained about the new guy multiple times. It was just hard to process. With a sigh, Alice crossed over to Armand's office. Apparently, this made the new assistant uncomfortable. "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" Alice paused. She needed an appointment to see him? Did she have one? Damn. She should have called him instead of assuming she'd show up at the Armande place and time as normal. "Hi. I'm here for Armand. I'll check to see if he's in. What's your name, ma'am?" Alice Carter." She studied the young blonde man carefully for any hint of recognition, but got nothing. He picked up the phone and punched in the speed dial code for Armand's intercom. "Morning, sir." Alice raised a brow at the sir, but stayed silent. "There's a Ms. Carter here for you." "Sir?" The door to Armand's office swung open. "Alice? You came." For the sake of the obviously intimidated assistant, Alice passed on, pointing out the unintentional innuendo, and smiled up at him. "You didn't think I would?" He returned her grin. "A few things haven't gone as expected the past few days. Come on in." She slipped into his office before he closed the door. The second they had privacy, he pulled her into his arms and gently pressed his lips to hers. She breathed against him. "Mixing work and pleasure? I wish." He pulled away slightly but still kept her close. "I'd love to bend you over my desk right now and lift that skirt over your delectable ass." Her heart caught in her chest at the words as he trailed kisses down her neck. "But I happen to have it on high authority that you're a screamer." Alice let out a laugh and pushed him away. "Please? You think I'm the loud one?" She pointed a finger at him. "You're the one who had the entire floor making noise complaints." "Fine." He backed up and held his hands up in surrender. "We'll agree to disagree then." She took a moment to soak in his smile. This was all for her. She stood in Armand's domain, and he made jokes about undressing her. How had this even happened? The memory of Oksana and him discussing her future flooded back, along with the years she'd spent trying her damnedest to get over him. And now here they were, together. Sure, the idea that he only realized he cared for her after she left stung a bit, but she pushed all those thoughts down. She'd leave the doubting and negativity to Jessica. For now, she'd focus on enjoying being back on home turf. "So where am I off to?" she asked. "It looks like my old spot is taken." Armand leaned against his desk and crossed his arms. "You really want to go back to being my assistant?" No. She knew she wasn't going to be working for Armand in that capacity anymore, yet somehow the reminder of the door slamming on that chapter of her life stung. "What do you expect me to do then?" "Probably nothing too different than what you were doing with Donald. Entry-level reporting, following up with different departments when needed, and obviously coordinating between me and Donald." The air seemed to crackle with tension at the mention of the Donald situation. "What's happening with that?" "Today is for damage control. My aim is to convince everyone in the city that I planned the buyout and am overjoyed." Alice set her purse down on the sofa. "Overjoyed? I'm still planning on taking LeBlanc public, no matter what Donald is cooking up. So I need everyone to think Donald's buy-in was a strategic move to strengthen the knowledge capital before the IPO." She sighed. This whole thing seemed to get more complicated by the minute. "How are you going to get the city to believe that?" "I'm going to tell them. There's a press conference today at 2. Donald and I are going to stand as a united front, make sure everyone knows LeBlanc Corp is even stronger than before." "And Donald agreed to this?" Alice set a hand on her hip. Armand had a tenuous relationship with the press at best, but Donald was practically paranoid with the lengths he went through to keep them out of his personal life. "Well?" A flash of guilt ran over his face. "Oh my God. This is a me thing, isn't it?" "He likes you," said Armand. "Did you even try calling him and asking? Since he got you in this mess, I'm sure he'd throw you a bone." Armand pushed off the desk and moved a few steps closer to her. Please, Alice. I could have called, but I've already given him too much this weekend. My pride couldn't take any more. She cocked her head and studied Armand. For someone so prideful, you're sure quick to play the pity card with me. His mouth curved up and he closed the distance between them. Where you're concerned, I have no pride. He leaned down and kissed her. His lips were soft and gentle, and Alice allowed her eyes to drift closed as his hands fell on her hips. No fair. You're using sex to control me, and I'm apparently much too susceptible. As long as you don't realize the sex thing goes both ways, he whispered. She felt heat rush to her cheeks. Was it possible that she held that power over him? Fine. You win. But just so you know, you and your father are ridiculously immature. You're not wrong. But there's one more thing we have to deal with. The mole in the company? Armand abruptly twisted out of her grasp and moved behind his desk to fish a piece of paper out of his briefcase. Here are our suspects. Alice took the paper from him and scanned over the list of 5 names. What is this? Luckily for our search, not many LeBlanc Corp employees have the work ethic we do. So these are all the employees who registered computer activity while on the building's internet after 6:30 p.m. on the night you quit. She looked at the names again, but nothing popped out at her. She'd worked with all these people for years, and none of them screamed traitor to her. But one name was missing. You don't think Oksana could have done it? Oksana and I only met 2 weeks before that. I don't think Donald had enough time to sink his claws in her. Besides, I thought you two were getting along better now. Getting along better rather than horribly doesn't make us best friends. How did this conversation swing around to Oksana? Oh yeah, she brought it up. So what are we doing with everyone else? The audit was in full swing then, so it's mostly accounting. I'm going to set you up down there. Since you're coming back from enemy territory, see if anyone's more interested than the others. You have plenty of reason to talk to all of them. Maybe do lunch today. Anything you can do to find out who is loyal to me and who isn't. It's not like they're just going to blurt out that they're on Donald's payroll. That doesn't mean they won't do anything else suspicious. Lie about small things and see if anyone notices. What? Say the carpet is a bright red or something. If anyone looks at you like you've grown a second head, it might be a sign that they've been to the LeBlanc Enterprises offices before. Is there anyone you want me to focus on more than the others? It's impossible to know for sure. Gloria has been with me for almost as long as you, so I'd hate to think it would be her. Gavin is the only one on the list who will be eligible for stock compensation after the company goes public, so he has a vested interest in making sure LeBlanc Corp stays in good standing with the press. I doubt he'd be the one leaking the info. So you want me to focus on the other 3? I don't know Delia or Jackson well, but they've always seemed nice enough. Matthew started 4 months ago. Do we have any idea how long Donald's been getting info on you? He seemed to know my every movement since I was 10, muttered Armand. But the only concrete proof I had that there was a leak was when Donald showed up at your apartment a whopping 12 hours after you quit. Okay then. I'm not making any promises, but I'll try my best. Armand nodded, but his lips remained tight as he looked down to the floor. What's wrong? I don't know. This feels awkward, asking you to dig around for info. Well, it wasn't as if she was looking forward to it. Don't think of it that way. Just think of it as me getting to know my new old coworkers, and then filling you in on the gossip after work. Normal boyfriend and girlfriend stuff, you know? Armand's head jerked up. Wait. I'm your boyfriend? Suddenly heat rushed to Alice's face, and she knew she was blushing again. Well, we did, and you, Alice, he said, saving her from her stuttering mess of a response. Sorry, she muttered and forced herself to meet his gaze. Will you go out with me? He asked with a smirk. She snorted and rolled her eyes. You're mocking me now. No. Well, kind of, but I do want to go out later. After work, we can grab some dinner and. She raised a brow. And go back to your place? Maybe. He shuffled a bit closer. I just got a new sofa, and I'd love to show it off. Smooth LeBlanc. I thought you were supposed to be some sort of legendary playboy. He held up his hands. No tricks, no games. Go out to dinner with me tonight. Please. I'll let you know. Alice made her way to the door. I'm starting a new job today, and I heard the owner of the company is a real hard-ass. She winked as she slid out of his office. Alice obediently followed Gavin as he weaved through the hallways and cubicles. Normally, I'd take you around on a tour, he said. But you already know everyone and where everything is. I actually helped design the layout, she chirped. He stiffened, and she inwardly groaned. She'd only been gone a few weeks, yet had somehow already forgotten how touchy Gavin could be. He hated to be reminded of her seniority over him. He'd never said anything rude to her, but his body language spoke louder than words. Like Armand said, I'm here to help out any way I can. My last final is in 2 weeks, and then I'll have my bachelor's. So I'm basically an entry level. I've already done a few odds and ends for the accounting department. I've been working over at LeBlanc Enterprises for almost a month, and I worked on a few easier reconciliations over there. I'm here to help. Part-time help, he reminded her. Gavin always had been particular about how things were worded, but his attention to detail was one of the things that made him so good at his job. He sure looked the part of a stereotypical accountant. His tall, lanky body dressed well in a button-down, pale green shirt and his hair in an easy-to-care-for buzz cut. But once she'd gotten to know Gavin, Alice realized there wasn't much stereotypical about him. He was an avid Yankee fan, but he was also very involved in a few cancer charities and had been ever since his sister had passed away years ago. He might be a pain in the ass, but Alice could deal with it because she knew he just wanted the job to be done right. Alice decided it would be best not to argue about the part-time quip. She didn't expect her unofficial position as liaison between Armand and Donald would take up much of her time, nor did she think the men should be using a liaison to talk in the first place. But that was their business, and she'd prefer to keep their feud as far away from the conversation as possible. Besides, she'd be spending half the morning convincing Donald to do a press conference anyway, so she didn't want to assure Gavin he'd have the majority of her time and then blow him off for the first few hours. They came to a halt in front of an empty cube between two of the suspects, Delia and Matthew. At least this way, she could overhear their phone conversations easy enough, but she doubted either would be stupid enough to say anything incriminating while in a cubicle. But they were nice cubes, damn it. Alice had made sure she got 6-foot walls to give a decent feeling of privacy while working, and the walls were a beige fabric over metal, so plenty of personal items could be hung for everyone to see. She'd been rather proud of these cubes. Not to mention she'd always hoped she'd end up out of the secretary desk and in one. We're all in the middle of close right now, and Delia's knee-deep in accounts payable right now, so when she gets a free minute, she'll give you some items to help out with. Your old computer is on the desk for you, so no passwords or usernames need to be set up. If you need anything, you know where my office is. Sounds good. He gave a quick nod before he turned away and headed back to his office. Alice slunk down into her office chair and glanced around at her new workspace. It was nowhere near as nice as Armand's office and was about on par with her cube at LeBlanc Enterprises, but a huge grin filled her face anyway. She had a cube at LeBlanc Corp. Now she could be knee-deep in the appliance business. It probably sounded boring to most, but she'd been living and breathing this for years. Here she was with her own cube and a date with Armand in 8 hours. When the hell had things started going so right? Her phone beeped loudly from her purse, and she jumped at the sudden intrusion. Crap. The obvious downside of cubicle living was that everyone could overhear everything. She'd have to remember to turn her ringer off before she got into the office from now on. She'd always left it on when she'd worked for Armand because he'd call her on it half the time. It had been annoying at first, but once LeBlanc Corp paid her bill, she was perfectly happy to take her demanding boss's calls. With a glance at the screen, her happy mood was burst. Donald was checking in. "How are things going? Has Armand mentioned setting up any meetings?" Alice had never gotten a text message from the mogul before, and had to admit she was amused by his more formal writing. It was good that he contacted her, though, considering she'd wanted to speak to him anyway. "Can you take a call in 15 minutes? She made sure to spell out all the words fully so she could match his style. She wasn't going to be the one to introduce Donald to texting lingo. Half an hour would be better. Great. This was one of the most influential men in the city. What were the chances she could get him down to LeBlanc Corp for a press conference in 5 hours? Sounds good. She spent the next few minutes setting up her laptop and settling in a bit, but as soon as she could, she tucked herself into an empty conference room and thought over the many ways she'd never be able to get Donald to agree to speak to the press he hated about a son who hated him. She just wanted to get the call over with, so she could tell Armand she had tried her best. He knew how stubborn Donald could be. He'd understand. Probably. If not, maybe she could try the whole sex thing. He did say it worked both ways. Alice snorted at the dirty direction her thoughts had taken. Wait to see the silver lining. She might never be able to convince father and son to reconcile, but on the bright side, she might get some office sex. But then her 30 minutes was up, and there was no more delaying. She called Donald and waited for the rings, almost hoping it would go straight to voicemail. No luck. "Alice? How's your day going so far? What mood does Armandul seem to be in?" She shook her head. What mood did he think Armandul would be in? But at least this let her get straight to the point. He's on damage control. Armand is still planning on going public in a few months, and he wants everyone to think this was a planned buy-in. He's scheduled a press conference for 2 p.m. today, and it would add a lot of credibility to the company you both own if you were there too. She kept her tone firm and calm, not wanting to let on how nervous talking to Donald made her. Especially when she was giving him news he might not want to hear. 2 seems like rather short notice. "Are you sure this can't be scheduled tomorrow?" asked Donald. Alice's brows drew together. Of the many things she'd done for Armand, she had no idea how to put together a press conference, let alone delay one. The sooner the better. If you want the public to believe this isn't a family drama unfolding in a boardroom, they'd expect that there was already time set aside to address the media. Alice quickly replayed the words in her head. Yep. That sounded like it made some sort of sense. I'll make sure to move some meetings around. I'll plan to arrive at LeBlanc Corp at 1:45. Blinking rapidly, Alice moved the phone from her head and stared at it for a few seconds. Did Donald just agree? Without any argument or snide remarks about Armand at all? Not that he'd made many rude comments about his son in the past. In fact, he'd been nothing but polite where Armand was concerned. But that was before he'd sabotaged Armand's company and bought half of it right out from under him. I'll make sure reception is expecting you. Great. See you then, Alice. See you then, she repeated as he hung up. Well, at this pace, she'd find them all by lunch. For the first time in her life, Alice didn't knock on Armand's office door. It was 6:30 and nothing he was doing was more important than her plopping down on his sofa as soon as possible. Of course, as soon as she pushed open the door and fell into the plush cushions, her mind was flooded with all the very important phone calls and meetings Armand had late into the evening in the past. Hello there, he called. Well, he didn't sound mad. Hey you. Ready to go? Just finishing up reading this article. It looks like the plan is working. It took her a second to sort out the plans in her mind. So far she'd had no luck sniffing out a mole, but if he was reading an article, he was probably talking about the plan to convince everyone the buy-in was intentional. They have articles printed already? She sat up to look over at Armand. When Donald LeBlanc speaks, people listen. I'm reading through some of these comments. She shuddered as she thought about what the comments would say. I don't even want to know. Probably not, but it's not too bad. Donald backed up our story, and if I do say so myself, I think I did a good job. I kept smiling and at no point punched my dad, he said with a smirk. You were perfectly charming. The boys wanted to be you, and the girls wanted to be with you. She grinned. In truth, the whole thing had been rather uneventful. Donald arrived right on schedule and was immediately ushered to Armand's office, where the two didn't say a single word to each other. Alice tried her best to keep conversation going with Donald to break the awkward silence, but luckily the select few reporters were there right on time. By 2, Donald, Armand, and she were all in the executive meeting room with about 15 members of the media. It was a rather informal thing, and Armand did all the talking. He and Donald stood close together and smiled and threw off the exact relaxed vibe they wanted the press to pick up on. And as soon as it was over, Donald was gone, and Armand acted as if his father had never been in the building. I didn't think I was that good. Armand shut his computer and collected his things. Maybe I'm biased, but I know I was thinking about being with you. Really? He picked up his bag and made his way to the couch. Alice leaned on her elbows to push herself up, trying her best to look sexy, pushing her breasts out a tiny bit and lengthening her neck. I was thinking about it the entire time. You know, I have this awesome new sofa at my place. Want to check it out? She gave him her best sultry smile. I happen to be fascinated by new couches. Chapter 17. Alice rubbed her eyes as the elevator made its way up the 30 stories to Armand's apartment. After a 12-hour day at work, there was nothing she wanted more than to fall into his plush king-sized bed and pass out. But with her graduation ceremony 2 days away and a long weekend coming up, she needed to stay late and make sure her projects were all completed, or she had someone qualified who could take them over. The past 3 weeks had been a blur of taking finals and adjusting to her new position within LeBlanc Corp. Luckily, she wasn't called on to mediate relations between Armand and Donald, so it was only her one job and school that caused her lack of sleep. Well, sleeping over at Armand's constantly didn't help. But she figured the time she spent awake in his bed was downplayed by the extra half an hour of sleep she got every morning. When she stayed with Armand, she was able to hitch a ride in his car to the office instead of the subway. Though he would always make sure to grab a coffee before he entered the office, so they weren't seen arriving together. And Armand had been amazing. He managed to give her space when she needed it for work and school, but when they were together, he was the funny, handsome, attentive man she'd been so infatuated with for years. And his smiling face was exactly what she needed tonight. Her last few finals had been killer. Even though they were over for good now, she wouldn't mind a nice bear hug from Armand. The elevator doors opened, and Alice shuffled to Armand's door. After some careful juggling of her book bag and purse to find her key, the door was open, and she slid through the opening and set her purse and bag in the entryway. Armand's apartment had this strange effect of being cold and welcoming at the Armande time. It was decorated in a mixture of grays and blacks, with lots of hard angles and modern furniture, but she couldn't help but smile at the massive space. She always got a little rush when she knew she was about to see Armand. He could make even some barren space like this feel inviting. Though at the moment, she didn't see any sign of him. She glanced around the living room and kitchen, which in total were bigger than her tiny studio. Armand? Alice Carter, I presume, said a deep voice from behind her. She twisted around, coming face to face with a tall, striking man. She glanced over his shoulder to see whether any more strange men were going to sneak up on her. Yes. And you are? He took a step forward and held out a hand to her. Austin West. The consultant, right? She shook his hand and made sure to match his firmness level. I've heard wonderful things about you. Armand's spoken rather highly of you as well. Austen sat back down. Alice's brows drew together at the note of consternation in his voice. Did that mean Armand hadn't said good things about her, or that Austen didn't like what he heard? For that matter, how much did the consultant know about her and Armand? She was working on the Donald situation, and Alice was intimately involved with Armand and the buyout, so she had to assume he knew everything. The thought of him knowing all the dirty details only increased her unease. She studied the hotshot consultant Armand was practically pouring money on. He was obviously handsome, but there was a definite edge to his gaze that gave her pause. It was almost as though there was a buzzing energy that was barely contained. Is Armand around? I didn't realize he had company. He wasn't planning on it. I just invited myself over. Alice nodded, but worrisome thoughts raced through her mind. Was Armand even here? Was she alone with a strange man? Austen was probably not dangerous, but she'd been raised in a modern age where women were always on edge. It wasn't okay for him to just come over. Armand must be around. How else would Austen have gotten in? She tried to wipe all the worries off her face. Would you like something to drink? I think Armand has water and a few types of soda. I actually wouldn't mind some water. Sure. I'll be right back. As she was really starting to get nervous, she heard the familiar sound of Armand's footsteps pounding down the stairs that led to the bedroom level of his apartment. He reached the bottom right as she crossed the mouth of the stairs to get Austen his water. Alice? Hi. I didn't hear you come in. I guess I'm sneaky like that, she said as Armand leaned forward to place a kiss on her cheek. Her brows drew together. Her cheek? Okay, Austen already knew they were in a relationship. A rather intimate one, considering he knew she had a key to Armand's place. What was Armand trying to prove with a slightly chaste kiss? She shook off her curiosity. Did you want anything to drink? I'm good. Thanks, hun. Austen and Armandul moved into the living room. Alice quickly pulled down a glass and got some ice and filtered water from the fridge before she followed the men. If there was a late-night, super-secret meeting, she wanted in on it. Armand sat on the sofa, while Austen leaned on the armchair on the other side of the coffee table. Alice silently set down Austen's water and sat down next to Armand. Thanks for that. Austen took a sip. So, have you two found anything out? Austen looked to her as he asked, and suddenly she was on the spot. I haven't found out a thing. No one's been spilling their guts, and no one's even asked about the Donald and Armand thing lately. My investigative skills, or lack thereof, have been a complete dead end. Austen nodded and narrowed his eyes, but not in a judgmental way. It was more like his mind raced through all the options. Alice isn't our last line of defense here. Have you found any way around the buy-in? I'm pretty close to something. I don't want to say too much before I have confirmation though, and if there's other information out there, I don't want to discount it. How did you question your co-workers? Alice blinked a few times. Question? I went out on a few lunches with Delia and Matthew. Did Austen even know who Delia and Matthew were? Did Armand tell you about the list he pulled? Austen nodded. The people who were there the night you two had your falling out? Alice nodded. Yeah. So I've been trying to be as friendly as possible, but no one has given anything away to me. Gavin has been on vacation for the past week, and when I bring up the subject of Donald and Armand, no one seems more interested than the others. I've even peppered in a few meaningless but obvious lies, and haven't gotten a thing. Well, maybe you need bigger bait, said Austen. Alice looked between Armand and Austen. What? Austen leaned forward and rested his arms on his knees. If what you're trying isn't working, you need to switch tactics. Throw out some bigger bait. A sinking feeling gathered in Alice's stomach. Something so good they'd need to tell Donald. Armand shook his head. I don't have anything valuable enough that Donald would want to know and that I feel comfortable releasing. Then make something up. Something juicy enough that his mole will have no choice but to make contact. Just make sure to tell each of the suspects something slightly different, so you know which one ratted you out. Wait, said Alice. What if the lie makes its way out of the company? Isn't this kind of stuff dangerous? Financial lies aren't normally the best way to go. Austen's eyes shifted between Armand and Alice. Armand sat back. You mean? A personal lie, finished Alice. You want us to go public with our relationship. Well, you can't exactly tell different variations on the story that you're dating. Besides, Donald already knows. If you were thinking about eloping, though, that would be news. Alice's gaze shot to Armand to gauge his reaction. Not that she even knew what her own reaction was. She and Armand hadn't even discussed moving in together, even though she'd spent almost every night at his place. Now they were talking fake marriage proposals. Was Armand going to shrug it off and be fine with it? Was he going to be upset? Wait. If anyone should be upset here, it should be her. You want me to lie to all my coworkers, who I will be working with for a long time, and tell them that I'm marrying their boss. What happens when the jig is up? Armand stands me up at the altar? I won't ever be able to show my face. Armand set a comforting hand on her leg. She's right. Alice has done more than enough for me already. Think of it this way. You two are in a real relationship. That part isn't a lie. So there's one of two things that can happen here. You could live happily ever after. So, assuming the 5 suspects can't keep their mouth shut, and let's face it, they probably won't, you just say you changed your mind about the elopement and then get married whenever the hell you feel like. Now, let's assume things go in the other, less pleasant direction. Do you really think you'd be continuing to work with those co-workers anyway? And no matter how good of terms you two are on when, sorry, if you break up, it will still be seen as you leaving in disgrace. A tense silence set over the 3 of them. Alice wanted to scream at Austen. Tell him to get out of her face and stop spewing his lies. But it wasn't as though she'd never thought about what would happen if things with Armand did go sour. They'd only been together for a month. She was a practical, modern woman, and Armand was hardly a saint. Adding in the complications with his father and the fact that she was in the middle of everything, Armand and she were hardly a match made in heaven. So she said the only other thing that came to mind. You're a dick. Austen's lips tightened. They don't pay me to be nice. Armand stood up from the sofa and broke his silence. Austen, I think it would be best if you left. Alice looked up at Armand, once again trying to read him. He didn't seem mad at Austen. She wasn't even sure she was mad at Austen. He wasn't wrong, and everything he was doing was to help Armand. Somehow, she kept getting in the middle of helping Armand. I hope I didn't upset either of you too much. Think it over. As I said, I have other options, so this isn't the end-all, be-all. I just figured it was a relatively harmless way to find out more information. I'll be in touch, said Armand solemnly as Austen retreated to the exit. Armand pointedly didn't walk him out. Once they were alone, Alice shifted awkwardly on the couch. Thanks for asking him to leave, she said quietly. He leaned back down on the leather. Thanks for calling him a dick. She let out a soft laugh. He was. But he wasn't wrong. I know you. You've thought about this going wrong before. His blue eyes met her darker ones. I've thought about it. I've also considered the possibility of World War III, moving to California, and animals suddenly gaining the ability to talk. Alice snorted. For some reason, the idea of you in California seems like the least believable of all those. And that's why I try not to think about it. It's the Armande attitude I have toward thinking about us breaking up. I'm happy with the way things are now, and anything that messes with that equilibrium is something I'm trying to avoid. Armando LeBlanc, of the Great LeBlanc Empire, is trying to avoid things? Who are you, and what did you do with my boyfriend? He stood and stretched his arms up. The movement pulled the last of his shirt out of the waistband of his pants. Now forget about what Austin said. No more lies, spying, anything. If anything does happen between us, it's probably because I'm an ass, and you realize you're way too good for me. He held a hand out, and Alice let him pull her up and against his chest. Says the handsome, rich business prodigy. He grinned down at her. I like how handsome and rich are my top two qualities. Alice playfully punched him in the arm. That's me. The consummate gold digger. I think you're just fishing for more compliments. You want to know my favorite one? His hand settled on her waist and pulled her close. She gasped as her entire body pressed against his. What's that? She breathed against his mouth as he leaned in for a kiss. It started soft, but soon his hands ran up and down her back. He deepened the kiss, tongue just barely brushing her lips. Alice moaned as she pulled him closer. There it is. That's my favorite sound right there. Spoiler alert. She gasped for air. Take me upstairs and you'll hear a lot more.
Loving this book? Dive into this uncensored book and tons more at author.alicefox.com. Use code YouTube10 for 10% off your first order. Also, comment Spicy Romance for a chance to get a whole Mafia romance bundle for free. Comment as many times as you want. The more comments, the more chances to win. I will pick 10 winners. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel for new books weekly.
Chapter 18. The next day, Armand and Alice stuck to their normal routine. She rode with him to work, and she quickly hopped out of the car as he continued on his coffee run. She had a little extra pep in her step as she reached the bank of elevators and hit the up arrow. The elevators where she and Armand first kissed. This was good. They'd had the relationship talk and survived. She was basically in the clear in terms of spying on the accounting department. From now on, all she needed to focus on was her final exams and getting quality work done. The doors dinged open, and Alice practically skipped onto the car. One more little blessing of the day, it seemed as if she'd have the elevator to herself. A rarity in such a busy building. But as the doors started to swing close, a hand shot between them. Alice quickly hit the door open button out of instinct, even though they were already separating, thanks to the motion sensors. Gavin stepped in and glanced down to where her fingers still rested on the button. Thanks. He turned around to face the door. No problem, she said as they fell into the customary elevator silence. She should say something. This wasn't a stranger, this was her boss. So, how was your vacation? Vacations. That was a good, neutral work topic. Gavin's face lit up. Barbados was fantastic. The weather was perfect, hotel was amazing. I was able to relax on the beach while the wife read books all week. She murmured, imagining herself sitting under the sun while waves crashed on the beach. I'd love to go to Barbados someday. You really should. It's once in a lifetime. Alice nodded as she watched the numbers tick up. Here she was with one of the few people who was in the building that night. She had him completely alone, and they were talking about romantic, faraway places. My boyfriend and I are looking for nice places to travel to. Oh crap, she'd actually done it. Surprise flashed across Gavin's face, but he hid it well enough. I didn't realize you were dating. It's a low-key relationship. But we both have big families and no time for lots of planning. So Barbados was kind of top of our list. She studied his face to see if he'd picked up on her clues. Right on cue, they hit the 54th floor. Have a great day, she called as she left Gavin behind. Instead of going to her cube, she ducked into the stairwell and went up the extra story to the 55th floor. Eric shot up as he saw her. Good morning, Alice. Mr. LeBlanc isn't in yet. He will be soon. I need to talk to him as soon as he gets here. She strode toward Armand's office. At the last minute, she stopped herself from just walking on in. Eric wouldn't want her there alone, and he didn't understand the extent of their relationship. But he would soon enough. It was time for her and Armand to go public. I'm sorry, Alice, but Mr. LeBlanc has a 9 o'clock appointment and then off-site appointments until late in the afternoon. Are you sure I can't take a message? Damn it. It was hard for her to remember sometimes that she wasn't the one in charge of his calendar anymore. If he was booked up most of the day, he'd need all the time he could get to check emails and put out the metaphorical fires that always seemed to crop up. She bit her lip as she debated turning back and going to her desk. They could always talk about it back at his apartment. No. This was a favor she was doing for him, and it was important. If she was really going all in with Austin's crazy-ass plan, she was going to tell Armand as soon as possible. She took a seat in the waiting area and decided to wait him out. She was just reaching for the day-old copy of the New York Times resting on the coffee table when Armand finally appeared. She jumped off the not-so-comfortable couch in the waiting area. "You're back," she said with a smile. He stopped when he saw her, brow furrowing. "You've been waiting?" He gestured to Eric with a subtle tilt of the head. So what he was really asking was, "You've been waiting for me in front of Eric, and you're not worried he's going to suspect anything?" "I've been waiting," she said simply. "Are you going to stand out here all day, or can we talk in your office?" He gave her one more cautious glance before he led the way into his office. "Is everything okay?" He gently pushed the door closed. "Yeah," she blurted. "Kind of. I did something a little crazy." Armand crossed his arms over his chest as he intently studied her. "Should I be worried?" "I feel like I should be worried." "No. It's nothing bad. At least not for him. I wanted to let you know that I took Austin's advice." Austin, as in the man you could barely stand last night? He had a point. An annoying point, but true. "And I was in the elevator with Gavin this morning, talking about traveling. The opportunity just seemed too perfect to pass up." "Damn it, Alice. What the hell are you thinking?" bit out Armand. Alice straightened. The harsh words were the last thing she expected from him. Where were her thanks? His appreciation for all she was doing for him? "I'm helping you." "You're putting yourself in a really delicate position here," he said. "There's a reason we haven't gone public with our relationship. I'm trying to protect you." Protect her? He was the one getting into a full-on war with his father. If there was anyone in this room that needed protecting, it was him. "I'm a grown woman, Armand. I can handle myself. My reputation is already going to be a bit dinged when everyone learns I'm sleeping with the boss, but that's going to happen anyway." Armand shook his head. "It doesn't have to. We're careful. If we don't arrive together and don't spend too much time alone together, which we're doing right now," he said with a pointed look, "then no one has to know what we're doing. Alice, you're one of the most capable people I know. I don't want even one person thinking less of you because of me." Alice took a deep breath. She knew everything he was saying was right. It was the Armande reason she'd been so mad at Austin. No matter what profession, the workplace was like high school. When two people hooked up, it was a big deal. But the big boss and his former secretary, who just happened to get promoted? No one would really care if it was her college degree that got her there. They would assume she'd slept her way up. "They're gonna find out eventually, Armand. I'm telling you, if we're smart and careful, no one has to know. For a little bit, maybe. But let's be honest. This thing, whatever it is serious. I can't say if there is marriage and babies in our future or anything, and I'm nowhere near ready to even go there. But I know this is more than just a fling. And I don't want to hide what we have. I'm willing to risk this bit of my reputation, because I'm proud of this. Maybe I wouldn't mind showing you off to the world. Go out to a dinner together. Maybe see a movie. Normal couple things." The corner of Armand's mouth lifted. "And here I thought you were a homebody like me." She snorted. "So you're okay going public?" "Hell no." He closed the distance between them. But it's your reputation at stake. If you want this, I wouldn't mind the chance to show you off either. She beamed up at him. I'm not exactly a supermodel. Way to ruin the mood, she thought to herself. He was being all sweet and romantic, and here she went, fishing for compliments. I didn't realize you not being a supermodel affected how sexy I find you, he muttered as he bent down to place a kiss on the sensitive spot where shoulder met neck. His warm breath rushing against her skin made her shiver, and she leaned in closer. His hands fell on her hips and pulled her up against him. The evidence of his arousal pressed against her stomach. Alice gasped at the hard bulge. Armand, she whispered. This is what you do to me, he said against her ear. His hands moved along her back, and her dress did little to keep the heat from his touch out. His grip suddenly tightened as he turned her body and walked her backwards. His lead made her unsteady, so she wrapped her arms around his neck, holding on tightly for balance as the edge of his desk came in contact with the backs of her thighs. Armand, she repeated, this time with a note of shock. What are you doing? Fulfilling a fantasy. His fingers hooked in the knee-length hem of her dress and moved up. She let out a nervous laugh as the cool air touched the newly exposed skin. What if we get caught? She whispered. I guess you'll just have to be quieter, he muttered as his hands reached her ass, now only covered by the flimsy silk of her panties. Her laughter faded as she was bombarded with raw sensuality. Was he serious? Eric was just outside the door, and anyone could come in at any time. The craziest thing Alice had ever done anything was kiss a date in the middle of a crowded sidewalk as he'd called a cab. A cab which she got into alone. Just when she was about to ask again whether he was serious, he hooked his fingers in her panties. The delicate fabric tickled her legs as they fell lower and lower until they pooled around her heels. Step out of them, he ordered, his voice deep and husky. Alice's breath caught in her throat. What was she doing? He looked up, his normally bright blue eyes dark with desire. Do you trust me? He asked. She turned her gaze up to meet his. His eyes were calm and sure while hers were wide. The door was just a few feet away, and anyone could be behind it. There was no lock to prevent anyone from barging in, but she knew from her years at the assistant's desk that few ever barged into Armand's office. But if they saw her and Armand? Alice? Do you trust me? He repeated. Yes, she whispered, gingerly stepping out of her panties as she stared deeply into his eyes. A self-satisfied grin covered his face as his fingers traced patterns along the back of her legs. So beautiful, he breathed as he looked at her bared lower body. He ran his palms up and down her legs, going higher each time until he finally reached the junction where her thighs met. Sit, he ordered. The calm and sureness in his voice helped to take away her lingering doubts. It was hard to think of all the reasons they shouldn't, when all she could focus on were the bolts of pleasure that shot through her at his touch. And he was only on her leg. Obediently, she set her palms on his desk and pushed herself up the tiniest bit until she was perched on the side. Biting her bottom lip, she spread her legs wider. He grunted in appreciation at her boldness. His stroking palms hooked around to her inner thighs, and he moved up higher. Reaching her core, he spread her inner lips open as he laid a kiss to her most sensitive area. Alice gasped. Her head fell back as the lightning shot through her. Her hips bucked against him, urged him for more. In response, his tongue teased her with short, deliberate strokes. Each touch pushed her closer to the edge. One hand fisted in his hair, as the other braced her against the desk, trying to give him the best angle possible so his delicious torture wouldn't stop. Two fingers slid into her wet heat, and she let out a moan that she quickly regulated to a whimper, as she remembered the need for silence. As he stroked in and out, his tongue continued to work its magic, the double assault on her senses too much for Alice to bear. Her breaths came quicker, and tiny moans slipped past her as she climaxed and pulled Armand even closer. She worked to catch her breath as she slowly came back to earth. Armand pushed himself up, undoing his pants as he stood. She stared breathlessly at him, only then realizing that they were almost fully dressed. And then he thrust into her in one sure stroke. Her arms wrapped around him, fingers twisting in the fine fabric of his jacket as he started to move. As he moved faster and faster against her oversensitized flesh, she had to double her efforts to remain silent. She wrapped her legs around his waist and matched his rhythm, shifting her hips to meet each rough thrust. Their orgasms hit at the Armande time. Armand grunted his release as Alice bit at the fabric of his jacket to keep quiet. They remained entwined in their passionate embrace for a few moments as each caught their breath. Armand ran his hands up and down her back as he let out a little laugh. She smiled up at him. "Do that to a lot of women?" He brushed his fingers through his hair, the strands obediently falling perfectly back into place. "That was a first," he admitted. "God, I hope it's not the last." She snorted as she disentangled her legs from around him. "I should really get going. You have a 9 o'clock you should probably get ready for." He leaned over her to pull some napkins from a drawer he could just barely reach without withdrawing fully. Then he carefully pulled out, taking extra care to wipe her clean. "Still keeping track of my schedule?" he asked casually. She sucked in a breath at the intimate, gentle touch, immediately missing his warmth as he backed away, tossed the napkin in the trash, and buttoned his pants. "Someone needs to keep track of you," she murmured as she pulled her panties back on and straightened her skirt. "Well, thank God I have you, right?" He leaned forward to place a kiss on her cheek. She turned, intercepting his kiss with her lips. "You know it." "Now, assuming Eric hasn't already spilled the beans, I'm going to start bragging about my new boyfriend." Chapter 19. Armand's eyes moved quickly over the crowded bar, searching through the sea of black suits and white dress shirts for Austin. He pushed a bit deeper into the crowd, the combined colognes and perfumes a bit too much for his tastes. One of his favorite things about Alice was her scent. She forewent the expensive perfumes, so she always smelled like woman, with the tiniest hint of her soap and shampoo. He liked it even better when she smelled like his soap. Austin waved a hand from a booth on the other side of the bar, and Armand forced his mind to clear. He had to focus on getting the company back. Not on his girlfriend. His amazing girlfriend who'd let him fuck her in his office. God, he'd rather be with her at the moment. "Please tell me you've got something." Armand slid into the seat across from Austin. "Not even going to buy me a drink first?" Austin was dressed in a pristine, perfectly tailored suit as always. "Am I going to want to buy you one after I hear your news?" Austin smirked. "After you hear what I have to say, you're going to want to buy me this entire bar." Armand's stomach flipped over. A wave of nervous excitement rushed through him. "What did you find?" "I didn't exactly find anything. You remember when I asked you how far you were willing to go?" "Yeah," said Armand as the waitress approached the table. It was only when she started listing off the specials that Armand realized he was in a bar. As in, surrounded by alcohol. Shit. As much as he wished he could blame this startling immunity to the one substance that almost caused his complete downfall on his newfound peace of mind, he knew it was just one more sign of how frayed around the edges he was. He needed this Donald situation fixed. He couldn't afford to be this distracted on a perpetual basis. "I think I have a way out of this, but it's not a clean solution." Armand kept his face blank, but took a deep gulp of water. "How dirty?" "I've been working another job for the past few months. I can't go into specifics, but I will say that it involves bringing down a dirty investor." Austin leaned back in his seat, intently studying Armand. "He promises big returns for a small initial payment. He delivers and then gets a much bigger amount. Some sort of Ponzi scheme?" What was Austin's game? Getting Donald bankrupt would take far too long, and even if he was living out of a cardboard box, he still wouldn't sell Armand the LeBlanc Corp shares back. "Oh no. The earnings are real. You know what they say. No risk, no reward." Armand's brows drew together. Exactly how risky are the investments? Illegal risky. My client's son went to jail because of this idiot about 3 years ago. Jail? Armand leaned forward and lowered his voice. Donald's not going to be investing in anything illegal. He's been around too long and likes his money way too much. That's what makes Duford dangerous. He makes his clients an ass ton of cash, takes a healthy amount off the top, and if the cops get wind of what's happening, he vanishes. Nothing is in his name. Forged signatures, fake accents on phone calls, the whole 9 yards. And you think Donald will put his money with this guy? He's going to do his research before he lets go of even a penny. There's nothing to find. Why do you think I'm working to bring down Duford and not the police? The guy is a ghost, and I've been trying to lure him out for years. And LeBlanc money would probably lure anyone out of hiding, murmured Armand. Exactly. If we can catch Duford in the act of depositing the cash, your father's cash, and then prove it's going into shady funds, you'll get everyone's attention. The police digging through Donald's every financial transaction for at least the last 3 years, and hopefully it will give them all the probable cause they need to rip Duford apart. Armand shook his head. Even if that's true, Donald's not going to go for it. The corner of Austin's mouth hooked up in a cocky grin. He's already going for it. Armand's mouth actually dropped open before he quickly closed it. Donald LeBlanc falling for a scam? The Armande man who repeatedly fucked with Armand's life just to prove how dangerous it was to become complacent? How? The Armande way Duford always works. He took a small amount and already gave Donald a sizable but not overly suspicious return. Apparently, he was satisfied enough that he's going to meet with Duford tomorrow and authorize a larger sum. Meet in person? Armand fiddled with the glass in front of him, turned it in circles as his mind raced. Why not just call the bankers and have them take care of everything? How do you even know about the meeting? Austin's lips tightened, and he let out a sigh. I know about it because you pay me to. I've been working to get in Duford's good graces for almost a year. The only piece I was missing was a fall guy to come in with cash. I would rather avoid jail time for investing in the latest weapons research in Russia, but I didn't exactly know anyone I wanted to pull into that kind of legal mess. But you need Donald in a tight spot, and I need Duford with a fat check in his hand. If we can back Donald into this corner, we can get him scared enough to sell you your shares back. The idea of Donald being scared of anything caused Armand's heart to beat faster. Do you think he would go to jail? Your father? Austin took a quick sip of his drink. Possibly. Probably not. He has the best lawyers money can buy, and is technically unaware of any wrongdoing. He'll probably get off with a slap on the wrist. But only after a massive investigation and a mountain of legal bills. But there was a chance. Armand had always told himself he'd do whatever it took, but sending his own father to prison was a whole new low. But it wasn't like it would be the prison from TV. This would be a white-collar jail. Hell, Donald would probably be able to bring a butler with him. At least that was what Armand told himself. And how will that get me my shares back? Once Duford takes the money, there'll be a few hours before the actual transfer goes through. Confront your father then. Tell him that you can make everything go away if he gives you the shares. And how do we make everything go away? We don't. There's not going to be enough time to pull the plug. You're saying we should lie. Austin's eyes narrowed. Yes, I'm saying you should lie. The bastard nearly ruined your entire professional career and reputation. Does lying bother you? Armand clenched his jaw, more upset with himself than Austin. Lying shouldn't upset him. It was the least of what Donald deserved for the shit he pulled. When is this meeting happening? Tomorrow at 4. In the steakhouse across the street from the LeBlancer Enterprises building. The bank Duford uses closes at 6 Mountain Time, so you have 4 hours before Donald starts to think you're blowing smoke up his ass. By tomorrow night, he could have complete control of LeBlanc Corp again. As the grin started to spread across Armand's face, he remembered. That doesn't work. Alice's graduation ceremony is tomorrow. A flash of surprise crossed Austin's face, but he quickly hid it and was back to his normal, stoic calm. You don't think she'd understand the gravity of the situation? Armand narrowed his eyes. I don't want her to understand. Can't the meeting be rescheduled? Austin held his hands in the air. I don't set these things up. Duford just let me know out of courtesy that this was going down tomorrow. I don't actually call any shots. I don't know what to tell you. It was the truth. Armand had no idea what to say. This was the chance he'd waited for. What he'd paid Austin his exorbitant fee for. Could he really walk away from that? Austin pressed a 20 onto the table. I want you to understand that even if you don't come to bargain with your father, the deal is still going down tomorrow. I am giving you everything you wanted. There's no legal way out of the buy-in, and Donald is one of the squeakiest clean men I've ever seen. Playing dirty is the only way to get those shares back, and deals like this are hard to plan. I honestly don't think I could set the Armande thing up again. He stood and maneuvered his way out of the booth. Sleep on it. Give me a call tomorrow when you make up your mind. Will do, said Armand. Austin nodded before he turned away and strode out of the bar. Armand leaned back in the seat, taking another deep gulp of his water. Alice wouldn't be happy if he didn't show up to her ceremony. Hell, he wouldn't be happy. He was damn proud of her, and he wanted to be there. He wanted a cheesy cell phone photo of her walking across the stage. But that would only last a moment. If he could get his company back, that would be everything. Finally beat Donald at his own game. Prove once and for all that he was smart enough and man enough to make it without Donald hounding him every second about what a fuck-up Armand could be. And then going out of his way to prove it. A few moments of missed memories in exchange for a lifetime of security. When he put it like that, it made a hell of a lot more sense. But damn it if it didn't still feel so wrong. You're going to pick me up at 12? Asked Annabelle over the phone. Alice nodded out of habit as she paced around Armand's living room. Yep. Armand is going to get some work done at the office, but he's going to be there. Is your mom going to be okay with that? Annabelle's mother didn't have her daughter's forgiving nature, and Alice couldn't exactly blame her. Armand was the man who destroyed Annabelle's legs. How could any parent forgive that? How could Annabelle forgive it? I can't believe he's coming. So you two are really serious then? Biting her bottom lip, Alice paced around Armand's living room. I don't know about that. We've only been officially together for a few weeks. A few great weeks. How many nights have you spent at your place since you first hooked up? A few, muttered Alice. She felt the heat creep into her cheeks, and she was grateful Annabelle couldn't see the reaction. It wasn't as if they were high school girls joking about going to prom. But just the mention of sleepovers with Armand flooded her mind with all sorts of dirty thoughts. But Armand has always been special to me. From the first moment we met, I was half smitten. Armand is hard to read though. Yeah, I practically live at his place, but I'm not sure if he wants me to live with him or if it's because it's more convenient to have me here, you know? A few seconds of silence fell before Annabelle said, Have you asked him? Alice sighed. No. I'm going to wait and see. I know he likes me, and I know I'm not just another fling. That's enough for now. As I said, it's only been a few weeks. I don't even know what I'm expecting. If you marry him, you'll be Alice LeBlanc. New York royalty. Alice snorted. Now you're trying to talk me out of it. What? Asked a shocked Annabelle. The last thing I need is to get even more involved with his crazy family. I'm already sandwiched between Armand and his father. Even as her mind ticked through all the reasons she should be wary of Armand and the drama his status brought with it, her heart still did a little somersault at hearing Alice LeBlanc said out loud. What was she thinking? She'd never been the type to sit around and daydream about marriage. Even now, the idea of getting up in front of all of her family and friends to chain herself to one man for the rest of her life seemed daunting. But somehow, imagining Armand as that man made the thought a bit easier to swallow. "You're thinking about what your dress will look like, aren't you?" Annabelle giggled. "You're a bad influence. The only dress I'm thinking of is the one I'm wearing tomorrow." "Please. You've had that planned out for weeks now. Wedding bells are totally playing in your head." The clicking of the locks sounded behind Alice, and she turned to face the door. "Armand's back. I'll call you when I get in the cab tomorrow." "Sounds good. And don't forget, I'm in autumn. Remember that when you pick out bridesmaids' dresses." Hanging up now. Alice grinned. Armand pushed into the apartment, shot Alice a quick smile as a hello, before setting down his computer bag and folding his suit jacket over the bench in the small entryway. "Hey. How did the meeting with Austin go?" "It went," said Armand. Alice frowned at the non-answer. Armand didn't seem to be holding back the anger that always came from Donald beating him at one of his games, so the news couldn't have been that bad. But it didn't look like it was great news either. Was that Annabelle on the phone? Is she excited about tomorrow? Excited? She's the first member of her family to ever graduate from college. She's over the moon. Though I'm not sure if she's more excited about her trip or graduation at this point. Armand unbuttoned the cuffs of his shirt as he crossed into the living room and plopped onto the couch. "Trip? Where's she going?" "She starts with Kelsey Consulting next month, so she has some downtime. She and her mother are going for a cross-country bus tour to celebrate. It's really cool." Alice sat next to Armand on the sofa. He held up an arm, and she took the opening to cuddle up next to him, his heat always working as a Class A stress reliever. "She told me that she never even dreamed she could get this far, and she's not going to wait to get her dreams anymore. So she and her mother are starting to cross things off their dream list, starting with a road trip." Armand tucked her in closer. "Road trip on a bus?" She chuckled. "Her mom doesn't drive and she hasn't since, for a while." He stiffened against her. "Since the accident." "Don't think about that right now. Just be happy for her. This is a big deal." "I am happy for her." Armand placed a soft kiss right on the top of Alice's head. "I'm proud of you too. I know it wasn't an easy road." Alice's fingers moved over the fabric of Armand's dress shirt. She didn't want to think about the hard times anymore. "It's over. Now be serious. What happened at the meeting?" "Well, for starters, it was at a bar." "Oh no." Alice craned her neck to look up at Armand. "Was it bad?" "You are obviously here and not on a bender, so that's good." He chuckled. His chest rumbled with the noise. "I made it out alive. In all honesty, I wasn't thinking about the temptation. Donald was the only thing on my mind." That didn't exactly sound much better. "So what did Austin want?" "He thinks he found a way to back Donald into a corner. A way we can scare him so badly that he'll give me back control of LeBlanc Corp." Armand's face didn't show the slightest hint of joy or pleasure at the idea. "So what's the problem? Isn't that great news?" "Austin's been setting Donald up. He's got some sort of shady transaction going on between Donald and an investor he's been trying to nail for a while. I swoop in after the deal is done and tell Donald I first can make it go away if he gives me what I want." Alice pushed away from Armand. "Blackmail? It sounds bad, but Donald pushed me in this corner. He shouldn't be surprised when I fight dirty to get out." Even as Armand tried to convince her, his eyes still held a haunted, pensive look. As though he tried to convince himself as much as her. "Armand, if you aren't comfortable, don't do it. You have a good instinct. Maybe you need to trust your gut on this one. This is a one-time only deal. It might be my only chance, and it's a small window I have to convince Donald that I'm his only hope. Since when was there a time constraint on blackmail? Once he gives you the shares, this will all be over." You'll leave him alone and he'll stay out of your life? Armand shifted his weight and pushed off the couch. I'm tired and I didn't actually eat anything with Austin. Want to order some Chinese food? Alice's head tilted as the pieces fell into place. You're not going to hold up your end, are you? You said Austin has been after this investor for a while. The only way he gets caught is if Donald does. Armand's lips tightened. I didn't start this game, Alice. But I do have to finish it. It was so easy to think of Donald as the big bad, sitting in his massive office and twirling his non-existent mustache as he contemplated new ways to ruin his son's life. But now that she was witnessing the conniving firsthand, she didn't feel as if she was watching a master villain at work. This whole thing feels off, Armand. After you take this step, there is no going back. I already can't go back. He took LeBlanc Corp, Alice. What am I supposed to do? She took a swallow as she tried to think of something, anything to stop him from destroying Donald. You have time to think about it, right? I have until tomorrow, he said. It's happening tomorrow morning. Doesn't that seem a bit fast to you? I think it's strange Austin couldn't give you more time. Technically, tomorrow afternoon. But Austin made it clear that he didn't have much control over when the meetings were set. He was more conveying the information to me. Alice stood and glared at Armand. Tomorrow afternoon? His eyes shot to the ground. You're not going to be there? She tried to keep her voice level, but she couldn't stop the quiver of desperation that crept in. Babe, I'll find a way to make it up to you. I promise I'll make this okay. Armand took another step closer, but this time Alice stepped back, not wanting to be any nearer to him. This is my graduation. I've worked my ass off these past 6 years to get the kind of grades I was able to pull off, and put LeBlanc Corp in the position it's in. All those sleepless nights, the mountain of debt I'm in. Everything is leading to this 20-foot walk I get to make across that stage in an incredibly unflattering gown that I'm going to treasure for the rest of my life. If I'm important to you, this should be important to you too. She immediately wanted to take the words back. The idea of making him choose was much too heartbreaking. Mostly because she already knew his choice. Don't act like I don't care. You know I'd love to be there for you, but I've been pushed into a corner, damn it. This could be my one and only chance to get my company back, and I can't let this pass me by. Alice shook her head. One and only chance? You and Donald have been carrying this feud out for decades. Do you really think that he'd let you get away with blackmail? Even if you get LeBlanc Corp back, he's played you before. You're just going to continue the cycle of petty competitiveness that's gotten you nowhere. So you think I should just forget about all the ways he's tried to ruin me? Just give up LeBlanc Corp to make you happy when the actual walk has no bearing on you actually graduating? I didn't go to my graduation. She snorted at the reminder. The graduation your arch-nemesis paid for in full. He didn't pay for my college. Excuse me? The college your trust fund paid for. How could I have been so stupid to make that mistake? I accomplished something here. I want my 3 seconds of glory, and I want the man I love to be there with me. Alice couldn't even believe how far the fight had deteriorated. Armand closed the gap between them and set his hands on her shoulders. If you really loved me, you wouldn't ask this. She met his somber blue eyes. If you really loved me, I wouldn't have to. The silence stretched as the air seemed to grow thick with tension. Alice looked to Armand, waited for him to say something, anything. Some sign that he was listening and receptive to what she wanted. That he would be there for her in her moment of glory. But all she got was silence. And there she had it. Armand might like her, but his true love was his work and she could never compete with that. He was completely convinced that he could stop this stupid feud with his father by one-upping him in his own game. Unable to look at him anymore, Alice scanned the modern, dark furniture of Armand's apartment. The hard edges and stainless steel suddenly seemed cold and uninviting. She didn't belong here. She never did. I should go. She grabbed her bag from the leather sofa behind her and made her way past Armand. Alice, wait. He set a warm hand on her arm. The sudden heat gave her pause. His small touch reached through the tension of the argument and the stark reminders of the different worlds they came from. If money is an issue, I don't mind helping out, he said. She ripped her arm out of his grasp. God, Armand. This isn't about getting a handout. He followed her as she stomped to the door. It's not a handout. I love you, and if this will make your life easier, then I want to do it. Don't throw out words you don't mean. I know very well how important LeBlanc Corp is, and you've made it clear where I stand in your list of priorities. Revenge LeBlanc Corp me. So don't look me in the eye and say that you love me, okay? You might believe you do, but I've worked by your side for years. I know better. I'm not just saying it. I'm telling you, I've never felt this way about someone. I knew you were special from the moment we shared that cab, and I offered you a job on the spot, and since then, you've been a constant and amazing part of my life. Please don't walk out that door. Armand, I care for you. You know I do. But I don't believe for 1 second you care about me more than your company. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I knew before we ever got involved that LeBlanc Corp was number one. But I never thought you'd choose Donald over me. I'm not choosing anyone over you. If I don't go through with this, I might never get LeBlanc Corp back. If you go through with this, you'll be escalating a war with one of the most powerful men in the city. What if he laughs in your face? He can take your company down long before you ever get him in prison, and you know he'll take you down with him. This might be my only chance, and I'm not letting it slip away. Alice blinked back the tears. Her nose crinkled with the pent-up emotion. He was letting her slip away, and he didn't even seem to care. How could she expect him to listen to reason when it came to LeBlanc Corp? It was and always had been his one true love. She would always be left in the dust. For some reason, up until that very second, she'd thought that was okay. Somehow she'd believed that being second was worth it for Armand's love. I have a big day tomorrow, so I should really get some sleep, she croaked out. It was a lame excuse considering she'd practically been living at his place, but all she could think about was getting out of his suddenly stifling apartment and back to the freedom of her tiny studio. Are you sure? Asked Armand. Are you? She wanted so desperately to ask. Are you so sure that this plan for vengeance won't backfire and destroy you? Are you sure this is worth giving me up? I'm sure, she said. He fished around his pockets. At least let me call you a car. The doorman can get me a cab. Don't worry about it. Alice inched closer to the door, frantic to get out and hesitant to leave at the Armande time. It's no. Armand. I need to leave. Good night. She turned the knob and slipped into the hall. The world seemed to spin as she moved farther and farther from his apartment. She didn't get a chance to collect herself until she was out on the warm city street. For once, the exhaust-ridden streets were practically a breath of fresh air. She filled her lungs over and over again and kept walking. She didn't stop to call a cab. She didn't want to go back to the claustrophobic walls of her apartment, and she didn't want to dampen Annabelle's excitement about graduation. If she went to Jessica's, it would be a night full of silent, I told you so's. No. She'd have to go home, eventually. Sit in her quiet, tiny apartment that had never once bothered her until she'd started to see Armand. She let out a bitter laugh. One taste of the good life and she was already hooked. When Armand kissed her at Mason's party, she hadn't thought of one good reason not to let him into her room and her bed. Now all she could think about were those reasons. Now that it was over. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he would call her with a beautiful, heartfelt apology, and they could go back to the way they were. Who was she kidding? There was hardly anything in the world that Armand would choose over LeBlanc Corp, and she sure as hell wasn't on that list. But there was one person who fully deserved all this rage. One person who had turned her life so far on its axis that she could barely stand on her own 2 feet. Donald. He'd offered her salvation when she was most vulnerable and struck Armand in a weak spot he didn't even know existed. Donald was the one Armand was obsessing over. And who knew how dangerous that obsession could be? What if the blackmail didn't work? How far would Armand be willing to go? Alice's phone chirped, signaling a new voicemail. She contemplated even looking at it. Armand was probably calling. He could even be apologizing. She just wasn't sure she wanted his apologies at this point. Even if he professed his undying love, he made his choice. There wasn't much more to say. As the thoughts raced through her mind, her hands seemed to move of their own accord as she reached into her bag to pull her phone out. The street seemed to come to a standstill as she looked at the missed call. Donald LeBlanc. No. She couldn't believe she was being dragged even further into their crap. If either Donald or Armand thought she'd be the middleman between the two of them any longer, they both had another think coming. Already feeling the fury rushing through her veins, Alice pounded on the screen and waited for the voicemail to play. Alice. Sorry I missed you. I just wanted to say good luck tomorrow. I'm very excited for you to start this new chapter, and I know you've worked hard on it. Congratulations and thanks for all your work. Alice blinked as she stared at the phone. The kind words completely contrasted with Donald's harsh actions. How could he seem so thoughtful and generous one moment and heartless the next? Screw this. She was sick of sitting back and waiting for Armand and Donald to work things out. She was going to find out what the hell was happening once and for all. Chapter 20. As Armand waited for the latest earnings report to load on his laptop, his thumb beat out an incessant rhythm on the desk. As soon as he realized his hand moved of its own volition, he clenched his fingers into a fist. His gaze darted to where his phone sat silently on the coffee table. He wasn't sure whether he wanted Alice to call him or not. There was a very good chance that she would only be calling to yell at him more. There was a slight chance that some time to herself would have convinced her that he was right. He and Alice had a good thing going. They could have years to make up for one missed day. He could take her to Paris, Rome, and anywhere else her heart desired. He would make her the Queen of New York, and the very best of everything would be at her fingertips. Of course, that was assuming she ever wanted to see him after this one missed thing. His heart twisted within his chest. The thought that Alice wouldn't get over this, that she could leave him, sent a spear of fear right through him. She had to know he needed her. He had for years. They had something. Some sort of connection that only came around once in a lifetime. He bent over to snatch his phone, but stopped himself. What would he say? He couldn't give up this chance to nail Donald once and for all. Alice knew this. She probably knew it better than anyone. She couldn't be serious. All she needed was some time. Let her be angry for a day. Once he had LeBlanc Corp firmly secured and Donald off his back permanently, he'd talk to Alice. She'd forgive him. She had to. Even as Armand tried to convince himself, fear swirled in his gut. What if she didn't forgive and forget? Alice didn't have time for this. She had to be 15 different places within the next few hours, and confronting a real estate mogul didn't fit into that schedule. But Armand being an ass definitely didn't fit into her schedule. She'd finally admitted defeat and retreated back to her apartment the previous night. Instead of the warm, snug arms wrapped around her like she had rapidly grown accustomed to, her bed felt cold and unwelcoming. She spent all night tossing and turning, replaying all the scenarios. Had she been too quick to storm out? Armand seemed so convinced that he could take care of Donald. He could be right. Obviously, he knew his father much better than Alice, and he normally had a great head for business. No matter how many ways she looked at it, she couldn't imagine this ending well. The only way she saw Donald leaving Armand alone after this stunt would be if he was in jail, but how could she allow Armand to put his flesh and blood behind bars? He'd done a lot of questionable things since she met him, the worst of his bad deeds in the early years when he was still drinking. But he changed. After dealing with her mother's on and off the wagon moments, Alice was more skeptical than most of a person's ability to change, but Armand had done it. After seeing what he did to Annabelle, Armand directed that Armande focused energy normally reserved for his business on never looking at a glass of whiskey or scotch the Armande way again. He was a completely different Armand after that. Except for when he wasn't. The memory of his cutting words at the party came back to her. Maybe he wasn't as different as she thought. So she'd woken that morning more determined than ever to confront Donald. She was still technically a LeBlanc Enterprises employee, so she had no problem getting up to the executive suite. During the elevator ride up, she pushed all her tumultuous thoughts of Armand out of her head and instead homed in on Donald. She'd had a healthy fear of him ever since he'd first hired her, but no more Mr. Nice Girl. He had a lot of explaining to do, and it was about damn time she got some answers. High on adrenaline and anger, Alice barged right into Donald's office. Because it was Saturday, there was no assistant to block her path. He looked up immediately at her entrance. "Alice, Why would you do this to your own son?" she blurted out. He reared back a tiny bit, obviously surprised by her ballsy words. "Might I ask what exactly you're referring to?" Alice set her hands on her hips, trying to take up as much space as possible to be imposing and intimidating. "Don't play stupid." Holy crap, did she just call Donald LeBlanc stupid? She blinked away the second thoughts and continued in her tirade. "You mess with his companies, with his love life. You took his pride and joy from him. He worked his ass off to get LeBlanc Corp to where it is today, and you just swooped in and took 60%. Why? What could your endgame possibly be? How could it be worth the undying hatred of your only child?" Donald sat up straighter and clenched his jaw. "Is that how you see it?" he asked calmly. Of the many things that irritated Alice, his casual question might have infuriated her the most. "That's how it is," she shouted. "You're destroying his life, and I've had enough of your petty shit. Now tell me why." Donald stood and stretched to his full height of 6'2". Now, Donald wasn't the tallest or biggest guy, and the years had started to catch up with him, but he knew how to command a room. As he stared her down, she became intricately aware of who she was talking to and exactly how disrespectful her language had been. She took a nervous gulp but held her ground. "Do you have any idea how hard I worked to get to where I am?" he asked. "I've seen how hard Armand has worked to build himself up after you ruined his first company. You didn't know him back then. He was just out of school and had no idea what he was doing. If I hadn't taken over, he would have run it into the ground." Alice narrowed her eyes. "So you thought you'd ruin it for him?" "I was teaching him to have what it takes to succeed." He leaned forward as he shouted the words. The passion behind them made Alice take a step back. "And his fiancée? What lesson was that?" He scoffed. "That woman was a gold digger. She dropped him like a shit-filled shoe the second I paid her the slightest bit of attention. Even if you did all those things out of a warped sense of love, you still stole LeBlanc Corp. He gave controlling interest to an unsecured party. If LeBlanc Corp continued to be successful, it was only a matter of time before someone else found out who the investors were and their weak spot. My intentions with LeBlanc Corp are pure. I fully intend to step back and let Armandul continue what he's been doing. He's obviously doing well with this one. But I couldn't let him keep that vulnerable spot. He's my son. He needs to succeed." Alice relaxed her arms and let out a sigh. This wasn't an evil genius she was dealing with. It was a father who was so amazing at everything except being a father. "You really think you have been helping him all this time?" "I know I have. I saved him from bankruptcy with the first one, and I saved him from a lifetime of misery when I protected him from marriage. But you never thought to tell him this? Or sit down and try to offer him some advice?" The second that boy went to school, he was done with me. He didn't listen to me when I told him that buying into that experimental energy was a bad move, and eventually he stopped taking my calls. Alice shook her head as Armand's horror stories about Donald all came back to her. This time, it wasn't through Armand's anger-colored filter. Armand truly believed Donald hated him. He was doing everything possible to ruin Donald, not caring who he had to push over in the process. All to get his revenge against a parent who loved him in the messed-up way that only a LeBlanc would understand. "You need to talk to Armand," she warned. "He thinks you hate him, and if you let this go on any longer, you might lose any chance you have of getting a normal relationship with your son." For a brief second, she considered telling him about Austin's scheme, but couldn't bring herself to spill the beans. No matter what the future held for her and Armand or Armand and Donald, she would never be forgiven if she betrayed Armand to his father. "He won't talk to me if I call," said Donald softly. Alice wanted to feel sympathetic, but all she could do was roll her eyes. "Whose fault is that?" she wanted to ask. "Just get a hold of him. Don't let this go on any longer. I can't force this to happen. I probably shouldn't even be here. Just try. Okay?" Donald nodded. "Alice," he said softly, "I really do hope you and Armandul get your wedding in the Bahamas like you planned." She let out a deep exhale. There it was. Gavin was the mole. The one person she'd mentioned eloping in the Bahamas to. Yet somehow it didn't seem to matter anymore. "Good luck," she muttered as she turned to leave. Now all she could do was pray Armand and Donald figured their shit out before all hell broke loose. She'd spent enough time in their drama for a lifetime. It was time for her to focus on her own life and walk across that damn stage. With or without Armand to cheer her on.
Want to win a free book bundle with 3 fantastic reads in one? Drop the word bossy in the comments below to get a shot at winning this jackpot. No limit on entries, so fire away with bossy as many times as you like. From this very video, I'll be picking 3 winners to snag this trio of books. Don't miss out on this chance to stack up your reading list. Type bossy and cross your fingers.
Chapter 21. Armand checked his watch for the 20th time in the past half hour. He'd left plenty early, but the bumper-to-bumper traffic made the hair on his neck stand up. Austin had warned him plenty of times that they only had this one window to get Donald. If he missed the meeting and Alice's graduation because of traffic, he didn't know what he'd do. But he had a plan. He just had to go into the restaurant, lay out the ultimatum for Donald, and make sure he knew Armand had to have the shares by the next morning and get the hell out. He'd probably miss the beginning of Alice's ceremony, but might just be able to get there before they called her name. He could snap a picture, send her a congratulations text right as she got back to her seat, and make sure she saw him in the audience. Boom! Best of both worlds. He'd have Donald on a spike exactly where he wanted him, and Alice could see that she was important to him. He looked at the time and mentally calculated how long it would take to get to Radio City Music Hall in this traffic. An extra special gift to the graduates was that the ceremony was in the esteemed building. This had to be timed perfectly for him to make it there to see Alice. His phone chirped from his briefcase, breaking Armand from his concentration. Unlike the other calls he'd gotten that morning, his heart didn't skip a beat. He'd given up hope of Alice suddenly calling to apologize. Business call after business call taught him not to hope. If he had any chance of fixing this, it would have to be in person and today. Austin's name flashed on the screen. Armand answered the call. "LeBlanc here." "I wanted to make sure everything was on schedule," said Austin. Armand's head fell back as he rubbed his eyes. "I'm on my way right now. Is everything set on your end?" Duford confirmed he and your father are about to finalize the deal. "Are you sure you can get there in time?" "I told you I could," bit out Armand. Austin let out a sigh of relief, loud enough to echo through the phone. "Just think. In a few hours, you might not have a care in the world." Armand blinked as the thought trickled through him. He could get rid of Donald for good. Finally prove once and for all that he could beat Donald at his own game. But Austin was wrong. Even if this all went off without a hitch, there was no escaping his problems. This wouldn't get Alice back. His breath left his body at the thought. What if she couldn't forgive him? He might not get to her graduation in time, and even if he did, there was no guarantee she'd forgive him. He'd been repeating to himself over and over again that she would get over it, but this was Alice. She wasn't some temperamental schoolgirl. She knew what she was doing and what she wanted. If she told him she didn't think this plan was a good idea, maybe she had a point. How much did he really know about Duford? How much did he really know about Austin? "Give me a call when it's done," said Austin. "I want to know everything that happens." "Will do," said Armand. The words left a bad taste in his mouth, and Armand tried to push his unease as far away as possible. This was a good plan. He'd thought it over thousands of times. Get in, tell Donald he was screwed if he didn't help Armand, and then hightail it out to Radio City Music Hall and tell Alice she was the most important thing to him. His heart flipped at the thought. He couldn't look her in the eyes and say that. His car was taking him farther and farther away from Alice with every passing second. The phone vibrated in his hand, and Armand jumped at the suddenness of it. Fuck. He needed to get his head in the game. "What is it now?" he asked. He didn't have the patience to deal with Austin any more than he had to. "Armandul." Armand's back went ramrod straight as he recognized the voice on the other end. Donald. Shit, he hadn't even looked at the screen. What the hell was going on with him? He never answered the phone without checking first. "I hope this is a good time. I only have a few minutes before my next meeting." Donald sounded hesitant, as though he carefully chose his words, which made the hairs on the back of Armand's neck stick out. His father was the most self-assured person he knew. Was he suspicious? "What do you want?" Armand made sure he didn't reveal any of his unease. "Alice came to see me today." Every muscle in his body somehow managed to tense up even more. "What did she tell you?" As quick as the fear rushed through him, he pushed it back. Alice wouldn't betray him. Even if she was pissed off, she loved him. Armand's eyes fell closed at the thought. She loved him, and he was repaying her by completely shutting her out. She was rather upset about how things have transpired. "I know you'll probably be with her most of the day, but I was hoping we could work in a meeting to discuss a few things." Armand rubbed the sudden pounding in his temples. "Alice talked to you, and now you want to have a meeting? Why? What exactly did she say?" There was a pause on the line. "Well, she not so delicately pointed out that I might have handled the situation with you wrong." "I said you were wrong 1,000,000 times. What the hell is the difference?" he snapped. "She said it better." The pain intensified, and Armand's stomach twisted into knots. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He was getting his revenge, damn it. "I have to go. The man I'm meeting just showed up. Are you sure we can't do lunch tomorrow?" Armand took 2 deep breaths. Duford was there. Armand was about to get what he'd wanted for months. Years even. A final way to get Donald off his back. "Don't give Duford any money," blurted out Armand. Instead of the regret, he felt a sudden relief race through him. "How did you know about that?" "It's a long story, but trust me. Don't give him a single penny." Armand bent forward and motioned for the driver to turn around. As the driver nodded his understanding, Armand smiled his thanks. "Are you sure about this?" "I've had him checked out." "I'm sure. If you let that man in, he'll destroy you. Now I have to go." There was another pause. "You tell Alice I said congratulations," he said. Armand leaned back in his seat. The tension in his gut released for the first time that day. "I'll check my schedule later, and we can try to arrange something." "Thanks, Armandul," said Donald. Armand tilted his head as he fully comprehended his father's words. When was the last time his father had thanked him for anything? Armand wasn't sure he ever had. No problem. I'll be in touch. He hung up the phone and looked out the window as the buildings flew by. The pounding in his head had finally receded, and for the first time that day, he felt like he could truly breathe. "Where to?" asked the driver. "Radio City Music Hall," said Armand. "Take the quickest route you know." She didn't expect it to be so hot. The room all the students were crammed into was probably set to a perfectly reasonable temperature, but why didn't anyone consider that the 50 bodies in a small space would heat up quicker than the AC could work? Alice closed her eyes and tried to let the latest stress of the day roll off her. So what if Armand wasn't there? She'd met her aunt outside the auditorium before all the students had been corralled away. She'd managed to snap a few pictures, and Alice, for the most part, had avoided crying when her aunt teared up. Even if they were tears of joy, she'd cried enough in the past day. All she wanted to do was bask in the glow of this amazing moment. But her mind had other ideas. She'd tried to sneak her phone into the ceremony, but her dress didn't have pockets, so she'd left it in her purse with her aunt. She was kind of glad she didn't have it, though. All she'd be doing was checking the screen constantly, hoping that by some miracle Armand had changed his mind. Which would just be setting herself up for failure. She tried to focus on anything else. Instead of wallowing in her own drama, Alice scanned the room. She was surrounded by such a diverse group of business majors. Most were people she'd had a class or two with somewhere along the way, some were strangers. There were the younger people who'd been full-time students right out of high school, and some middle-aged graduates who had switched careers. And a lot were like Alice and Annabelle. The ones who took a little longer, be it for money or family reasons. All different races and backgrounds coming together to celebrate. It was a beautiful thing. And Alice was still only thinking about Armand. She looked behind her to where Annabelle talked with the people around her. Everyone let out a laugh, and Alice smiled at the sight. There was the joy she wanted today. The first day of the rest of her life. The rest of her life without Armand. Damn it. If she kept this up, she was going to start imagining him. Like he would suddenly appear through the crowds and run toward her. Of course, as soon as the thought hit her, Alice glanced to the door of the room. As expected, there was no knight in shining armor rushing in to rescue her from her own psychosis. "Excuse me, everyone." A voice boomed from the front of the room. A well-dressed man in a suit stood at the entrance. "They will begin calling names any minute now, so we're going to move into the auditorium in a minute." Alice took a deep breath as a tiny bit of adrenaline spiked through her. This was it. It was finally happening. Her eyes darted to the main entrance once again, and her insanity was confirmed. There was Armand, pushing his way closer toward her. She blinked a few times, tried to push the mirage away and regain her sanity. This was really no time for hallucinations. But his image didn't fade. If anything, it got clearer and clearer as he approached. "Armand," she breathed as he pushed through the robed figures. He took a brief pause to catch his breath once he finally reached her. "I didn't miss it, did I?" "No. You made it with a whole minute to spare." She took in the beads of sweat that had dripped down the side of his face. "Did you run all the way here?" He shook his head. "Not all the way." The corner of his mouth hooked up. Alice smiled back at him. 1,000 questions popped up in her mind. "What are you doing here?" He reached down and held her hands in his. The warmth radiating from him made her even more uncomfortable, but she couldn't care less at the moment. Just the simple touch from him sent a calm wave through her. "I love you, Alice. I wasn't lying when I said it. And I know you think that it's the company first and you second, but that's not true. You are the company. You helped me build it and have been by my side pretty much since the beginning. You think you're second, but you're not. LeBlanc Corp without you wouldn't be what I've spent the past decade trying to build, and I wouldn't love it as much if it weren't for you. So if you ask me to choose, the answer is both. I can't have one without the other, and I need you. Alice stared up at him. Her heart beat so fast, she was sure it was going to cause some sort of damage. You're serious? Without a doubt. You're unlike anyone I've ever met, and if I let you go, there's no way I can be half the man I am with you by my side. She opened her mouth before she abruptly closed it again. I don't know what to say. Say you forgive me. Please. I'll do anything you want for the slightest chance you'll take me back. Armand, she whispered. Okay, folks. Follow me. We're going to start with the as, called the organizer at the front of the room. Alice whipped her head back and forth between the students filing out and Armand. Armand's eyes went wide. Just give me one more. Alice pushed up onto her tiptoes, pressed her lips against his, and wrapped her arms around his neck. His arms wrapped around her, and she allowed herself to sink into the touch for a quick second before she pulled herself away. Hold that thought. She fell into line with the rest of the students. I have to do this one little thing, and then we're going to have a talk. Armand's entire face lit up, and Alice promptly tripped over her feet and fell into the student in front of her. She giggled out an apology as she tried to pay more attention to where she was going. Even with the added concentration, a ridiculous grin stretched from ear to ear. First step, diploma. Next stop, some serious talking with Armand. Armand. You showed up, said Annabelle as she wheeled over. As she approached, Armand took a step back. Suddenly, his elation was smothered out by the reminder of his past. Annabelle, he said. Congratulations. This is a big day for you. She came to a halt a few inches from him. It's amazing, isn't it? I can't even imagine what it's going to be like to not have school hanging over my head any longer. He nodded as he racked his mind for anything to say. Yet all that flashed through his mind was a blaring siren of guilt. Aren't you supposed to be in line? She glanced over to the shrinking line of students. I'm going last so the line doesn't get disrupted. Her eyes raked over his face. Are you okay? Shit. Apparently, he wasn't as good at hiding his discomfort as he thought. I'm sorry, he blurted out. Her brows drew together. Sorry? For what? He stared down at her. Was she messing with him? For what I did to you. Annabelle's expression softened. I'm not mad at you, Armand. Alice has told me so many good things about you. He scoffed. Alice is sadly mistaken. He took a deep gulp. I know I ruined your life. I need you to know how sorry I am. Her eyes widened. You think you ruined my life? Well, yeah. His gaze dropped to the wheels attached to her chair. She sighed. Armand, that night was hard. Hard and painful, and finding out about my legs was one of the scariest moments of my life, but you can't tell me you don't think it's fate. Fate? Look at me. I'm a college graduate. I had 3 different job offers to choose from. Where I grew up, college wasn't even considered an option. It was a thing the rich kids went to, not people like me. Sometimes the things we expect to destroy us are the things that turn us into fighters. I know you gave up drinking after that, and Alice raves about your renewed commitment to charity. Heck, if it weren't for you, I would have never met Alice, and she's been a godsend. Armand took in the tiny woman who sat before him, who talked about his greatest shame as if it was a gift. You really believe that? Annabelle looked behind her to the one remaining student who waited by the door, looking at her expectantly. Give me 1 minute, she called. The boy nodded as he leaned against the wall. Annabelle held out her hands to Armand. Help me, she said as he wrapped his fingers around her. With a strength he wasn't expecting, she gripped him tighter and pulled herself up. Taking her cue, Armand put some of his own strength in, and soon she was unsteadily balancing on her feet. What the hell are you doing? He asked as she stood eye to eye with him. She bit her bottom lip, as her eyes widened in excitement. Standing, she shouted in joy. His mouth dropped open. When the hell did this happen? She laughed as she reveled in his surprise. A few months ago, the physical therapist has been kicking my butt all up and down the block. Today was my big debut. I'm walking across the stage. Armand let out a quick laugh, hardly able to believe his eyes or ears. You're walking, he whispered. A bit. She gingerly sat back down in the chair. No, stop gawking. I can only walk short distances for now, and there's a diploma waiting for me.
Loving this book? Dive into this uncensored book and tons more at authoralicefox.com. Use code YouTube10 for 10% off your first order. Also, comment spicy romance for a chance to get a whole Mafia romance bundle for free. Comment as many times as you want. The more comments, the more chances to win. I will pick 10 winners. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel for new books weekly.
Chapter 22. Alice jumped as warm hands wrapped around her from behind and pulled her against a firm, obviously male body. She laughed as she leaned into Armand's arms. She'd recognize his touch anywhere. Is Doris still ignoring you? She glanced across the table, now cluttered with empty plates and recently opened cards, to see Annabelle talking with her mother. Armand shot Doris a smile, and she promptly turned away. Yep. Still doesn't like me. Can't say I blame her, though. Alice turned to give him a comforting hug. I'm still glad you came out with us. It meant so much to me. He opened his mouth to answer, but his cell vibrated against her hip, and Alice took a step back. Armand didn't seem to be in any hurry to answer the call. Aren't you going to get that? He shook his head and pressed a button through the fabric of his pants. Work can wait for another hour. It's probably Donald or Austin, and I don't want to deal with either of them. She pulled her arms around herself. You already took half the day off. If you need to take the call, go ahead. Nope. Your day. I should have admitted that to myself a lot sooner. He looked over his shoulder. I'm going to try to track down the waitress and see if I can get her to sneak me the bill. She grinned up at him as he turned to cross to the back of the restaurant. They'd gone out to celebrate with half a dozen of Annabelle's family and a few other graduates, so she knew the bill would be sizable. Something sharp poked the back of her shoulder and Alice turned. Her jaw dropped at the sight of a pissed-off Austin West. What are you doing here? What the hell do you think? Wherever you are, LeBlanc seems to follow. Now get him for me. Alice eyed the consultant. His suit was wrinkled and eyes bloodshot. Are you okay? He took a step closer. Don't patronize me, he whispered. Now go get your boyfriend. Who the hell was he to come into her party and order her around? Listen. You're obviously distressed. Armand will be back in a moment, but I want you to seriously consider if you're in any condition to be having a professional conversation right now. He blinked down at her. You have no idea what he did today. Who he let get away. Armand had mentioned that Austin was killing two birds with one stone. The man who Donald was dealing with was supposedly dirty. This is personal to you, isn't it? This guy hurt you? I'm sorry if I got in the middle of this, but I didn't mean. Spare me your apology, said Austin. He's already long gone and won't get in a 10-mile radius of me at this point. I hope you and LeBlanc have a great life together. You make sure to tell him never to call me for help again. With a sneer of disgust, Austin stormed out of the restaurant. Alice was half tempted to run after him, but she was fairly certain he needed a lot more than a friendly ear and cold beer. You look like you saw a ghost, said Armand from behind her. Huh? She said as Armand came into view and handed her an oversized manila envelope. Alice grasped it as she glanced up to Armand. What's this? He shrugged. No idea. A messenger handed it to me. But I'm fairly certain it's a bomb. Alice dropped the package as her eyes widened. Kidding. Kidding, assured Armand as he bent to pick up the envelope and handed it to her again. It's just weird because the messenger tracked me down here, which is creepy since I didn't even know I was eating at this restaurant until an hour ago. Alice looked closer at the back of the envelope. To Armando LeBlanc and Alice Carter. To be opened together. I agree. That's creepy. She slid her fingers along the outside, but it felt just like any other envelope she'd ever handled. Think I should open it? Here. He gripped the top of the envelope and slid his apartment key along the top to cut a clean line along the seam. As nothing happened, he met Alice's eyes. I think we're in the clear. She snorted. I can't believe you got me so nervous. She pulled the papers out. She frowned. It was some sort of contract. Shit. Armand pulled the papers from her hands. Hey. I was reading those. Armand's eyes shot between her and the papers. Do you have any idea what these are? I might if you gave me a chance to see them, she muttered as she shifted to stand alongside him so they could both read at the Armande time. He flipped through the stack of pages. Alice, this is from Donald. Where does it say that? It's the LeBlanc Corp shares. What? This time it was Alice who ripped the papers from Armand's grip. Sure enough, now that she knew what to look for, her jaw dropped open. Oh. My. God. He's gone insane. Armand pulled his phone out. 15 missed calls from Donald, muttered Armand as he punched in the keys to call him back. Alice went back to staring in awe at the stock certificates. There were so many of them. What did you do? Asked Armand from over her shoulder. Alice leaned in closer to hear the other end of the line. Sounds like you got my package, said Donald. Why? Alice had so many questions to ask, but it was the only word she could manage to say. Alice Carter, he said wistfully. I've always wanted the best for my son. To make sure he succeeded no matter what. What does that have to do with giving me all the LeBlanc Corp shares? After what you said yesterday, I've come to believe that you're in a much better position than I to protect him. Consider this gift the glue that holds you together. Armand shuffled a bit closer to Alice. What makes you think she won't sell them to me? I suppose I'm trusting her. I have to say, it's an unpleasant feeling. Alice hugged the certificates close to her chest. I don't know what to say, sir. Don't say thanks. I happen to know exactly what a stubborn ass my son is, and you're going to have your hands full. Just make sure you take good care of that company. I happen to know it's important to him. I will, sir. Armand leaned away. I'm going to be talking to you tomorrow. He hung up the phone. Alice studied Armand's stoic expression, trying her best to get a read on him. Are you mad? His brow crinkled as he looked down at her. No. Not at all. I'd much rather you have those shares than anyone else. I guess I'm just confused. Well, think about it. He couldn't give you the shares, because that would be admitting he was wrong. From what I hear, LeBlancs don't like doing that. So he found a way to give them back while saving face. Armand set an arm over her shoulders and pulled her close. You think he really wants what's best for me? I know he does, Armand. It's his way of asking for a second chance. She rested her head against Armand's chest. You know what this means now, don't you? His voice rumbled against her ear. Her mind couldn't stop racing with all the implications of the shares she'd just been gifted. What? You're my boss now. She pulled away slightly and stared up at him. You mean I get to order you around now? A mixture of laughter and worry flashed over his features. What did you have in mind? Well, first order of business, you need to bring me coffee. He arched a brow. Coffee? Yep. She nodded for emphasis. I demand you bring me coffee every morning. Naked. While I'm still in bed. A wicked grin spread across his face. Tell you what, why don't we work on the naked and bed part, then we can start with the coffee. Her eyes rolled up toward the ceiling, as if she was considering it. We should really get started on that. Right now. Alice quickly gathered up his jacket and her purse. What the boss wants, the boss gets. Epilogue. Alice glanced up from her computer as Armand brought in another box to set on one of the bookshelves framing the door to her new office. You didn't have to do that, she said as he started to pull the books out of the box. I know I don't have to. The point is that I want to. Alice shook her head. Armand had been completely supportive of her new role in the company. Sometimes overly so. She had a feeling he thought he would somehow muck things up, so he seemed to be walking on eggshells all the time around her. Though Alice didn't think it was possible for him to mess things up this point. Ever since her graduation, every day seemed to be her own dream. Even though it wasn't easy to find her new place now that she was a majority shareholder, she was better prepared for the responsibility than she ever thought possible. Apparently, working 60-hour weeks the CEO for over 4 years straight was the best training she could have hoped for. Alice stood from her chair and walked around the desk until she was standing only a few feet away from Armand, and leaned her hip against the wood. Why don't you stop acting like my assistant and start acting like my boyfriend? That caught his attention as a wicked grin covered his face. What about your no sex in the office rule? Damn it. She'd forgotten about that stupid thing already. It seemed like such a good idea to make sure their personal life didn't interfere with their professional one, but she'd somehow already forgotten how fantastic Armand wore those suits and how sexy the fear of getting caught could be. Well, that was always a stupid rule, she muttered. Armand approached her and set his hands at the curve of her waist. It wasn't stupid, he assured. It was just ambitious. She smiled at the assessment and leaned in closer to him. Think we can make it a few more days without breaking it? I'd be happy if we only made it a few more hours, he admitted as he bent down for a kiss. Her fingers curled under the collar of his suit jacket as her lips met his. How could he still be this addictive to her, even after they'd been nearly inseparable for the past few weeks? She'd heard of love being like a drug plenty of times before, but now had a whole new understanding of the phrase. He broke off from the kiss. You know, if we want to get around that little rule, we can take a long lunch and head back to the apartment. Alice had to admit, there was some benefits to dating a man who could afford an apartment so close to the office. Unfortunately, she couldn't do a long lunch at the moment. I wish I could, but I'm meeting Donald at 1 and I don't want to be late. Armand grimaced, but he didn't protest. That was a lot of progress on his part. Alice wasn't expecting a happy family Christmas anytime soon, but she was hopeful that by the end of the year, the two men would be able to at least stand in a room together without coming to blows. And that's what she considered a win. He wants to go over a few ideas he had for the future, the company, she said. I was thinking that if he had any big projects that you were open to considering, we could call Austin in again. I hate the way we left things with him, and figure this could be like a peace offering. I'm sure we'll need to hire plenty of consultants in the next few years. Armand leaned in for one more quick kiss. I'm sure we will. But let's keep Austin West off that hiring list. Alice frowned. Why? I thought you approved of him. Oh, I do. Except the police apparently don't. Austin West was arrested over the weekend. The end. Did you love Falling for the Boss Hole, a steamy billionaire boss office romance? Then you should read Taming the Boss Hole, a steamy billionaire boss office romance by Alice Fox. Ashley is a sassy, hard-headed waitress who butts heads with her intimidating boss Levi. He may seem like a total boss hole, but there's a lot more to this billionaire than meets the eye. When their fiery dynamic turns steamy, Ashley finds herself falling for Levi's charming, passionate side, even if she won't admit it. Levi is the total package, tall, dark, and devastatingly handsome, with piercing blue eyes that seem to see right through you. As Ashley's intimidating boss, he's used to getting his way, barking orders and demanding perfection. Levi is used to getting his way, but this feisty woman challenges him like no other. Yet Levi is more than just a pretty face and a luxury car. He's determined to break down Ashley's walls and prove he's more than just her demanding boss. Little does she know, he'll go to great lengths to make her his, in and out of the bedroom. These two are like gasoline and fire, sparking undeniable heat whenever they're together. But can their growing connection survive the forces threatening to tear them apart?
Want to win a free book bundle with 3 fantastic reads in one? Drop the word bossy in the comments below to get a shot at winning this jackpot. No limit on entries, so fire away with bossy as many times as you like. From this very video, I'll be picking 3 winners to snag this trio of books. Don't miss out on this chance to stack up your reading list. Type bossy and cross your fingers. Thanks for listening.
Loving this book? Dive into this uncensored book and tons more at author.alicefox.com. Use code YouTube10 for 10% off your first order. Also, comment "Spicy Romance" for a chance to get a whole Mafia romance bundle for free. Comment as many times as you want. The more comments, the more chances to win. I will pick 10 winners. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel for new books weekly.